Jake licked his lips, watching Rayon enter the arena. Finally, the boring period had ended, and the most important moment of the day had finally arrived. Whirr! He rotated the mana circle around his heart in a way that wouldn't be noticed by Rimmer, who was next to him. I need to hide the magic inside another magic. He needed to overlap multiple magics for the orc to critically injure Rayon. Sir Magician. While he was preparing several incantations in his head, Rimmer approached him. He is the strongest one here. Please take out the strongest orc you have. All right. Jake nodded, lowering his lips. That's a relief. Since he'd actually asked him to get the strongest orc, it became easier for him to use the magic he'd prepared. Holding back his laughter with difficulty, he chanted the spell. Summon monster. Jake lifted his hand and summoned the orc from the Dalan Mountains that he'd received from Karun. Thud. The ground trembled as the biggest orc so far burst from the magic circle. The teeth protruding from its mouth reached its earlobes, its inflated muscles were full of vitality, and its eyes were ferocious enough to eat humans alive. The trainees grew pale, hearing the orc's roar. Oh, that orc looks pretty strong. Without realizing anything, Rimmer nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll strengthen it with magic. Ah, sure. Strength endurance. While using spells to strengthen its physical abilities, he also engraved the berserker magic that he'd prepared in its body. Berserker magic could multiply the target's physical abilities by over 1.5 times the norm. Moreover, the orc was from the Dalan Mountains, which meant it wasn't at a level a mere trainee could fight against. Considering its ferocity, it was at least going to cut off one of Rayon's arms before the instructors could interfere. Jake extended his wrist to make the orc look like a human, then nodded. Please be ready for the match. After Rayon nodded and started to warm up, Jake activated the berserker magic he'd engraved in the orc. Grrrrrrrr. As the berserker magic activated, its muscles swelled up and the magic circle that was confining it broke apart. Grrrrrrrr. Naturally, the orc pounced at Rayon, who was closest to him, with a horrible shriek. Thump! The orc kicked off from the ground and dashed at him. It had an extremely murderous intent, and it was aiming to kill Rayon in one fell swoop. I did it. Rayon hadn't even unsheathed his sword yet. Overwhelmed by the orc's murderous intent, he was certainly going to lose an arm, at least. Jake was exhilarated as he watched the orc strike down at Rayon. Rage. A red line golden after taking on the evening glow cut through the dim space. Grrrr. The orc's body stiffened and its head fell to the ground. What? What happened? It was an orc from Dalan Mountains, and a berserker spell that multiplied all its abilities by 1.5 times had been cast on it. And Rayon cut down such a monster in a single strike. There was no hesitation, fear, or naivety in his action. It was a perfect strike, as if he was already an accomplished swordsman. Despite the situation, he even thought it was beautiful. Over the orc's collapsing body, he met Rayon Zieghart's eyes. His heart dropped, facing the two burning red eyes. He unconsciously fell back and grabbed his neck. He couldn't breathe because of the young trainee's pressure. It felt like his lungs had disappeared from his body. Monster. He started to back away while on his knees. Just as he was about to piss his pants, the frightening murderous intent finally abated. Wow. Although the murderous intent had stopped, the fear still remained. As Jake was trembling, Rimmer came up next to him. Sir Magician looks very tired. I guess you did summon a lot of monsters today. Rimmer grinned and lifted him up. But there's still one person remaining. Since she is fully motivated, please work one more time. Rimmer's finger pointed at Runnon, who was standing in the arena. I see. Jake nodded while shivering. He felt like he could do anything if he wasn't going to be glared at by Rayon Zieghart. Catching his breath, he prepared for the last summoning. Runnon, are you okay? Can you do it? Yes. Runnon visibly nodded to Rimmer's question and entered the arena. The floor was soaked with blood, but her eyes weren't trembling anymore. Her purple eyes were looking straight ahead with no sign of fear. Please make your preparations. Understood. Jake lifted his trembling hand and summoned an orc. It looked like he wasn't an intermediate magician for nothing, as he properly cast the strengthening magic despite his terrified state. Then let's start. After using the hallucination to make the orc look like a human, he released the magic circle that was restraining the orc. Grrrr. At the same time as the orc started dashing, Run-On unsheathed her sword. Clank! Along with a thin blue pressure, the air was filled with a silver haze. Grrrr. The skin-freezing frost spread around, but it couldn't stop the orc. It pounced at her while covered in frost. Run-On pouted a little and used her footwork. Moving as if she was gliding left and right, she dodged the orc's axe. Kairo. The orc didn't step back despite its frozen skin. It kept swinging its axe, determined to kill her at the cost of its own life. Unable to find an opportunity to swing her sword, Run-On kept dodging the axe. In the meantime, the frost spreading from her continued, and the orc was already half frozen. Tuzg. Rayon clicked his tongue, watching Run-On spread frost while stepping back, as if she was running away. Is it still not solved? Run-On didn't manage to swing her sword once after entering the arena. She was just freezing the orc while running away. She's too kind. The reason she was brainwashed by Syria was simple. Because she was kind. Because she learned about death at an early age, she was afraid of blood, unable to injure the orc. She was completely different from the Rayon in his previous life, who would kill anyone in order to survive. Because of her cold appearance and gaze, Run-On was easily misunderstood as haughty. However, her personality was actually the complete opposite. Her sword tells it all. The reason she didn't include coldness in her blade during the spar and spread frost in the air instead was in order to suppress the opponent without hurting them. Run-On was the most gentle and kind person in the 5th training ground, and Syria had been using such a kind child by chaining her heart. Run-On. Now that he thought about it, the reason Run-On approached him first in the gymnasium wasn't to copy his training method, but probably because she felt pity for him, who was always alone. Lady Run-On. Just cut it down. Run-On. The instructors and trainees shouted Run-On's name, but she just kept running around while blocking the orc's attacks without being able to turn on the offense. Run-On's movement slowed down, probably because she used too much aura from spreading the frost. On the other hand, the orc kept swinging its axe with a more ferocious gaze, despite most of its body being frozen. Rayon licked his lips and stood up. She couldn't just freeze the orc to death like that. She needed to put an end to it in order to be released from Syria's brainwashing. Run-On, who hadn't reacted to anyone, turned her head for the first time. It's fine. As he smiled, telling her that everything would be fine, the trembling in Run-On's gaze stopped. The purple eyes shone in a dark silver glow, like a snowfield that nobody stepped on. Rayon could feel the darkness in her eyes scatter like dust. Kai. The moment the orc struck down its axe at Run-On's immobile head, a silvery trajectory burst into the air. Crack! The blade, shining in silver, split the head of the axe in half and pierced through the orc's heart. Gwa! The orc's eyes, filled with insanity, faded away like a candlelight as it fell onto its back. Spurred! Warm blood gushed from the orc's heart, which wasn't frozen yet. Although Run-On's hand was soaked in the orc's blood, her expression remained calm. She turned around to look at Rayon. She nodded as if she was asking him how it was, so he nodded her back. She got out. Indeed. Rayon snickered. There was no fear in Run-On's expression anymore. Instead, she was displaying a refreshing smile. Although she was going to need a bit more time, Syria's darkness was clearly removed. His brainwashing couldn't affect Run-On anymore. I know that better than anyone's. Since he'd spent most of his previous life being brainwashed, he knew that for sure. Whoa, what was that? What did Rayon tell her for her to change like that all of a sudden? Scary. The trainees dropped their jaws because of Run-On's ability to freeze the orc in a single strike, and the fact that it was Rayon that made her do that. Even Buren and Martha looked surprised as they looked at him. Just what did you tell her? Dorian approached him with wide eyes. It was nothing special. Rayon smirked and shook his head. She did it on her own. Giving him a reasonable answer, Rayon looked up at the platform. Jake, who met his eyes, gasped and stepped back. Well then, it was time to engrave fear into that guy, so that he wouldn't dare oppose him ever again. As he was about to send a thin and sharp pressure up to the platform, Rimmer interfered. You don't look well, let's end it here. Rimmer grinned and raised Jake up. Tuzg. Rayon clicked his tongue and dispersed his murderous intent. But I'm not done yet. He couldn't engrave fear into Jake. He wasn't going to dare come at him again or think of doing anything stupid, but he wanted to see him piss his pants. Good job, everyone. Rimmer grinned as he supported Jake. It was honestly difficult training, yet everyone did better than I expected. He raised his thumb at everyone. Today's experience is going to help you greatly during a real battle. Don't hesitate once the fight starts. Your hesitation will result in an ally's death. Do you understand? Yes. The trainees answered loud and clear, straightening their spines. That's a good sound. It looks like you are really ready for a mission. Oh, mission. Really? The children's expressions brightened upon hearing the word mission. Yes, we should start preparing slowly. Today's training ends now. To wrap it up, give a round of applause to the magician Jake, who worked hard today. Thank you. Hearing the trainees clap, he left the training ground with Jake. Go. Jake left the 5th training ground, supported by Rimmer. He wanted to move on his own, but his strength left his limbs because of the shock from Rayon's murderous intent. You must be overworked yourself. Rimmer gently supported him, as if he didn't know anything, and brought him to the magic tower. Oh. He came back to his senses, a little bit after enjoying the cool breeze for a while. I am fine now. I'll go on my own from here. Jake stopped around the 3rd training ground, where the combat unit trained. He had to go to the Central Martial Palace to report his failure. Oh, I see. Rimmer nodded and made him sit on the chair next to him. Thank you for your help. Jake bowed at Rimmer while sitting, and once he lifted his head, he realized something had changed. The wind that was blowing strongly enough to flutter the clothes couldn't be felt anymore. The wind had literally disappeared. And terrible murderous intent that gave him goosebumps was emanating from in front of him. He didn't want to look, however, a strange force made him lift his head. And he was there. The monster that was said to explode his madness next to Glenn Sieghart a few dozen years ago. Sieghart's sword of light was looking down at him with yellow eyes. Lala. His throat tightened and his nose started bleeding. He couldn't move a single finger. I heard he broke down. He heard that Sieghart's sword of light had become disabled because of his energy center breaking. However, that didn't seem to be the case. The monster might have gotten weaker, but it didn't disappear. Go and tell him. His teeth clattered at Rimmer's cold voice. The Lord's son or whatnot, tell him that if you touch my students, then I'll cut your head off. Although there was no wind at all, the blood gushed out of his chin and the skin on his arm was cracked. The murderous intent was single-handedly slicing his body. Ugh. The man knew everything. Despite knowing everything, he was just watching how far he went. Wow. He felt like his heart had stopped. The fear made him unable to do anything. Bang! A dark green wind burst out from the ground Rimmer was standing on. Huff! Jake closed his eyes, facing the powerful wind, and thought it was over. However, he felt no pain. When he opened his eyes to the wind blowing once again, Rimmer was nowhere to be seen. However, the murderous intent he'd left behind remained in the air. Eek, the teacher and the student are both monsters, fucking monsters. Jake knelt with liquid flowing from his eyes, nose, and mouth. His eyes kept shivering like an insane person. Despite Rayon's regret, fear was deeply engraved in Jake's soul. Runan was fidgeting while watching Rayon, who was cleaning up the training ground. It was difficult. Despite hearing Rayon's advice, she couldn't attack the orc easily. Her hand wouldn't move, despite knowing that it was a monster, not a human. I thought I was going to throw up. Each time she stepped on the blood beneath her feet, she felt nauseous, and her limbs trembled as if she was looking at her brother. Unable to attack it directly, all she could do was to keep emitting frost, despite its high aura consumption. She knew people were shouting and yelling, but she couldn't hear any of that. Her vision was gradually filled with darkness. As her vision went dark on top of her hearing, she didn't know what to do, and remaining standing was all she could manage. It was at that moment that she heard him. "Run on," Rayon's clear voice pierced through the darkness, filling her surroundings. Even though the orc was running at her, she turned to look at Rayon. The moment she met Rayon's smiling eyes, her turbulent emotions and senses calmed, as if nothing had happened from the beginning. Hearing him say it was okay made the darkness filling her vision completely dissipate. The memory of her older brother that was filling her head also became blurry. Yes, it was all right. When she murmured that, her heavy arm started to move freely. The moment the orc was about to strike down with its axe, she thrust the compressed energy. She could hear the head of the axe being cut apart and the orc's heart bursting, but she wasn't afraid anymore. The blood gushed out from the orc and covered her hand. It was just like Rayon had said, nothing was happening despite touching the blood. Clank! The moment she realized that, she could hear the sound of the thick chains coiling her entire body shattering. Her brother's face, reflected on the blood and shadows, also disappeared completely. It felt like the dark world was once again filled with light. Dismantle the arena's floor and move it to the right warehouse. Be careful since we gotta use it again next time. Ah, where did that bastard instructor go without cleaning up? She raised her head at Burren's voice in front of her. He was ordering the collaterals to clear up the training ground. He's changed. She'd met Burren often since childhood. He'd always been selfish and arrogant, so she'd never cared about him, and yet there was no trace of arrogance left in him anymore. And the one who had achieved that change wasn't Burren himself, but Rayon. He'd become such a proper swordsman after his defeat against Rayon. The same goes for me. Thanks to meeting Rayon, she could open her locked mind and build relationships with others. Every day was fun, and today was the peak of that change. Thanks to Rayon's advice and reassurance that everything would be okay, she couldn't hear her brother's voice anymore, nor see his shadow. She felt free, as if something engraved in her head had been removed. Run-On nodded, looking at Rayon. I should tell him thank you, that I'm really grateful. It was time to express her gratitude, just like her mother had told her. Inside the central martial palace, sunk into darkness, Jake, wearing a robe torn to pieces, knelt. I have failed. With a trembling voice, he lowered his head. You failed, did Rimmer interfere? Karun frowned and looked down upon Jake, who was on his knees. No. Jake didn't look normal. His eyes were cloudy, as if he were out of himself, and he was drooling as he was unable to put any strength in his chin. Then how did you even fail? Our Rayon Sieghart killed the orc in a single strike, although berserker magic and all kinds of strengthening magics were used on it. Be careful about what you say. Are you expecting me to believe that? Karun growled like a beast. It's true, the flame ignited from his sword and cut through the orc's neck like nothing. Flame. Yes, the orc was killed, unable to do anything when facing that golden flame under the evening glow. Moreover, thinking that he needed to do anything in order to survive this situation, Jake told him everything that he saw in the 5th training ground. Rimmer was already aware of our objective. Upon seeing me off, he threatened to kill me if I dared to touch the trainees again. Since Karun seemed interested, he even told him about the warning from Rimmer. I knew it was because of him. Karun snorted and smirked. I guess a diamond on a dunghill is still a diamond. When he last met Rimmer, the balance between his body and mind was broken. Since he was a self-centered and lazy guy, he thought he wasn't going to realize his dirty trick. Apparently, he wasn't that bad. Is it going to be okay? Rimmer even mentioned the palace master's name. It doesn't matter, since anything that bug does will be pointless. Karun shook his head. Maybe he could have done something in the past, but Rimmer, as he was at the moment, was like a weed that couldn't do anything. Go back, I'll call you again later. Understood, excuse me. Jake left the room after bowing his head repeatedly. If he cut through the orc and its weapon in a single strike, it wouldn't be strange to assume that he's acquired an advanced cultivation technique. The spy's information did mention that he produced an extremely powerful wave of mana. By spy, do you mean the one in the annex building? Yes, that's pretty decent. All the information she's brought so far was correct. Karun closed his eyes and answered. Increase her support a little bit and tell her to also investigate Rimmer's actions. And, looking at the door where Jake left, Karun drew a line on his neck with his finger. Take care of him, he is too quick-witted to shut his mouth, and he's already been swallowed by Rimmer's murderous intent. Yes. The butler nodded and disappeared from the spot like smoke. Rayon, Sieghart, and Rimmer. They were like dust that didn't need any attention considering his position, but somehow they kept bothering him. I'd better deal with them at once. The central martial palace's atmosphere grew heavy with Karun's frightening gaze. Martha leaned her back against a tree located at the training ground's outskirts. At the end of her gaze, Rayon was cleaning up the training ground. Tuzg. She clicked her tongue and frowned. She couldn't understand, no matter how hard she thought about it. What the hell is he? How could he swing his sword without any hesitation? She declenched her fist, learning that today's training was about killing a monster, and one that looked like a human on top of that. She thought she could finally do better than Rayon Sieghart. As expected, Burin and other trainees couldn't properly swing their swords at the monster. They only managed to kill it after receiving help from instructor Rimmer. However, Martha was different. The moment the monster showed an opening, she thrust her sword into the monster's neck without any hesitation. It was natural that she was different from the others. Because IV already done it before she came to the Sieghart. When she infiltrated the white blood religion alone in order to find her mother, she had stabbed her sword into the believers. Since she had that experience, it wasn't difficult for her to strike her sword at the monster, despite it looking like a human. But how did he? Rayon was different from her. He was born inside a safe wall, and he was safely raised because of his bad constitution. He was a sheltered young master. A guy who grew up sheltered had sliced an orc's throat, despite it looking like a human, without any hesitation. Moreover, he did it faster and stronger than her. It even looked so beautiful that she had spaced out for a moment. I can't believe it. She was still unsure if what she saw back then was real. Damn. Martha punched the tree that she was leaning against. I should won this. She lost to Rayon in the spar and agreed to follow his orders, but her heart didn't give in. She kept training with everything she had in order to make him kneel one day. The thought of having lost again in something she should V1 for sure made her grind her teeth. However, a small wave reverberated in her mind in the midst of all that. It was the feeling of identity, a feeling that Rayon might be similar to her. It looked like Rayon wasn't just the sheltered boy that she'd thought he was. There must have been a trigger for his resolve. When she was thinking about Rayon's past, she met his eyes. After looking at his calm eyes for a bit, she snorted and turned around. She left the training ground right after that. Her stiff footsteps had softened a little, but she wasn't aware of that fact. As Rayon was about to head to the indoor gymnasium after finishing the cleanup, Run-On approached him. Rayon. With shining purple eyes, she lowered her head. Thank you. It's nothing. He shook his head. He did help her, but she was the one who played the most important part. It wasn't something to be thanked for. Thank you anyway. I really didn't do much. Thank you. Thank you. How all right. He waved his hand in resignation, and Run-On finally nodded. Are you all right? Rayon checked Run-On's eyes and hands. It looked like she was released from Syria's brainwashing, but he had to ask her to be certain. Run-On smiled slightly. It was a smile without wrinkles, and it looked like it was resolved for now. If your brother makes it difficult for you again, just tell me. I'll help you with anything I can. It's okay. Run-On was about to nod, then shook her head instead. I need to do it myself. Her eyes were shining. It looked like her mind had become stronger as her wound healed up. Okay. Rayon smiled. Run-On thanked him one more time and left the training ground. Are you not going to help the ice cream girl? She said she would do it herself. You shouldn't meddle with other people's family matters. HMPH, the king of essence, doesn't think the ice cream girl can solve it on her own. Then she will ask for help, and even if she doesn't. Rayon nodded. A red light glittered in his calm eyes. There is a way to solve it. After returning to her dormitory, Run-On put the squirrel sculpture that she'd received from Rayon on the desk. After a little bit of consideration, she took out the bead ice cream box that she'd put under the bed. It wasn't the one given to her by her older brother, but the one her mother had bought her. Whoosh! Upon opening the lid, the coldness coming from the box cooled down her face, exhausted from the training. She thought she couldn't eat the ice cream anymore because it would remind her of her brother. However, Rayon had removed her brother's shadow, stopping it from binding her head and heart. She wasn't afraid of her brother anymore, and she didn't dislike ice cream anymore. No. However, Run-On closed the lid again without touching the ice cream. I'm going to eat tomorrow. Deciding she would share it with Rayon the next day, she shoved the box back under the bed. Looking at the red-eyed squirrel that she'd placed on the table, Run-On smiled slightly. After cleaning up the training ground instead of Rimmer, who disappeared somewhere, Rayon returned to the dormitory. Whirr! As he was taking off the training clothes drenched in sweat, Wrath suddenly popped up. I didn't mention this before. Wrath's frightening gaze shone from the cold flame. But you've killed a human before. What? You don't have the ability to break that shabby magician's hallucination yet. Even though you knew it was an orc, you saw it as a human. Killing it without hesitation isn't something a greenhorn that's never experienced an actual battle can do. It was easy. Rayon shook his hand to push back Wrath, who was right in front of his eyes. What? Because my perception stat is so high, I could feel that he wasn't human. Killing a monster isn't really difficult. Perception. Yes, you can trick the eyes with magic, but you can't hide the nature of the thing. Perception. Rayon acted with a straight face and Wrath groaned. He was completely fooled. I can't tell him about my previous life or the Ring of Fire. He couldn't give the slightest information to Wrath since he was an enemy. Even so, how can you not hesitate to kill? Just what are you? How can you have such willpower at that age? Wrath murmured that it was impossible. It seemed he was more surprised at the strong willpower he was born with, rather than his might growing at an unreasonable speed. Why did you want to know? I really don't like anything about you. I'm not trying to gain your favor here. Rayon flicked his finger at Wrath. It gets cold whenever you speak, so shut your mouth and give me my reward already. You cheated. I didn't know you were so tough. I'm not the one who first suggested the bet. You did. You are being a loser again, despite being a king. Loser. Wrath's voice trembled. It looked like it was the first time being called a loser in his life. Is this the third victory in a row? I guess a monarch of devildom isn't a big deal. Shut up if the king of essence could use the main body's power. And the main body again, when are you even getting it back? And this bet has nothing to do with your main body's power. Wrath's blue coldness wavered strongly, and the sound of him foaming in his mouth could be heard. It looked like he went out of his mind from the shock of losing and being ridiculed. This is a fraud for sure, fraud. As he was about to struggle for the last time, messages appeared in front of Rayon. UV won the bet against Wrath. All stats have increased by 2. UV achieved the third victory against Wrath. Additional stats increased due to the consecutive victories. Strength has increased by 1. Agility has increased by 1. Energy has increased by 1. Rayon smirked. He could feel the exhilaration of his muscle, wavering from the strength and agility increasing at once. 3 times to a mere human. Murmuring that it was impossible, Wrath breathed out coldness as if he wanted to freeze the message. There's still more. Pushing the irritated Wrath aside, Rayon waited for the next message. One of Wrath's traits is being created as the second reward for the bet. The trait has been decided. The trait Bleeding Curse has been created. Bleeding Curse 1 star. Upon inflicting bleed on the enemy after a critical strike, there's a 10 chance to decrease the opponent's physical abilities. Oh, Rayon exclaimed upon reading the explanation of the trait. The 10 chance could have been better, but the trait had the potential of being extremely useful. You are really the giving tree, giving out stats and traits, thank you. His strength, agility, and energy increased in addition to all his stats increasing by 2. It was almost an increase of 3 to all his stats, and he even got a new trait. Wrath wasn't lacking in any way, earning the nickname Giving Tree. It's not a great trait. That's one of the worst abilities that the King of Essence has. It depends on who uses it. Rayon smiled. Wrath's weapon was coldness, but Rayon's weapon was a sword, and he was good at surprise attacks. Using his previous life's techniques and experience, he could fully benefit from the Bleeding Curse. It's perfect. Rayon turned around and stood up. Putting his outer garments back on, he opened the dormitory's door. What? I'm going to train for a bit. Again. I need to check out the changes in my body and get used to them. You are making the King of Essence unable to sleep. Sleep later. You should be stir-fried to death in lava. Since Rayon was happy, Wrath's curses sounded like music to him. He ran towards the training ground while humming. 2 months later. Daybreak, the training grounds. Rayon arrived at the training ground before anyone else and started practicing swordsmanship. Soon after, Burin and Martha arrived almost at the same time. Does he even sleep? Burin clicked his tongue and grabbed his sword, and Martha started to warm herself up after frowning. Yawn. Run-On, who was sleepy in the morning, came out late and yawned like a baby sparrow. It looked like she was completely freed from Syria's darkness, as her eyes had gotten brighter than before. They were still blank, though. The trainees that came up later also prepared to practice while chatting. As such, another day was about to begin. Bam! The training grounds door burst open, and Rimmer entered. Instructor, the door shouldn't be kicked open. It's fine because it's mine. Rimmer waved his hand at the frowning Burin and went on the platform with light steps. Since you are in the middle of your training, just open your ears and listen. After clapping his hands to attract attention, he told them to keep training. It was an impossible task for the young trainees. How do I do that? We aren't experts. Just tell us already. The trainees waved their hands, telling him to continue. But Rayon was properly listening to Rimmer's voice while focusing on his swordsmanship. Then I'll tell you, you've got a mission. Like a mission. Mission. The trainees' eyes shone like stars upon hearing the word mission. Not just the collaterals, Burin and Martha's mouths were wide open as well. Of course, Rayon just kept swinging his sword, and Run-On was casually yawning next to him. Yes, it's your first mission. Whoa, it's a mission. Is it finally time for a real battle? Huff, huff. There were various reactions from the trainees. Some shouted in anticipation, some clenched their fists, and some started panting in excitement. Of course, you aren't the only ones going on the mission. Since we can't leave the children alone, the instructors, including me, will tag along. The trainees nodded. It looked like they expected it. First mission, huh? Rayon recalled his first mission in his previous life as he listened to Rimmer. Was I 8 years old? He went on a mission alone at a much younger age. It wasn't murder, but since the mission was to obtain information from an enemy camp, it was extremely dangerous, and he'd actually almost died. For the instructors to tag along on the first mission, he once again thought that Sieghart was not that cold-hearted. What is the mission? Dorian raised his hand as his lips trembled. He was already terrified, befitting the title of the biggest coward of the 5th training ground. There's a hideout called Snow Tiger slightly outside of Sieghart's protected area. It was a bandit's hideout in the mountains. As Rayon had never heard of the name Snow Tiger, its scale shouldn't have been that big. They are connected to the South-North Union. and they've been living by collecting a small toll on the mountain road. However, their wrongdoing has become worse recently, as they often rob everything from the merchants or even kill them. Then our mission is the bandits' extermination. It's a proper mission. Bandits, huh? He said they are connected to the South-North Union, which is one of the 5 demons. It could be dangerous. South-North Union was one of the 5 demons that opposed the 6 kings, which Sieghart belonged to. It was a combined force of bandits in the Terracan Mountains filling the southwestern area, and the pirates of Rabel River flowing from the northeast. The bandits and pirates belonging to the South-North Union were mostly powerful people, capable of using aura. As such, one could easily die if they fought them, while expecting them to be common bandits or pirates. The leader of South-North Union in particular was an extremely powerful master, as one of the 10 heavens of the continent, despite the fact that he was a leader of bandits and pirates. The trainees swallowed. It seemed their first mission, and the mention of South-North Union made them nervous. Well, I haven't finished talking yet. Rimmer clapped his hands again. Like you said, the mission was the bandits' extermination. It was, isn't that past tense? Yes, it was the bandits' extermination, but that changed yesterday. Pardon. WHY. What do you mean, why did the mission change? Because the bandits attacked the village to the south of their hideout, killed everyone living there, and ran away after setting it ablaze. The trainees closed their mouths at Rimmer's unusually cold voice. Our mission isn't the bandits' extermination, but to track and annihilate the bandits. The trainees swallowed, looking into Rimmer's somber eyes. When are we departing? Buran raised his hand. This evening. Isn't that too early? Like I said, we don't have much time since we're going to track down the bandits that ran away, instead of attacking a hideout that won't move. There's no such thing as early or late in house missions. Once you get a mission, you need to obey. You are right, I'm sorry. Buran uncharacteristically acknowledged his mistake and lowered his head. You are mostly used to training swords, but you can't use those during a mission. As Rimmer signaled with a glance, the instructors brought 5 swords each. They are the real swords that were supplied during the fight against the orcs. The weight and the shape of the blade are all identical to the training sword you've been using. Use these swords from now on. A real sword. I am a bit nervous. What are you nervous about? This is something you must do. The trainees received the real swords one by one. Although they differed in degree, their hands were all trembling. Rayon, this is your sword. Thank you. Rayon raised both his hands to accept the real sword. Even though he said its weight was the same as the training sword, it felt slightly heavier. Rimmer smiled slightly and went on the platform again. Sieghart's crest isn't engraved on them, but they are the real swords provided by the house. It means that you are being acknowledged as Sieghart's swordsman, albeit temporary. Sieghart's swordsman. Acknowledged, huh? The trainees swallowed, looking at the real swords. Even if it's temporary, you are still Sieghart's swordsman. Make sure to prepare yourselves so that you won't be ashamed, no matter what happens. Rimmer told them to return and prepare to leave, then gather again before dinner. What do we need to prepare? Buran followed him and asked. Think about it yourself, not just the mission, but the preparation also contributes to your growth and experience. Rimmer waved his hand lightly as he answered. That's certainly the case. Buran nodded and stepped back, then Rimmer left to the rest area. From Rimmer's expression, Rayon realized what Rimmer just said wasn't true. He thought it was a pain. It sounded good, but he was certain he'd just made it up because it was a bother. I guess it has nothing to do with me. Rayon was the best assassin, one who had completed countless missions. He didn't even need to think about what preparations he needed to track down and kill. I'm a bit nervous. His heart pounded slightly at receiving a mission after such a long time. Rayon went back to the annex building to prepare his luggage. Sylvia and Helen, who were tending the garden, stood up and smiled at him. Why are you here at this hour? No way, is it because you wanted to see your mom? No, that's not it. So mean. Sylvia, who was approaching while smiling slightly, stood still. Her gaze was directed at the real sword on Rayon's waist. That sword. IV received a mission. Pardon, a mission. A mission? Why would a trainee get a mission? Sylvia's eyes were wide, and Helen dropped the gardening sickle in her hand. You don't need to worry about it. It's my first mission, so I'll be accompanied by the instructors. Wow. Upon mentioning that the instructors would accompany him, the color came back to Sylvia and Helen's cheeks. They seemed to know what that was about. So you are going on your first mission. My son really has grown up. Rayon lowered his body to dodge Sylvia, who came to hug him. Did you just avoid your mom? I'm sorry, but I'm out of time. We are departing this evening. Rayon shook his head. He was mostly embarrassed, but he also needed time to prepare. Are you really leaving so early? What kind of mission is it? Tracking criminals. What kind of criminals? Thieves. In order to avoid worrying Sylvia and Helen, he said they were thieves instead of bandits. You must be careful even if they are thieves. As the saying goes, even a fly has its anger. All right. It might take some time since it's a tracking mission. That's right, we will need to prepare some food. It looked like they felt a bit relieved upon hearing that he was going to chase after thieves. Then let's get the beef jerky first. Yes, we also need to pack some dried fruits and bread. Telling him to leave the food to them, Sylvia and Helen entered the annex building. Rayon smiled, looking at the busy kitchen. He felt comfortable whenever he was home. His slight excitement and nervousness had also subsided. I guess I only need to prepare my stuff. Since Sylvia and Helen were excellent at packing food, it looked like he didn't need to worry about it. Then, he just needed to pack the items to track down the criminals, and things like clothes, shoes, and robes. Rayon went to his room to stuff a light backpack with whatever he needed for the mission and put it under his bed. He calmed himself down by sitting down on the floor and cultivating the ring of fire. Since they don't belong to the South-North Union but are only connected to them, they shouldn't be that strong. Since it was their first mission, the bandits shouldn't be that powerful. Since official roads should already be blocked, we will end up fighting the bandits hiding in the mountains. The bandits' center of activity was the mountain. Even if the trainees were stronger than them, it wasn't going to be easy to find and fight them in the mountains. The trainees wouldn't be able to find the bandits at first, so the instructors would end up guiding them to encounter the bandits and fight them. Well, we don't need to go through all that. Although it was part of training, the mission was still a mission. If he caught or killed the criminals on his own, he was going to be rewarded for sure. It was clearly an opportunity for him, as someone that needed to gain accomplishments. Breathing out the dirty air after cleansing with the ring of fire, Rayon opened his eyes. Let's do it. That evening, because of Sylvia, who kept hugging him and wouldn't let him go, he went to the training ground later than he'd planned. The other trainees were there first, and most of them were as stiff as wooden dolls. Burn was murmuring something, looking at the sky with clenched fists. Rayon tried discerning it. He was saying that he was going to distinguish himself during the mission, but his voice cracked. Martha was sitting on a chair at the opposite side. She was sitting with her legs crossed, glaring at any trainee who passed by. Judging from her rougher behavior than usual, she also seemed to be nervous. On the other hand, Run-On was just staring blankly at her ice cream box. It looked like she was barely holding herself back from eating it. If you aren't going to eat it right now, wouldn't it be better to put it in your bag, since you can't use your hand like this? Run-On stared into Rayon's eyes for a long time, then she finally nodded and put the ice cream box into her backpack. Her eyes were wavering slightly. It looked like she was feeling a bit anxious about the fact that the ice cream box was no longer in her hand. She's amazing. Even Burren and Martha were nervous, yet Run-On was the same as always. It looked like her only interest was whether the ice cream was going to break or not. It was ridiculous, but he felt relieved that she seemed to be completely released from Syria's brainwashing. Call me later when the girl takes out the ice cream. While Wrath was murmuring that he wanted to taste the new ice cream, Rimmer kicked open the door and entered. Instead of the usual rag, he was wearing proper leather armor. He went up onto the platform with the instructors. Stand in a line. As Rayon stood in front of the platform and issued orders, the trainees lined themselves up. 4 to 3 trainees, nobody's missing. Good. Rimmer nodded, smiling. Is everyone ready? Yes. The trainees shouted their throats off in order to forget their nervousness. It's a real battle from now on. Rimmer stood up, the smile that he always wore disappeared. The ones that we are after are extremely evil criminals that have robbed the lives and properties of dozens of people, then burned up a whole village before running away. Don't consider them humans. Cut their head off as soon as you see them. You have my permission. Facing a pressure as intense as a typhoon, the trainees swallowed. Outside is a battlefield. It's hell. Don't let your guard down. Brace yourselves at all times. Yes. The trainees replied nervously. Their voices had become even louder. But you shouldn't be nervous, either. Nervousness stiffens your body, and you won't be able to move like you usually do. I told you to not let your guard down, but I didn't tell you to be nervous. Hello. Rimmer smiled once again. The trainees, whose shoulders were as stiff as a rabbit's ear, slowly sighed. That's why the role of the top trainee is important. His gaze was directed at Rayon, who was standing at the center. A soft smile, the gaze was reflecting his trust and confidence. Rayon Sieghart, can you do it? Of course. Rayon slowly bowed his head. Rimmer smiled in satisfaction, looking at his calm eyes with no sign of nervousness nor carelessness. There's no need to be nervous, nor to be careless. I'll do everything. Rayon and the trainees used the dimensional gate to move to the southern end of the Sieghart's domain in a single day. They normally would be moved more slowly to gain experience in things like camping, but they had to move as quickly as possible because the mission had suddenly changed. The trainees' expressions were darker than the dim sky because of the tension surrounding their first mission. We will rest over there for tonight. Rimmer pointed at the village that they could see at the foot of the hill. It was a small village, but it looked friendly, with gray smoke rising from the roofs. Since the village was part of Sieghart's domain, the burning sword emblem was engraved at the entrance. Instructor, shouldn't we keep moving instead of resting? Buren approached Rimmer and asked, Look at yourselves. You've exhausted most of your stamina from crossing the dimensional gate. Do you think you can track them like that? Buren looked back and groaned. Although the dimensional gate allowed for long-distance travel in a short period of time, it also cost a large amount of stamina and willpower. Since it was the first time most of the trainees had used the dimensional gate, they were even more tired. Tonight is your last rest. Don't worry too much, as we will be tracking them from daybreak tomorrow without any rest or sleep. But there might be other casualties if we end up being late. Although they might be small, the Snow Tiger Bandits have connections with the South-North Union. Stop thinking that you will win against them just because you are stronger. If you encounter them while tired, you might end up losing instead. Rimmer glared coldly at the trainees. Remember what I told you, don't be careless or nervous. You aren't following either of the two. Brace yourselves again as you rest tonight. Yes. Then let's go. He went to the village first, the trainees including Rayon following after him. Rayon furrowed his brows. He could feel a powerful yet familiar energy from the village. Instructor, what's up? Are there family swordsmen in the village, by any chance? Your senses are really impressive. Rimmer whistled and nodded his head. Did you really feel that? I felt a pressure too powerful to be a villager. You are right, a swordsman was dispatched from the house, just in case the bandits decided to move to the north and attack them. Wow. Sieghart was famous for the reliable protection they provided to the villages and cities under them. It seemed that the swordsman was dispatched as soon as a problem arose near the village. Your senses are really mysterious. Hearing Rimmer's astonishment, Buren frowned and tried to feel the swordsman's presence. Martha snorted as if it was nothing special. Sieghart's swordsmen have arrived. Wow. Upon arriving at the village entrance, the villagers waved their hands and cheered. recognizing the burning sword emblem on the instructor's combat uniform. Open the gates. Without any verification, the village gate opened. That was how much the name of Sieghart meant to them. And the same thing happened at Robert's. When he acted under Robert's emblem in his previous life, people in the South had reacted in a similar way. Rayon buried his desire for revenge, reignited in his heart for the first time in a long time, and entered the village. The sweet smell of dinner being prepared covered the place. Welcome, Sieghart's swords. I am Jarton Village's chief, Kamen. An old man with gray hair walked up to them with the help of a stick and bowed his head. Rimmer greeted him with a smiling face and turned around. He said he will guide you to your lodging. Today is the last day you will be able to rest comfortably. Gather before sunrise, make sure to be on time. I still have a lot of stamina. I'll check the terrain around here in the meantime. Burin raised his hand, eyes shining. That's the spirit. It will make things easier if you check the way beforehand. But do you know the geography around here? Rimmer abruptly looked down on Burin. From the map. This village is surrounded by forests and mountains. Even if you saw the map, you will still get confused once you're there. And what if bandits ambushed you in that state? Your head will be sent flying before you can even fight back. Rimmer smiled, tapping on Burin's head. I know how you feel, but your impatience will become their opportunity. Like Ivy said, they can't get away from this area, so calm down. Understood. Burin and the collaterals awkwardly lowered their heads. Starting tomorrow, you won't be able to rest even if you want to. Take a good rest for now. We will start the operation at daybreak tomorrow. Yes. Then let's go. The trainees followed Rimmer to the center, where the village hall was located. The next day at daybreak. Like Rimmer said, they kept marching south without rest. They filled their stomachs with dried food while walking, and they didn't sleep for more than 3 hours. Moreover, it started snowing heavily enough to completely block their vision, which made the trainees as slow as turtles. Sweeping off the snow covering his shoulder, Rayon took a glance at the trainees. Damn shitty powder falling from the sky. Even Burin and Martha were unable to walk properly due to the snow piling up to their knees. Aw, this is so annoying. When is this heavy snow going to end? We race so slow. Since even those two were struggling, the other trainees were obviously floundering in the snow, and they couldn't even advance at half the usual speed. There was a single exception. Run-On was smiling while gathering snow, but she was a peculiar one. Anyway, they might even end up losing the bandits at that rate. Instructor Rimmer was watching them from the side without saying anything. He seemed to think giving advice was too much since he was accompanying them as their guardian, which meant that Rayon needed to do something about it himself. Stop. Rayon stepped up and stopped everyone. You shouldn't force your ankle when you walk on a snowy ground. You will only end up wasting your stamina. He continued, looking around the trainees. Relax your ankles and knees and step on the snow like you're bouncing on a leaf. You should be able to do it with a little practice, since you've already acquired the river footwork. Rayon smoothly stepped on the snow and walked ahead as a demonstration. His legs were advancing faster than when he walked normally, almost as if he was sliding on the ice. Wow. The trainees gasped. Rayon demonstrated a few more times so that everyone could imitate his snow step. We will move in a single line from now on. Burin, come forward. Why? When facing a snowstorm or a strong wind, you're supposed to move in a line in order to reduce the wind resistance. You will be leading the other children at the front. Hearing the word laid, Burin's eyes sparkled. The rest should stand in a single line, facing Burin's back. One line was created, with Burin at the front, Martha in the middle, and Run-On at the back. The lead will change every hour. Start moving. Without getting in the line, Rayon went to the side and guided the trainees. As the trainees moved in a single line after learning the snow steps, their speed was almost twice as fast as before. Wow! It's really fast. It is not any different from the usual. How did Rayon know about this? He is such a mysterious guy. The trainees admired him, looking at Rayon as he single-handedly walked through the snow. That's really good. I know, right? He's teaching them very efficiently, like he's already experienced marching. I was about to give them some hints, but that wasn't necessary. The instructors following behind them were also amazed. Rimmer smiled gently, looking at Rayon and the trainees. Rayon and the trainees managed to arrive at a village through the snowstorm. However, the village was completely blackened, burnt up without a single sign of life. A part of the village was filled with corpses of all ages and sexes, whose names and faces couldn't be recognized. It was the village that the snow tiger bandits had attacked. Yuwa. Gross. Those with weak stomachs among the trainees were nauseated, and even those with strong stomachs frowned or turned their heads away. Rayon stayed next to Rimmer and examined the corpses like he didn't feel anything. They were burned after being killed by a sword. They didn't die from the fire, but they were mostly slashed to death by a sword before being burned up. It looked like the bandits stole belongings by attacking the village and running away, just like he'd heard. It's just that. He couldn't understand why the bandits decided to attack the village when they could have just collected tolls on the mountain road. Are you okay? As he kept looking at the corpses, Rimmer approached him with a worried expression. I'm fine. I'm all right. In fact, the only people who were looking at the corpses up close were Rayon and Martha. I knew it. He already had that impression, but it looked like Martha was used to seeing corpses, or making corpses herself. Ahem. Burn came up while biting his lip and examined the corpses. He was clearly forcing himself. Run-On was having difficulties, but she was still trying to examine the wounds on the corpses to understand the bandits' swordsmanship. She was a completely different person from when she was frightened just by seeing blood. It looked like he didn't need to worry about her anymore. This is what the Snow Tiger bandits have done. Keep this in mind and never forget so that your swords won't hesitate upon meeting them. Let's go. Yes. Hearing Rimmer's advice, the trainees' eyes shone menacingly. The nervousness from their first mission had transformed into an intense anger. 2 days later, Rayon and the trainees arrived at the Rootin' Mountain, where the Snow Tiger bandits were thought to be hiding. They would reach the blockaded official road if they advanced for 2 more days, and since the house's swordsmen were closing in around them, the bandits were for sure hiding in the vicinity. Attention, everyone. Rimmer clapped his hands to gather the trainees. Here is our foothold. We will be forming groups to track down their location from now on. He personally formed the groups for them, and Rayon got grouped up with Run-On. It was a relatively small group compared to other groups who had 3 to 4 members, but it outclassed them in terms of might. Take a whistle as well. Rimmer distributed a silver whistle to each group. It's a whistle that you need to be trained to hear. Blow on it if you get in danger. The instructors watching after you will react immediately. Yes. Instead of whistling at the first danger, try doing what you can by yourself. You can combine forces between groups or try fighting them without our help. Just remember that their swords will be merciless, so never let your guards down. Understood. The trainees recalled the horrible scenes in the village that the bandits had attacked and started moving in the direction they each picked. However, Rayon didn't start moving immediately. He looked around at the Rootin' Mountain located in the east, the low hills in the west, and the dense forest next to it. That mountain. He directed his gaze at the Rootin' Mountain. Since they could watch them from the mountain and they could run away from behind, the mountain was the correct place for the bandits to be. However, since it was the correct choice, the mountain wasn't the answer. There was no way that bandits that knew they were being chased and surrounded were going to hide in the mountain. The same went for the forest. They wouldn't be easily discovered because it was a dense forest, but it was also difficult for them to run away. Then I think. Rayon looked at the hills. They were too visible, but there could be other terrains within. It seemed to be a good idea to check that place first. Rayon. As Rayon made up his mind and stood up, Run-On approached him and tilted her head. She seemed to be wondering why they weren't moving. Rayon had wondered why he was put in the same group as her, but it seemed Rimmer wanted him to take care of the soft-hearted Run-On. Let's go this way. Humble. Rayan started climbing the hills along with Runan. I knew it. It was as expected. Though the hills looked empty at first, there was a forest that couldn't be seen from the outside. It wasn't dense, but it looked pretty deep. He lowered his gaze and examined the entrance to the forest. Apparently, the forest was full of animals. The numerous small footprints of animals made it difficult to find traces of humans. However, that would have been the case with a normal hunter or tracker, but Rayan was different. In order to become the best assassin, being skilled in murder wasn't enough. Tracking skills, perception, and information gathering all needed to reach the highest level to become the best assassin. Without giving up, Rayan looked for the bandits' tracks while advancing slowly in the forest. Even though they were specialized in mountains and forests, they still must be left some traces, since they were humans. I found it. Rayan's eyes flared red. It wasn't on the ground. There was a very small sign that a human had passed by on a shoulder-high bush. Hold your breath and follow me. Humble. Rayan lowered his body after hearing Runan's answer. Guessing the bandit's location from the sign, he slowly moved his legs. Stop. Rayan extended his hand to the back. Why? There is a trap. There was an invisible thread trap right in front of them. Passing through, it would be resulted in their legs being cut, giving the people inside a signal. I can't let that happen. Rayan removed the trap in a way it wouldn't signal them and kept moving forward. How did you even see that? Wrath exclaimed. I really don't understand what kind of human you are. Even though the King of Essence has lived for a long time, it's still incomprehensible. I was lucky it was reflecting in the sunlight. HMPH, what a joke. Wrath snorted, telling him he didn't believe him. Rayan told him to think whatever he wanted and went deeper into the forest. There were more traces of the bandits. While examining the ground to find their exact location, he found a strange sign. This is. It was an inappropriately small footprint. It looked like a child's footprint. Is it a child from that village? It looked like they kidnapped children from the village in order to use them as hostages. What a bunch of evil bastards. He breathed out to calm his boiling anger. Run on. Humble it. Your footsteps shouldn't make any sound from now on. Walk like me. He taught Runan how to walk without making any sound. Because it was an application of river footwork, she managed to replicate it very quickly. And the whistle. Not yet. It would have been a different story if there weren't hostages, but since children were involved, he needed to avoid the instructors making sounds as they came towards them at the sound of the whistle. Discovering the location of the children and bandits before whistling was the correct thing to do. Blow the whistle as soon as I give the signal. Okay. Runan nodded, holding the whistle tightly. Let's go. Rayan lowered his body while pointing ahead. We are almost there. After crouching through the forest for about 10 minutes, they found frequent traces of the bandits. They didn't even try to hide it around here. They avoided leaving traces as much as they could at the hills and forest entrance, and there were traps in the middle, but that place was different. It seemed as if they believed they wouldn't be found out, since the traces were scattered around everywhere. As expected, it wasn't a mistake. Rayan frowned after examining the surroundings. The children's traces existed there as well. The bandits have taken children as hostages. Hostages? Yes, let's grasp the situation first before deciding whether we should blow the whistle or act by ourselves. Humble it. Runan nodded immediately. It looked like she'd believe him no matter what he said. Let's go, then. Rayan gestured with his head and almost crawled as he advanced, Runan following behind him. After about 10 minutes of crawling, a human voice could be heard from ahead. Rayan's eyes grew as dark as shadows. They had found them. Rayan crawled towards the direction the voice came from and raised his head. Two bandits were standing guard over the bushes that were blocking his vision like a wall. They seemed to be joking around and giggling. Their skills are pretty bad. They were rather developed physically, but he couldn't feel any aura from them. They were low-class warriors that couldn't use mana. He looked over them to see what was behind. A big bandit was sitting on the other side of the two chattering bandits, and a child was tied to a tree. Only wearing a thin clothing, the child's face and hands had turned red. "Hi." The child groaned, unable to withstand the cold, and the bandit next to him tapped his cheek. The touch was enough to make the child tremble and shrink away. "Tusk." Rayon frowned and clicked his tongue. Just as he'd expected on the way, the bandit was holding the child hostage. They must have been planning to threaten their enemies by putting their sword to the child's neck. There should be a few more. They wouldn't have left the hostage where they stood guard if he was the only hostage. There were certainly going to be more hostages inside, where more bandits had gathered. What shall I do? If he tried to inform everyone and move together, the bandits would certainly realize something was going on. It could be a better idea to save the hostages and assassinate the bandits now, since they hadn't been discovered yet. And I can't leave him like that. The child's lips were completely blue. He could end up dying from the cold if left alone. Rayon turned his head. Runon's eyes were shivering, not knowing what to do after seeing the hostage. "It will be all right," Rayon whispered, creating an energy barrier to avoid sound from going out. "I have a way to solve this." "A way? But you have to help me." Runon nodded like she would do anything. "On my signal, stand up to show yourself, then block sound using mana. Can you do it?" Without asking the reason or the method, Runon simply nodded. "I'll take care of the rest. The two of us can save that child." "I got it." Hearing that they could save the child, Runon nodded more vigorously than ever. Then, leaving Runon where she was, Rayon used his shadow footwork to move near the tree where the child was tied up. "How long do we have to stay here?" They said the crazy bastards at Sieghart have already dispatched swordsmen. The roads are all blocked, apparently. Shit, are we all going to die? Since the boss said he called people from the South-North Union, our guide will arrive soon if we wait. Without realizing someone was listening to them, the bandits blabbered about their circumstances. "Shut up." The bandits sitting next to a tree reproached them, and the bandits standing watch closed their mouths. "That guy is a bit different." He could feel an aura from the bandit's energy center as he sat next to the tree. He was only around the beginner level with the sword, though. In a single step, Rayon arrived next to the big bandit. Runon had already finished her preparations and was breathing silently. Controlling his breath, Rayon bent his knees. In a posture that would allow him to start moving at any time, he raised his finger to create a small fire. "Russell." Runon, at his signal, stood up from the bush. What is it?" "Who's there?" When the bandit tried to grab the child, just in case, Rayon was already standing behind him. "PSOK." He cut the bandit's throat as he drew his sword. "Cug." Unable to grab the child or draw his sword, the bandit's head was split away from his body. Before the blood gushed from the bandit's headless body, Rayon kicked off from the ground. "What?" Of the two bandits, the one on the right turned around first. Rayon turned his ankle to change directions. He dashed to the right and swung his sword. Wham! Right after stabbing the bandit in the heart, he spun his sword to aim at the last bandit's throat. What? The last bandit swallowed, looking at the sword touching his neck. "I'll kill you if you move or make a sound." Cug. The bandit swallowed and shut his mouth. It seemed he wasn't completely stupid. Runon released the child. Runon nodded energetically and went to the child. "Answer my questions. I'll pull out your bones one by one each time you refuse." Rayon bent the bandit's arm and slammed him down on the ground. I understand." The bandit kept nodding without any hesitation, terrified by Rayon, who killed his allies. "You are the Snow Tiger Bandits, correct?" That's right." "How many are you?" "WWE are 39. "Where are the rest?" "They are in the forest over there." The bandit pointed towards the deeper part of the forest with his chin. "Certainly." He could feel multiple presences moving deep inside the forest. Since they were at such a location, they weren't trying to hide their presence. When is your guard shift over? In about 3 hours. And the hostages? There's one more in there. I see. Rayon nodded. As he'd expected, they had a hostage where they kept guard because they had another one. If there are 36 of them together, I can't use the same strategy. Assassinating them was an easy task, but rescuing the hostages when 36 people were watching was rather difficult. Rayon. Run-On came to him after dressing the child in a robe. The child's face was clean. It looked like she'd cleaned his face with a handkerchief. Mr. Swordsman, my little sister is in there. The child knelt in front of Rayon and rammed his head against the ground. Despite his lips still bleeding from the cold, he didn't stop pleading. Please save my little sister. Don't worry. Run-On gently patted the child's head. Rayon will resolve everything for you. Run-On, you shouldn't say something like that rashly. But you are going to do it. OHMPH. Rayon cleared his throat. Run-On's eyes were clear, showing complete trust in him. Facing such a heavy trust, Rayon's throat felt dry. Killing the bandits is one thing, but I think it'd be better to call more people if we want to rescue the hostage safely. Since there are 36 bandits, including their boss, it could be dangerous. Shall I use the whistle, then? Yes. Run-On stood while still holding the child's hand. She stepped back and blew the whistle that she'd got from Rimmer. Despite blowing it so hard that her face turned red, no sound came out. It definitely can't be heard. The sound was so quiet that he couldn't hear anything, despite being right next to her. He could understand why that whistle was given to them. It's an inaudible whistle. Wake up, everyone. The pursuers are here. As soon as she finished blowing the whistle, a husky voice could be heard from the forest. What is this? Rayon swallowed. That reaction was certainly from hearing the whistle. I didn't expect there to be someone so sensitive. He didn't think they would be able to hear the whistle from so far away when even Rayon himself had difficulty hearing it. Realizing that he'd messed up, cold sweat ran down his back. Run-On, hide over there with the child. Rayon pointed at the bush to the west. What about Rayon's? I'll buy some time here. Answering Run-On's question, he pulled the suppressed bandit's arm towards the bush. It's all right, so trust me, and if you get an opportunity, save the other hostage. Okay. When he said it was all right, Run-On nodded and went to the bush to the right side. Wham! Along with a crashing noise, 3 to 4 bandits wearing all sorts of outfits approached together. What? When did they? Oh shit. Which bastard did this? The bearded macho man that had the most powerful pressure ground his teeth upon seeing the dead bandits. The hostage is over there. Rayon confirmed the hostage's location while hiding in the bush. The rightmost bandit was grasping the little girl by her throat. Fortunately, he was right next to the bush where Run-On was hiding. Come out. The bearded macho stomped on the ground and glared. If you don't come out, I'll slit that girl's throat. He drew his greatsword and aimed it at the hostage girl. Tuzg. Grabbing the suppressed bandit's neck, Rayon stood up from the bush. A kid, are you saying you did all this? That's right. That's crazy. How could they lose to such a young brat? Underboss. The bandit Rayon was holding called him Underboss. It seemed the macho man was the second in command of the bandits, who also heard the whistle. Who did you call with the inaudible whistle? He was even aware of the name of the whistle that Rimmer gave him. It looked like he used to be an instructor somewhere. Why does it matter who I called? You must want to die at a young age. The underboss growled like a beast. I want to exchange hostages, Rayon said while placing his sword between the underboss and the bandit. Exchange hostages. I'll give him back if you hand over that child. The underboss laughed so hard that his shoulders shuddered. I don't care whether he dies or not. Unlike that girl, he isn't worthy of being a hostage. I see, indeed. Rayon nodded and put his sword against the bandit's neck. I already told you we don't care at all that he dies. If you don't want to see this girl's head cut off, drop your sword right now. I wonder. Creating a small flame with his left pinky finger, he sent the signal to run on. His worth is something that I decide, not you. Rayon cut his carotid artery with his sword. A huge amount of blood gushed out from his throat, blocking the bandit's vision. No! Rayon raised the dagger he had on his waist. Using the perception of the snow flower and his senses to the best of his ability, he detected the presence of the bandit holding the girl. He threw the dagger at the bandit, filling it with energy from the 10,000 flames cultivation. Whack! When the blood gushing towards the sky finally calmed, they could see the bandit collapsing with a dagger stuck on his forehead. Fuck damn it. Stop him. When the underboss and the bandit started moving towards the girl that had been set free, Run-On stood up. Silver Frost was imbued in her unsheathed sword. Zoft Frost. As she swung her sword, Frost appeared under the bandits running towards her. Who is she? Ice. It's an attributed aura. The bandits couldn't move carelessly, and their legs stopped. A moment's hesitation was all he needed. Thud. Rayon kicked off from the ground and sprung towards the girl. Stop. A bandit in his path struck down his sword. Thud. Rayon deflected it by hitting the side of the sword with his hand, then cut the bandit's throat. He looked like he was riding the wind, just like Rimmer. You bastard. The underboss slammed down his greatsword to block his path. Rayon turned his ankle to stand in front of the girl and thrust his sword. Whack! A thin sword and a huge greatsword collided, but the greatsword was the one that was pushed back. Kyo! The underboss stepped back while gritting his teeth. I got her. In the meantime, Run-On appeared next to him and held the girl in her arms. Saren. Be brother. The children hugged each other and started crying. It's okay now. Run-On withdrew, holding the children. Her lips were into a small, unusual smile. She's pretty good. Rayon glanced at the back and smirked. Run-On acted exactly the way he wanted, as if she could read his mind. She was pretty quick-witted, despite how she looked. You damn brats, do you know who I am? The underboss swung his greatsword while gritting his teeth. The bandits behind him also drew their swords, spreading murderous intent. I don't care about the name of someone who's going to die soon. The red flame of the 10,000 flames cultivation flared up on Rayon's sword. Come at me, get him. The bandits charged at Rayon, following the underboss's command. Rayon easily dodged the bandits' attack by tilting his head slightly, then he thrust his sword in his direction in a straight line. Before he could even think about dodging, the bandit's heart was pierced and he collapsed. Stab. Looking for an opening, the bandit at his right thrust his spear. Rayon parried it using the side of his sword, then sliced the bandit's throat and the spear handle in a single strike. The bandit died with his eyes wide open. He looked like he didn't even realize he was dying. How are you so resolute at your age? Because these kinds of people are better off dead. Rayon coldly glanced through the bandits. They were fiends that burned up an entire village and took children hostage. He didn't feel guilty about killing them. What are you doing? Attack him at once. He's just a kid. Doing. Arg. 20 bandits holding swords, spears, and sabers lunged at him at once. Whap! When Rayon brandished his sword, Silver Frost came out from the ground and engulfed the bandits. It was Run-On. She despread the frost to slow down the bandits. Thud! Rayon thanked her by nodding to her slightly, then moved to the bandits' left side. You bastard! Facing the bandits swinging their swords at the same time, Rayon kept dashing ahead instead of dodging. Grazing the bandits' swords, he swung his sword upward. The blade dyed in red sliced through 2 bandits at once. Die. The bandit behind them tried to skewer him with his spear. The deadly spearhead was thrust at Rayon's heart. He lowered his body. The spearhead cut Rayon's hair and scattered it in the air. How? 2 bandits, one holding an axe and the other a sword, lunged at him right after. Slide. Rayon moved back smoothly and sliced the bandit's neck when he was caught off guard. Catch up with him, slippery bastard. You don't need to come at me. Rayon used the river footwork to turn his ankle. Bending his body forward, he leapt like lightning. Since I'm coming to you. Breathing through beneath the bandits that were chasing after him, Rayon swiped with the star-combining sword. Slash! The lightning-fast consecutive strikes sent the heads of 4 bandits flying. Hug! When Rayon stopped his sword to catch his breath, a powerful murderous intent appeared behind him. It's him. It was the underboss that had been staying back, looking for an opportunity. Without turning, Rayon bent his back. The underboss's greatsword went over him, cutting his bangs. The golden hair fluttered in the air. How did you dodge that? By doing well. Rayon swung his sword up at the confused underboss. Whack! Since he was in an awkward position, the strike didn't carry much strength. However, the underboss still bounced back, unable to withstand it. Attack, rip him into pieces. The underboss and bandits holding all kinds of weapons flooded at him like a wave. Rusty swords and spears were aimed at his heart, and thick axes walloped at his head. Thud! Rayon took a deep breath and stepped on the ground. He sliced his sword, which contained the energy from the 10,000 Flames cultivation, diagonally from left to right. 10,000 Flames cultivation, wind of flame. The blade of heat, carried by the wind, sliced through the underboss and the bandits at the same time. Hug! Hug! Unable to believe their death, the bandits were split in half and collapsed. Ugh! Monster! How can a child like that? The last few remaining bandits backed away with trembling hands. Where is your bow? Wow, this is ridiculous. A man wearing an unbuttoned top came out of the bushes. Despite his young face, at about 30 years old, his pressure was extremely violent. Rayon understood from his strong malice that he was the ringleader. Boss! Leader! A light of hope shone upon the bandits that had been trembling in fear. As expected, that man was the Snow Tiger's leader. How can you get annihilated by a small kid? I'd just get humiliated even if I joined the South-North Union like this. The man giggled, bringing the liquor bottle he had around his waist to his mouth. There was no sign of anger, despite many bandits having died. Instead, he seemed to find the situation interesting. Those are some very elegant faces and clothes. You gotta be from a rich family, huh? The bandit boss giggled and pointed at Rayon, then run on. Well, that's better. I was worried my presents weren't enough, but I'm gonna take you hostage. It seems I, Bookin, haven't been abandoned by heaven. Introducing himself as Bookin, the bandit boss drew his saber. He started spinning a saber as thick as a log, as if it was a leaf. If his name is Bookin, he's indeed the boss. That was the name of the Snow Tiger's leader, the one that Rimmer had mentioned before. The fact that his might was above average among the aura users also matched the description. He was the strongest opponent so far. However, there was no tension, as he was an opponent Rayon could easily win against. Come at me since you are a young master. I'll let you have a head start. Bookin giggled and put his fingers together, wagging them. Fine. Rayon signaled Run-On to stay back, then stepped up. Let's see how strong this kid I. While Bookin was carelessly blabbering, Rayon thrust his sword at his neck. Whoosh! The blade, filled with the energy of the 10,000 Flames cultivation, lunged at Bookin's neck. Ho! Bookin gasped and swung his saber. Spinning like a windmill, the blade managed to deflect the sword's trajectory. Smack! The powerful impact pushed both Rayon and Bookin back at once. Wow, that's pretty strong. Bookin's eyes glowed like a hungry beast. Very interesting. Bursting out in laughter, he pounced. Rotating his saber, he slammed it down. Rayon didn't face the attack head-on. Instead, he dodged it by turning his body. Crash! The saber split the ground upon reaching it. It was a monstrous strength. Kuhaha! Bookin laughed like crazy and continuously slammed down his saber. As a gigantic saber dominated the space, his movement grew more and more restricted. You are going to be sliced to death if you keep trying to dodge. That's none of your business. Rayon calmly kept using the footwork and blocked the strikes. Tusk, I guess we don't need to continue this any further, if that's all you've got. Bookin pouted and kept swinging his saber. The huge saber that was riding the wind shone blue and exploded with a powerful energy. Just die. The moment his saber rose into the air and his motions grew large, red lightning struck Rayon's eyes. 10,000 flames cultivation, first flame. Flame spirit. Flame appeared at the tip of the silver blade and blossomed, riding the wind. Slash. The fierce energy of the small flame cut through Bookin's saber and cut him at his waist. Gala. Bookin screamed, grabbing the sword stabbing into his ribs. You bastard. Holding the blade, he pushed back with tremendous strength. It looked like he wasn't the boss for nothing. Die. Holding the sword stabbing his ribs with his left hand, he swung his saber at Rayon's neck with his right hand. Pointless. Rayon dodged the cut by tilting his neck slightly, then used Bookin's strength to thrust his sword in even more to the right. Cug. A brutal amount of blood gushed from Bookin's side. Releasing the sword he was holding, Bookin backed off. What's everyone doing? Kill him. Do you want to die here? Let's go. Save the boss. The bandits dashed towards Rayon at once, hearing Bookin's shout. Ho! Rayon caught his breath and swung his sword. Using Zieghart's basic technique, he decapitated the bandits running at him and sliced their legs. Cug! Arg! Aheg! The wall of bandits screamed and collapsed. Where is he? Rayon looked for Bookin's location while swinging his sword. He wasn't there anymore. He couldn't find his location with his perception either. He escaped. The boss had used his underlings as a shield in order to run away. It was an act befitting of a bandit. Rayon grit his teeth and emanated his pressure. I don't have much time. Unlike him, Bookin should have been familiar with the surrounding area. It was going to be difficult to catch him again if he escaped. Whir! He swung his sword, using the 10,000 flames cultivation at its full power. The moment the blade died in red sliced like lightning, the bandits in front of Rayon had their heads separated from their bodies. The bandits foolishly collapsed before they even realized they were killed. Arg. NNO, we can't win against that. He's a monster. Boss, huh? Did that son of a bitch run away? I surrender. The last few remaining bandits screamed. Upon realizing the leader had run away, they all dropped their weapons and knelt down. Run on. After checking the bandits that surrendered, he looked at Run On. I'll follow the leader, kill them without hesitation if they try anything funny. Run On casually answered while hugging the children tightly. The bandits' faces went pale. Later. Using the Ring of Fire and 10,000 flames cultivation, Rayon took off. Entering the area that the bandits came from initially, he widened his perception and rolled his eyes. Where is he? Since the traces of bandits were everywhere, it was difficult to track him down. However, he couldn't hide his sound. Southwest. His hearing, enhanced by the perception of the snow flower, caught a rustling sound from a bush in the southwest. Thud. He ran like the wind towards the source of the sound. It didn't take long before he found Bookin's presence, his back visible. What's that? Bookin wasn't alone. He was running through the forest like a madman, holding a woman in his arms. That's as far as you go. Rayon cut him off, running at full speed using the river footwork. Shit, how did you chase after me? Bookin stepped back with trembling lips. Don't come, I'll kill her if you come any closer. Putting his saber on the woman's neck, he threatened. I'm at the end of my rope. I'll kill her if anything goes wrong. Then you will also die. Rayon didn't succumb to his threat. Using the 10,000 flames cultivation and Ring of Fire, he slowly approached him. Showing weakness because of the hostage is the worst thing to do. He needed to show him that the hostage didn't have any effect on him in order to catch him off guard. And the hostage was actually meaningless to him. Damn it. The leader screamed and threw away the woman he was holding. Ho! Rayon ran up and caught the falling woman with his left hand. Thank you. The moment the clean woman nodded at him, a blue snake popped out from her sleeve. We did it. Bukan cheered. What did you do? Rayon laughed coldly and stabbed the sword in his right hand. Whack! Piercing through the snake's head, the blade also crushed her heart. Kug how? Earlier, he said there were 39 bandits in total. You must be the last one. What kind of crazy bastard counts that? The woman couldn't close her eyes as she died because of how ridiculous that was. And she was too klein for a hostage. Actually, that wasn't everything. The ring with red lines that she had on her finger was the mark of a snake user. The number of bandits was one thing, but he noticed she wasn't a hostage from the ring and her clean appearance. Who are you? Bukan, the snow tiger leader, screamed. He just kept trembling, plopping down on the ground. It seemed he'd realized he couldn't run away. It must have been fun when you were the one doing the killing. Pulling the sword from the woman's heart, he approached Bukan. Get away. Bukan screamed, frantically swinging his saber. His gaze, which used to be fierce, was now trembling in fear. You attacked and plundered the village, even took children hostage. You are worse than a fiend. I'm sorry, but there are many fiends that can do worse. I mean, there are countless. Ignoring wrath, Rayon approached Bukan. Shut up. Bukan leapt up like a grasshopper and swung his saber. The saber's sharp blade, full of aura, glowed menacingly. However, the Ring of Fire had already finished analyzing his techniques. Rayon swung his sword after easily dodging it. Slash! Bukan's right arm fell to the ground. Kua! You don't even have the right to scream. Wait, I'll give you an elixir. The elixir I got in that village cug. Rayon severed his head without hesitation. The head of the disgraceful bandit fell to the ground and rolled away. Huh. Catching his breath, he unsheathed his sword. He mentioned an elixir. He said he'd attacked the village for the elixir. He must have kept it somewhere in his body. When he examined Bukan's clothes, he found a small pouch. This is it. He opened the pouch. There was a flower bud that hadn't burst yet. It was a strange bud with leaves that were half blue and half red. For such a petty reason. Rayon frowned while touching the flower bud. It was an elixir called Tootin Flower, which had the energy of both fire and water attributes. It was rare, but it wasn't something so extraordinary that it would warrant annihilating an entire village. Tuzg. He regretted killing Bukan so quickly. Human greed is like that. It seems the King of Essence is getting to witness more greed here in the human world than back in the devildom. What an interesting world. Rayon didn't respond to Wrath. He wasn't ignoring him, but he couldn't rebuke it because Wrath was correct. It was as Rayon was about to head back, licking his lips, that his head suddenly started hurting. He remembered something from the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Tootin Flower. That wasn't the true form of the flower that didn't blossom. If I had that, it would become a much more potent elixir, The moment he realized Tootin Flower's true form, thanks to the knowledge from the 10,000 Flames cultivation, he felt the presence of someone moving in the southern bushes. Russell. A man appeared through the bush. He was wearing a tiger skin leather jacket and a yellow bandana on his head. He could either be a hunter or a bandit. Is everything over already? He licked his lips, looking at the snow tiger leader's corpse at his feet. All the efforts of coming to help him through Sieghart's encirclement was in vain. The man in a tiger leather jacket raised his head and met Rayon's eyes. Did you do this? That's pretty amazing. South North Union, A yellow bandana was the mark of South North Union, which was one of the 5 demons. The fact that he'd appeared in that place, and the way he seemed to feel sorry about the Snow Tiger leader's death, all proved that he was from the South North Union. My name is Raptor. He introduced himself. It seemed he didn't need to hide it. Raptor. Rayon frowned upon hearing the name. It was a name he'd heard in his previous life. The genius swordsman, who had become the boss of a large group of bandits in South North Union 10 years after joining them with nothing but a single sword. Unlike the Snow Tiger leader, Raptor was a real warrior at a different level. Did you take the elixir he had? What if I did? Rayon nodded. Since he'd arrived when he was looking at the Teuton flower, it was impossible to hide it anyway. You look confident. Well, I guess your judgment is also pretty good, despite your age. He looked at the snake user. And you are pretty strong. I guess that's why you can be so confident. After checking the headless Bookin's corpse, Raptor's gaze was directed at Rayon once again. Descendant of a great family, you must be a member of the direct line of Sieghart, one of the 6 kings. Considering you don't have the flame sword emblem, you must still be a trainee. What shall I do? He licked his lips while fondling the sword around his waist. Shall I kill you? Rayon bit his lip. The moment Raptor mentioned killing him, he was engulfed in an intense murderous intent. However, murderous intent wasn't really effective on him, someone that had lived as an assassin. He pushed back the murderous intent by resonating the 4 rings of fire. Oh! Raptor exclaimed with his eyes wide. His lips parted in his curiosity at how he managed to withstand his murderous intent. This guy isn't a sprout, but a bud ready to burst. He smirked and tapped the sheath of his sword. It seemed he was contemplating whether he should use it or not. I can't win against him. Assassinating him was possible, but winning against him in a straight fight was impossible. However, Rayon also had a card up his sleeve. Clank! Rayon drew his sword first. Draw your sword and fight. He revived the pressure that subsided and pointed his sword at Raptor. Do you realize you will die if I draw this sword? It's natural for the weak to die. How is this young guy so spirited? Raptor exclaimed and clapped. His hands were now completely away from his sword. I don't want to fight anymore, not after witnessing your spirit. It'd be a shame to kill you here. A warrior doesn't choose his place to die. Wow, that's crazy. Are you really a kid? Am I reading an analect right now? Well, that's not actually the only reason. Raptor's gaze went over Rayon and reached the top of a tree. Even if I manage to retrieve that elixir, it's pointless if I end up dying instead. He nodded towards the tree and withdrew. I knew it. Rayon licked his lips. The instructors were currently hiding behind him. He couldn't find Rimmer's location, but he must have been close considering his character. Raptor withdrew because he'd sensed their presence. It would have been really fun if you were in the South North Union. What's your name? Rayon closed his eyes without answering. Raptor's question reminded him of his old memories. When he lived as an assassin in his previous life, people rarely asked anything like that. Even if they did, he wasn't allowed to answer. He'd always either run away without saying anything or attack them with the intent to kill. His heart shook slightly to the fact that an enemy, and a person famous for his might, had asked his name. Are you not going to tell me your name? My name is Rayon Sieghart. Rayon slowly opened his eyes and confidently stated his name. I see, Rayon. I'll be looking forward to hearing your name from the Tarakan Mountains and Rabel River. He grinned and went down the mountain. Rayon stayed alert just in case he decided to return, but he was really gone. Rayon sighed and sheathed his sword. It worked. Raptor had a manly personality, despite his pretty appearance. He managed to leave a favorable impression from acting rashly in an unfavorable situation. It all went according to the information he received in his time at House Robert. I'm glad it ended without a fight. Raptor was strong. He would have been able to win if he fought with Rimmer, but multiple instructors would have died. Avoiding the fight was the best case scenario. Rayon put the elixir in his shirt and put the Snow Tiger leader's head in a thick bag. He needed to bring the head back in order to get the accomplishment. Then let's return. He smiled towards the top of the tree. Rimmer had already located the bandits when the children started the search. Once he erased the distractions, the dense forest and high mountains, he immediately realized the location of the bandits' hideout. However, that was because he'd accumulated countless experiences and it was a different story for the trainees. Just like he'd expected, the trainees went to the mountain and the forest first. Burin and Martha weren't an exception. They were both headed towards the mountain and the forest and started searching like a hunting dog on a scent. Since it was such a natural thing to do, he wasn't even surprised. However, Rayan and Runan were standing still on the road instead of moving away. They only started moving a long time after the other trainees had already started the search. And the direction they decided to go wasn't the forest or the mountain, but the hills. Really? The bandits had picked the forest next to the hills as their hideout, the one that wasn't visible from the outside. It was difficult to determine how they managed to find out about it. It's Rayan after all. It seemed Rayan determined that the bandits were in the hills, using his excellent insight. However, as expected of bandits that live in the mountains, they'd erased most of their tracks. It was difficult even for the instructors to find them, so it would be impossible for Rayan and Runan to find the bandits' presence. However, after looking through the forests on the hills, Rayan looked like he'd found something as he went in. Then he found the traces of humans one by one and slowly advanced towards the bandits' hideout. What the hell was he? Rimmer's jaw dropped. He was on his first mission, yet he was finding the bandits' traces like a professional tracker. That was ridiculous. And he wasn't even advancing normally. Lowering his body, he wasn't even making any sound because he was walking on the tips of his toes. Wow, did he just dismantle that trap? Rayan and Runan removed the trap installed by the bandits and finally reached the bandits' hideout. And there was a hostage that Rimmer didn't even know about. What are you going to do? Rimmer moved closer to the tree that the kid that was taken hostage was bound to. He was going to make his move if Rayan or Runan ended up failing. However, it wasn't necessary. Rayan distracted the bandits standing guard, using Runan as a bait, then beheaded the one guarding the hostage. Gulp! The sharp and definite strike sent chills down his spine. The way he blocked the sound with an energy barrier and killed the other bandit was also perfect. Then he gathered information by leaving one bandit alive. He really looked like a professional. However, there was one mistake. No, it was a coincidence. The inaudible whistle. The underboss detected the whistle that one needed to be trained to hear. Rayan wasn't flustered when facing such a crisis. He immediately came up with a new plan, hiding Runan and the child. He leaped in after making the underboss and the bandits careless, rescuing the second hostage in one fell swoop. The rest was a battle. Fiddling with his fingers, Rimmer watched the battle with Rayan on the front line and Runan on the back line. He stretched his legs so that he could be prepared to help them if things got dangerous, but that never happened. Runan spread her frost and Rayan swung his sword. The bandits couldn't even swing their weapons and ended up dead. The bandit leader, who came out while pretending to be cool, abandoned his underlings and ran away when he realized that he couldn't win against Rayan. I'll need to catch him myself. There wasn't enough time to catch the leader after killing the rest of the bandits, not while protecting the two hostages. Since he couldn't let the leader escape, Rimmer started chasing the leader. Hostage? No, that was also a bandit. The leader went down the hills, carrying the female bandit like a hostage. Then let's catch. Just as Rimmer was about to make a surprise attack, he heard someone running up from behind. It was Rayan. He was dashing towards the bandit leader's location like a lion. The leader pretended to panic and threw the female bandit at him, and Rayan slowed down to catch her. Rimmer frowned. The woman was a snake user. He needed to save Rayan before he got bitten by the snake. However, the moment the snake came out, Rayan moved his right hand. Whack! As if he knew about it already, he pierced through the snake and the woman's heart with his sword without any hesitation. Wow! Rimmer's exclamation leaked out. He showed no sign of confusion as he killed the snake. It wasn't something he could be done unless he'd realized it beforehand. How could someone like him exist? He wasn't even admiring it anymore. His mind was going numb. He'd seen countless talents by wandering from one battlefield to another for dozens of years, yet this was his first time seeing such a monster. After decapitating the Snow Tiger leader, Rayon even took the elixir he had. Yes, good job. He held himself back from applauding. When he looked aside, the other instructors were also astonished. Just as he thought everything was over, a pretty young man appeared with an intense pressure. Yellow bandana and powerful energy, it was a warrior from South North Union. So they were associated with the South North Union after all. He was wondering why the Snow Tiger bandits were still hiding, and it was because they were waiting for the warrior from the South North Union. The warrior introduced himself as Raptor. He knew that name. The genius young swordsman that became the leader of bandits a mere 10 years after joining the South North Union. Rayon wasn't intimidated by Raptor. He drew his sword, telling him to fight. That guy. It wasn't because he didn't recognize Raptor's strength. It was his determination that he wouldn't surrender as a Sieghart's warrior. Raptor was dumbstruck, but also admired Rayon's spirit. Then he withdrew on his own. Of course, he did that because he knew that the instructors, including Rimmer, were hiding nearby, but his hospitality towards Rayon was one of the reasons. I'm Rayon Sieghart. Oh. Watching Rayon, who confidently stated name, after being recognized by somebody stronger than him, made chills run down his spine. The scene of him meeting Glenn in the past replayed in his head like deja vu. Rimmer clenched his fist. King. He was still young and weak, but it seemed the seed of the new king had finally sprouted. Rayon returned to Run-On and the children. The instructors that arrived after hearing the inaudible whistle had already suppressed the leftover bandits. You are back. That was a great accomplishment. Who the hell are you? The instructors spoke, full of admiration, surprise, and astonishment. Rayon. Run-On approached him, holding the two children. The eyes of the kids wearing robes were completely swollen. It looked like they'd cried their hearts out. Run-Ons, you really did great. It wasn't just a formality. Managed to safely rescue the children thanks to her appropriate action. Run-On visibly nodded. She looked happy as she patted the children's heads. Rayon, who was about to pat the two children's heads, stopped when he realized that his hand was stained in blood. It's all right now. He grabbed the children's shoulders and smiled lightly. He wanted to keep talking to them, but he couldn't think of anything to say. Well, the body started crying while hugging his little sister tightly. It seemed he'd been holding himself back as the older brother. You guys should return for now. The instructors pointed towards the foothold under the hills as they dug into the ground. What about the instructors? We will follow after taking care of this place. Leave the rest to us. You really did a great job. The instructors put their thumbs up. Okay. Rayon nodded and left the forest full of bandit stench, Run-On and the children following him. Don't you even know how to comfort kids? Back in the Devildom, the King of Essence once faced a greater famine. Taking pity on the starving young devils, the King of Essence opened the winter castle's door and... Old man, that's enough. Moreover, how did you take so long to kill mere bandits? Don't you feel embarrassed that you can't even use your power properly, despite having the King of Essence with you? How am I supposed to use my power? You idiot, it's the first strike. First strike. You have to thrust your first strike with explosive power. Explosive. Yes, the human's mana circuit is quite mysterious, and you can handle your mana after amplifying it. Rayon learned a more effective way of handling mana by instigating wrath. He was the giving wrath, after all. When Rayon and Run-On returned to the foothold along with the children, the center was noisy. It's the mountain. I'm sure they are hiding at the peak. Bullshit, mountain is too obvious, just like your hairstyle. You're an idiot for thinking that they would be hiding in the mountain just because they're bandits. I'm sure they're hiding in the dense forest in the west. Your method is too impulsive. Relying on instincts without a proper tracking technique or map reading is too dangerous. Shut up, my instincts are better than your reasoning. We will search the western forest tomorrow, no matter what. Buren and Martha were arguing, telling each other that there were bandits where they'd scouted. Phew, they're at it again. They really start arguing as soon as they meet. But I wonder who's correct. The trainees didn't know what to do as they watched the two growl at each other. PH. When Run-On cleared her throat, everyone looked at Rayon, Run-On, and the children. Who are those children? Did you find some runaway kids when you were supposed to look for the bandits? Burin and Martha frowned upon seeing the two children. I wonder, guess who? Rayon grinned, putting the bag containing the bandit leader's head down. Did you say those children were taken hostage by the bandits? Burin's blue eyes widened, nearly wide enough to pop out of his head. Rescuing the hostages means you've found the bandits. Stop lying. Martha shoved her face at Rayon, telling him to stop speaking nonsense. The two of them, no, every trainee in the foothold was stunned, unable to believe they'd managed to rescue the hostages from the bandits. Think whatever you want. Rayon snickered and brought the children near the bonfire. Rest here for now. Letting them settle in front of the fire, he gave them some of the beef jerky that Sylvia and Helen had prepared for him. You can eat this for now. Thank you. Thank you. The boy lowered his head and the girl copied him, lowering her head as well. The two children started nibbling on the beef jerky. Their eyes were teared up with sorrow. Dorian. Yes. Do you have a blanket, a clean one? Of course I do. Thank you. Dorian took out a long green blanket from his belly pocket. Rayon covered the children's shoulders with the blanket. Eat this, too. Run-On met the children's eyes by kneeling down. She took out the ice cream box from her bag, opened the lid, and handed it out to them. The last two remaining bead ice creams. Moreover, even though she'd kept her favorite flavors for the end, there was no hesitation in her gesture. What is this? The girl tilted her head. It's ice cream. Run-On told them that it was cool and delicious, and cleaned the girl's hand before giving the ice cream. Whoa! The girl screamed after trying to touch the ice cream with her tongue. Of course, it was a pleasant scream. Using her small tongue, she started licking the ice cream like a kitten. Whoa! The boy's eyes were wide after taking a bite. However, he gave the rest of the ice cream to his little sister instead of finishing it. Rayon licked his lip as he watched the two children. He felt bitter. He became an adult. Just like with the bandits, he was thinking about his little sister before anything else. It seemed the boy that had lost his parents had already grown into an adult. Rayon thought he was better than his previous life, where he could only follow Darius Roberts' instructions, and lightly tapped the boy's shoulder. He actually managed to defeat the ice cream's temptation, one that even the King of Essence succumbed to. He is going to grow up splendidly. Get him on your side. I like him. Wrath murmured that he wanted to keep him as his underling. Sniff. Rayon raised his head, hearing a sniffing sound. Dorian was watching the children with teary eyes. Eat this and this, eat them all. He brought out all his favorite snacks from his belly pocket and piled them up in front of the children. He was a kind-hearted guy. Rescuing the children is one thing, but we need to take care of the bandits. I'm sure they will try to run away once they realize the hostages have been rescued. Yes, where are those bastards? I'm going to snap the necks of that human garbage, no exceptions. As Rayon was watching the children eating snacks, Burin and Martha approached with feverish and angry eyes, respectively. They tapped their sword sheaths, signaling him to bring them to the bandits already. We don't need to. What do you mean we don't need to? We need to finish the mission properly. What's happening here? As Burin was about to argue, Rimmer and the instructors came out from a bush in the direction of the mountain. There were only 3 instructors missing, those who stayed behind to clean up the bandits' traces. Why are there children here? The instructors, including Rimmer, tilted their heads and pretended that they didn't know anything, even though they already know everything. Rayon wrinkled his mouth. He couldn't discern Rimmer's exact location, but he was certainly watching over him. You already know about it. What do you mean? Rimmer shrugged, feigning ignorance. We saved them with Rayon. Did you save those children? Yes. How? Didn't the other instructors tell you? Now that I think about it, 3 of them are missing. Where did they go? I'll explain. Rayon sighed and stood up. Rimmer looked like he wanted him to explain it in front of everyone. We found the bandits' tracks in front of a forest inside the hills and started chasing after them. There were very small traces, but we managed to find the bandits deep into the forest after tracking them down and he explained in detail everything that happened that day. So that's how we killed the snow tiger leader and rescued the children. Silence filled the place as he finished his explanation. And nonsense. Buren swallowed. How could he actually finish the mission while I was digging the wrong hole? Rayon was saying he'd rescued the hostages and annihilated the bandits while he was wasting his time. It was an unbelievable story, but he had no choice but to believe considering the circumstances. Damn it. Despite losing in spars and training, he'd resolved to get better accomplishments during the mission at least. He failed once again. No, failing was an understatement. He couldn't even match up to him. Realizing how pathetic he was, he despised his arrogance in the past. Shit, damn it. Martha turned around and punched a tree. It stripped the bark off the tree and it fell to the ground. That's not a lie. From what she'd seen so far, Rayon wasn't somebody who would lie. She was certain that Rayon really had rescued the hostages and exterminated the bandits, just him and Runan. Fucking hell. Realizing Rayon and Runan were risking their lives while she was arguing with Buren like a child, she felt so frustrated that she wanted to cry. I wanted to end it. She wanted to cancel her promise to follow Rayon by completing the mission perfectly, but it was her complete loss. There was no room for excuses. Pilot. Acknowledging her loss, Martha sighed heavily. He annihilated the bandits on his own. And he tracked them by himself, then also rescued the hostages. Seriously, what the hell is he? The trainees' chins trembled. Everyone was looking at Runan and Rayon, unable to hide their surprise. Is that true? One of the instructors came up to Rayon. He looked like he really didn't know any of that. He must have been watching after the others. The Snow Tiger leader's might is at sword user's mid-high level. How could you win against him? Are you sure it wasn't a mistake? It's not. How can you be so certain? You can check for yourself. Rayon pointed at the bag, which could be called his spoil of war. The instructor nodded and opened the bag. Red hair and a big scar around the eye. It matched the appearance of the Snow Tiger leader, which he had been given when he accepted the mission. His hands were trembling violently as he looked at Rayon. There's no mistake. The instructor swallowed and turned to Rayon. It was just a verification for the mission, so please don't take offense. Of course. As Rayon nodded, the instructor nodded back and returned to Rimmer. Rimmer probably made him do that. Judging from Rimmer's playful gaze, Rayon realized he was the one behind it. It was probably to convince those that couldn't believe it or were doubting him. As a result, the gazes the trainees directed at him and Runan were filled with admiration and astonishment. I wonder why. Rimmer had been kind to him, more than an instructor should be been. Since he was so different from the instructor in his previous life, he couldn't honestly understand why. Then is the mission over. But we didn't do anything yet. Can we really leave now? The trainees were glad that they could return to their homes and rest easy, but they also seemed worried since they hadn't done anything during the mission. Don't be so depressed. Rimmer smirked, looking at the awkward trainees. It's pretty rare for anyone to skillfully complete their first mission. Those instructors also kept making mistakes or couldn't do anything at all during their first mission. The instructors nodded, confirming what he said. Then what about Rayon and Runan? Yeah, they finished the mission by themselves. Well, those are the rare people we call monsters. You should already be used to them, shouldn't you? Actually, I also did great on my first mission. It was a huge ruckus. I rushed at the enemies holding a single sword. Rimmer giggled and started describing his performance on his first mission. That bastard story isn't even amazing. Back in Devildom, the King of Essence froze an entire castle during his first battle. It became a legend throughout the entirety Devildom. Rayon shook his head. His eardrums started to hurt because of how much Wrath was talking. Rimmer announced the mission's completion, and said they would return to the house the day after. The trainees immediately started to prepare a meal, and Runan, who'd already grown close to the kids, ate with them. While Rayan was eating dinner on his own, Rimmer came up to him. "Good job." Holding the bowl full of solid ingredients, Rimmer sat down next to him. "Well, that was the mission. There are countless people that can't complete a mission despite being qualified as swordsmen, so you did really great in comparison. You could be done better in some aspects, though." Rimmer spooned the soup and ate it. Murmuring that it tasted bad, he put the bowl aside. Bandits aren't easy opponents like in the stories. They can utilize the mountain as well as the elves, and their savagery doesn't lose to orcs. They are even worse if they belong to or are aiming to join the South-North Union. "Yes." Rayon nodded silently. The decision to save the children worked out, but if they had a warrior above the level of expert, you and Runan would be died instead. "So you were watching us after all." "Well, it just happened." Rimmer grinned and continued. "You did great today. However, in the future you should decide whether you should act alone or call the other people after confirming the enemy's number and might, as well as the presence of and the state of the hostages. Since you are the top trainee, you should improve your decision-making ability." He wasn't wrong. Rayon had countless experiences in killing, but he was a bit lacking since it was the first time that he had to rescue hostages. Since he was going to have allies with him more often than he'd be alone while he was with Sieghart, it was important to improve his decision-making accordingly. "You don't need to feel dejected. Since you and Runan chose the best course of action, you will grow up splendidly in the future." "Thank you." Rimmer put his thumbs up. Rayon silently closed his eyes and accepted his compliment. And those children will be brought to the house. Apparently, they have nowhere to go since their entire family is dead." "I see." Rayon scratched the ground. He felt bitter oddly, despite it being a stranger's business. "Since they got close to Runan, I'm going to ask if House Sullian can take them in." "That would be nice." The children listened to Runan, so that seemed like a good idea. Rayon Sieghart. When he was about to eat the soup to calm his bitter mind, Burin, who'd already finished eating, came up to him and opened his pouting mouth. "I admit it, today was my complete loss. You and Runan finished the mission while I was as wrong as a broken clock, however." He raised his trembling fist. "I won't give up. I'll catch up to you one day, even if that means I have to get rid of thousands of training shoes." "Long." Without even waiting for the answer, Burin turned around. He returned to the collateral trainees just like that. "What was that? Why training shoes?" Since he couldn't understand what he was talking about, he decided to continue eating and picked up his spoon. At that moment, a snorting sound came from the wooden column to his right side. It was Martha. She was crossing her arms with a cold expression on her face. "Pathetic." Without specifying who she was talking about, she went into the forest. "Your life is full of trouble." Rimmer grinned and put down the bowl. Despite complaining about its taste, the bowl was completely empty. "Whose fault do you think that is?" Rayon frowned. He was the one who stirred the trainees up by instigating an instructor, yet he was talking like he didn't know anything about it. "Whose fault is it?" Rimmer giggled and asked back. "You need rivals to grow properly at your age. They will become trustworthy allies in the future, so get along with them." After saying that, he disappeared with a green wind. "Rivals, huh?" As soon as Rimmer left, wrath popped out of the bracelet. The King of Essence also had 6 rivals. The strongest was obviously the King of Essence, but they weren't too bad. Rayon sighed and piled up the empty bowls. "Why are there so many crazy people around me?" Rayon and the trainees returned to the house in a week. Some trainees were worried about the fact that they didn't do anything during the mission, but they were mostly happy because they could rest comfortably once again. Rumble. Sieghart's main gate, which looked like layers of steel towers, opened majestically. As the gatekeeper was letting them pass, a big man over 2 meters tall came out from inside. He was Eliyun, the foreign minister. Runan Sullian, Rayon Sieghart. His eyes sparkled as he called for Rayon and Runan, who were standing at the very back. "The head of house has summoned the 2 of you. Prepare to present yourselves at the Lord's manor immediately." We've been summoned. Rayon furrowed his brow, looking at Runnan, who was holding the children's hands. Runnan didn't seem to know the reason either as she tilted her head. You don't need to be surprised. The foreign minister, Alayun, gave a refreshing smile. Awarding the most accomplished trainees in their first mission is Sieghart's custom. That's right, you don't need to be nervous, since he must be calling you to compliment you. Rimmer looked slightly excited as he nodded, murmuring that it wasn't a big deal. However, there was one thing neither Rimmer nor Alayun had mentioned. Complimenting the trainees that did well on their first mission had happened before, but calling them to the Lord's Manor had never happened. Rayon changed his plans to start training as soon as he returned, instead heading towards the Lord's Manor. He felt heavy pressure weighing down on his shoulders from the audience chamber's gigantic and antique door, despite having seen it multiple times before. It wasn't because of the door's size, but because of the absolute being on the other side. Don't be so nervous, he won't say anything bad today. Rimmer grinned and patted his shoulder from behind. Runnan's humming could be heard next to him. Despite being nervous while rescuing the children, no trace of tension could be found when she was about to greet the head of house. She was a strange one indeed. Thud. The audience chamber's door opened with a huge noise, similar to a giant's footsteps. A powerful pressure stormed out, opening the door completely. Withstanding the pressure that was as endless as a furnace's flame, they entered the audience chamber. And Glenn was there, at the center of the threatening pressure. Like always, he was sitting on a golden throne and looking down at them. Greetings, my lord. After Rimmer's greetings, Rayon and Runnan knelt down at the same time. Was he supposed to compliment us? Rayon wrinkled his nose. The wave of energy directed at them was too fierce for it to be a compliment. Stand up. Glenn's dignified voice resounded as he waved his hand. Rayon Sieghart, Runnan Sullian, I heard that you did well on your first mission. We've merely done our best. Rayon bowed once again, and Runnan copied him. I did already hear about it, but do tell me what you did. Yes, sir, when we arrived at the foothold, there were 4 locations where the bandits could be been hiding. Although the bandits were as strong as the beasts in the mountain, I suspected that they would be been hiding somewhere else in order to shake off the pursuers. Therefore, Rayon explained everything that happened during the mission to Glenn, who didn't really look interested. He didn't nod or blink. He kept listening to the end without any reaction whatsoever, to the point that Rayon felt awkward. It's just as I heard. Wiping out the enemies and rescuing hostages in your first mission is certainly an extraordinary achievement. However, Glenn's eyes were bleak. That was too clumsy. If you made the slightest mistake, or if the bandits were a bit stronger, or if you hadn't coordinated as well as you did, then those children would be died and you would be been seriously injured. It felt like his heavy voice was pressing upon his head. Planning is important, especially for trainees that don't have any experience. You should only act after making multiple backup plans. Yes. Actually, you should be contacted the other trainees and led them upon finding the bandits' tracks. Your experience and might are too shallow to deal with everything on your own. I'm sorry. Rayon lowered his head once again. How is this a compliment? He was sure he heard Glenn was going to compliment them, but he kept pointing out his mistakes after a small compliment in the beginning. However, it's a fact that you succeeded despite your methods being full of holes. When Glenn gestured with his chin, his butler Roan brought a golden plate forward. I award you a bronze tablet for your accomplishment in the mission and the rescue of the children. You did a great job. Roan handed over the bronze tablet with a gentle smile. Thank you. Rayon and Runnan accepted the tablet with both hands and bowed to Glenn. I have something to ask. What is it? What shall I do with this elixir? Rayon took out the Teuton flower that he took from the snow tiger leader. The flower bud, yet to blossom, was rolled up in a circle. Glenn watched the Teuton flower for a bit, then shook his head. Since you've acquired it, it is yours. Take it. Okay. Rayon tilted his head slightly. Since the elixir was rather rare, he didn't expect him to just give it to him. You should leave now. He leaned back and rested his chin in his hands, signaling that the audience was over. Rayon and Run-on bowed and stepped back, leaving the audience chamber. The audience chamber, only 3 people remaining inside, was filled in silence for a moment. Rimmer burst into laughter, unable to bear the silence. "Why are you laughing, and why are you here when I didn't even call for you? I mean, if you wanted to hear about Rayon's accomplishment from him personally, you should have just asked him honestly. What were all those excuses?" Rimmer grinned, watching Glenn frown. He really isn't honest. Since he'd already sent the report, Glenn was already aware of everything that had happened during the mission. Glenn was worried about his grandson, and the sight of him giving him advice while pretending to scold him was just too funny. Is this what we call a meanie grandfather? Shut up. Huff. Rimmer hid his mouth with both hands. It looks like the head of house is also looking at Rayon as a potential successor. What? His own progress is more important than taking care of the others, since he's still a trainee, but the reason you asked him to lead the trainees was in preparation for when he would challenge the throne of Sieghart, right? Glenn didn't respond to Rimmer's sharp remark. He was simply looking at him silently. It looks like you really cherish Rayon. You didn't even do that when you were raising the young masters. You are being too noisy. How about being a bit more honest now? I'm sure Rayon would like it if you tried saying good job, grandson, come here so I can hug you, peekaboo. Rimmer. Glenn's pressure grew fiercer. Not just the audience chamber, but the entirety of the Lord's manor started trembling. Huff. Pretending to not laugh, Rimmer moved far away. Hi. When Glenn's pressure was about to explode, Roan interfered with a gentle smile. It's pretty nice. What is nice? It's been 30 years since I last saw you two playing around together. I haven't seen that reaction from my lord for a really long time, either. Roan's wrinkled eyes were recalling the old memories. Oh, I knew it. Sir Roan knows what's up. Glenn eased his pressure, and Rimmer smiled once again. Ah, and there was one thing Rayon didn't mention. Are you talking about the South-North Union? Yes, their young leader heard Rayon's name and left. Why didn't you stop him? He withdrew, facing Rayon's spirit. It wasn't our territory, and since he acknowledged Rayon, I didn't really want to catch him. PH. Glenn snorted, but he didn't look displeased. And lastly, I'd like you to be a bit more honest with your grandson. It's not that hard. I'm always honest with everyone. No way, if you were honest, you would have been like this. Rimmer cleared his throat, folding his hands behind his back like an actor. Rayon, I'm so proud that you've accomplished your mission so well. My grandson, give your grandpa a kiss. This much is enough to make Rayon happy, yourself happy, and even me happy as I watch you. Everyone would be happy. Hug. Glenn sighed heavily and stood up from the chair. An energy wave threatening enough to destroy the world filled the audience chamber. I'll be leaving then. I got a drink, an important appointment. Rimmer walked backward while rubbing the back of his head and left the audience chamber. Tusk, he's getting smugger every time. Glenn clicked his tongue and lowered his hand. I still liked it. It reminded me of when you were commanding the continent together. Roan smiled lightly, moving to the side. PH. Without saying anything, Glenn crossed his arms and leaned his back. Since all this seems to be thanks to the young Master Rayon, I took a liking to him. It's fine to like him on the inside, but you should treat everyone equally, whether they are successors or other children. You are absolutely right. Roan bowed, smiling. As he raised his head, he saw Glenn. Despite what he said, the corners of his mouth were higher than usual. Rayon headed to the annex building as soon as he left the Lord's manor. He considered training right away, but he figured relieving Sylvia and the maids, who must have been worried, came first. When he reached the annex building, loud noise was coming from inside. That's how it should be around here. The annex building was always noisy and active. He was already feeling at ease. Rayon opened the annex building's door brightly. Hello. His eyes were wide. There was somebody he'd never expected in the annex building. Dorian. Dorian was standing in the lobby, and Sylvia, Helen, and the other maids were surrounding him. "Oh, is the young master back? Why are you here?" "Ah, madam asked me to come by after the mission and tell her about what happened." Then. Yes, I told her everything about the young Master Rayon's touching endeavor. Dorian wiped his tears away. Young Master. Ah, our young master really did. The maids were also wiping their tears. It seemed he'd really told them everything. Oh shit. He was going to fudge over it to avoid worrying Sylvia and Helen. Never expected them to contact him first. Rayon. Young Master. Sylvia and Helen approached him at the same time, with their hands on their hips. Ah, that wasn't my intenty. Good job. As he was about to give excuses, Sylvia hugged him and patted his back. Helen. Rayon's eyes widened at the unexpected reaction. Did you really think I was going to scold you for that? You keep telling me to be careful. The reason the Sieghart's ancestors wielded their swords was to protect the weak. Since then, Sieghart has always been protecting the weak and those living in their domain. Sylvia's red eyes glittered like rubies. I also wanted to become a swordsman with the old Sieghart spirit, so there's no way I would scold you for saving the hostages and risking your life. She grabbed his hand tightly. He felt like his exhaustion was being wiped away by her warmth. Mom is really proud of you. That's so true. I gotta visit the main building tomorrow. I'll boast about this to everyone. Sylvia hugged him once again. Helen and the maids nodded with teary eyes. I don't get it. Rayon sighed. Emotions are really difficult to understand. However, he didn't dislike their warmth. Anyway, that damn Dorian. He turned his head, looking for Dorian, but he was nowhere to be seen. That coward ran away a long time ago. Damn it. He was a light-footed one for sure. After eating in the annex building, Rayon changed his clothes and went to the 5th training ground. Sylvia and Helen were telling him to rest for the day, but he wanted to move his body. Is that him? Yes, Rayon Sieghart. His build isn't that great, and his pressure is weak. But he really wiped out the bandits on his own. I guess since Rimmer doesn't lie, although he sometimes exaggerates. He could feel the swordsman's blatant gazes while walking to the training ground. It seemed the news about the mission had already spread throughout the house. Seriously, that man. He sighed since it was obviously the red-haired elf's doing. Wiping out 30 bandits, including a mid-high tier sword user, is an extraordinary achievement. There were rumors about him being at his deathbed from his illness, so I guess he was lucky. He felt awkward hearing compliments for the first time when he was used to being insulted or looked down on. However, his mood and mind were for him to decide. He didn't need to care about what others said. Rayon entered the 5th training ground while listening to the swordsman without paying much attention. Naturally, it was empty. He warmed up and unsheathed his sword from his waist. Slowly lifting it, he put it in front of his energy center. Maintaining the middle posture, he recalled his last fight. I was a bit slow. The bandits got in his way, but he could have beheaded the Snow Tiger leader from the beginning. Because he was too concerned about the children and the other bandits, he reacted too slowly, ending up wasting a lot of time. The important part of a real battle was how he used his abilities. That was why it was safe to say that he'd failed. However, since he was aware of that fact, since he knew what the problem was and how to solve it, he could fix it. My aura and body aren't on the same page. His body moved exactly the way he wanted, but his aura was slightly late. It was necessary that his aura and body moved at the same time, like the two blades of a pair of scissors. Rayon calmed his breathing and slowly brandished his sword. The aura emanating from his energy center followed the sword. Despite being a slow movement, the space was mercilessly split apart. Even though he didn't move that much, Rayon's back grew wet with perspiration. The slow movement required even more strength. Rayon swung his sword slowly until the energy from the 10,000 flames cultivation was exhausted. Once his aura was exhausted, he went to the cultivation room to replenish it. Then he went out to swing his sword once again. As such, the first day of his return was wet with sweat. A small pub in the back alley of Sieghart's domain. The pub should have been filled with different people's voices, yet only one man's voice could be heard. That's how my students saved the children that were tied up by the bandits. The bandit boss was using an aura in his saber, but Rayon split it in half. The red-haired elf was telling Rayon and Runon's story, standing on the table as if he was giving a speech. Judging from the way his face turned red, he was completely drunk. Wow! Did you finally find your aptitude? Rimmer, you taught them really well. No way, he just happened to meet good students. I guess it's hard to imagine that elf as a good teacher. The giggling people didn't even look like swordsmen, they seemed to be average citizens. It's both. My students are the best among the current Sieghart's trainees. No, they are the best among the 6 kings. Rimmer grinned and poured the beer in his mouth. Some of them agreed with what he said, and others thought the 6th training ground and the other groups were just as good. The 2 camps started arguing soon enough. Hey, stop fighting and pay me since you heard a great story. I lost everything from betting on that 5th horse, so I need to take my revenge. As he was putting down his empty beer glass and frowning, a gold coin fell on the table. Oh. Rimmer raised his head after watching the gold coin for a while. With a tough face and broad shoulders, the man looked like a general on a battlefield. It was the 6th training grounds head instructor, Meton. Meton, it's been a long time. Indeed. Meton slowly nodded. Anyways, thank you. Can you let me go now? He tried picking up the gold coin Meton placed on the table, but he couldn't take it because of his finger. Can you take responsibility for what you just said? For what? That the 5th training ground is the best among Sieghart's trainees. Of course, my students are the best. You like betting, if I remember correctly. Meton's eyes were heating up. Shall we make a bet, Rimmer furrowed his brows, looking Meton up and down. What kind of bet do you want to make so suddenly? A bet to prove that the 5th training ground is really the best among Sieghart's trainees. You wanna bang out. Stop talking so vulgarly as a Sieghart instructor. Fighting and banging out, it's the same thing. It's just more intuitive. Rimmer grinned and finished drinking his beer. Meton remained stiff like a stone statue. Even though they were both head instructors, their personalities were the complete opposite. Are Rimmer and Meton fighting each other? It's not them, but they're making their students fight. Then the 5th and 6th training ground, that's huge. The people in the pub all stood up and gathered around Rimmer and Meton. I'm betting my entire fortune in Meton. Hell no, Rimmer's going to win this one. Martha, Burin, Runon, and there's also Rayon, who won against those 3. That's right, the 6th training ground has many collaterals, but there's no members of the direct line. It's pretty obvious the 5th training ground is going to win. Your information is trash. Do you really not know that Sir Kane joined the 6th training ground recently? Hearing that a member of the direct line had joined them, everyone looked at him. Wasn't he injured in a mission? It's already been a year and 6 months, dummy. Then it's hard to tell. Sir Kane was famous for his talent, especially his senses and the purity of his aura. It's not just hard to tell, but the 6th training ground has the advantage. Sir Kane and the collaterals that follow him are already 16 years old. This is interesting. Let's go, let's gamble. People in the pub started taking out their money while shouting the 5th and 6th training grounds names, as if the bet was already established. Wow, I'm going to get beaten to death if I refuse. Rimmer grinned despite what he said. He looked like he was enjoying it. Meton's expression didn't change. It seemed he'd already expected that to happen. But why do you want to bang out all of a sudden? It's not banging out. Don't mind the details. Do you really not know? Is it because of the Owen Kingdom? Rimmer raised his beer glass while scratching his chin. Yes, because the Owen Kingdom only asked for a spar at the 5th training ground. After watching the 6th training ground, the children's pride was trampled. But that's because they've been slacking. You're not wrong. It was because the trainees hadn't been doing their best, and I was the same. However, it's different now. Meton continued, watching Rimmer's fuzzy eyes. Ever since Kane Sieghart transferred 5 months ago, the 6th training ground has changed. Everyone came out during the daybreak and trained until night, and we even passed Hell Week recently. A's Hell Week. Rimmer's jaw dropped. Yes, there wasn't a single dropout. That's amazing. Hell Week was part of Sieghart's training, famous for its difficulty. There were dropouts among the regular swordsmen. It was pretty amazing that every trainee managed to pass. I thought it was about time to teach them the feeling of accomplishment. And you are going to use the 5th training ground as the sacrificial lamb. Meton answered the question with his silence. I like it. Rimmer grinned and tapped the table. What about the method? Is it going to be one-on-one spars? No, we can't win against the 5th training ground, yet with one-on-one spars. Meton shook his head. Then how do you want to fight? One-on-one isn't the only way. Oh. Rimmer grinned and tapped the table. Is it a team battle? Yes, the 5th training ground has 4 to 3 people, so we will also prepare 4 to 3 people. Let's decide on a location and make them fight. It'd be difficult to call it an all-out war. I guess it'd be a local war. Murmuring that it would be good, he touched once again the gold coin that Meton had put down. But I have a suggestion. 6th training ground has over twice as many people as us, right? Indeed. Then it's better to give more opportunities. Bring 60 people. What? Let's fight with 4 to 3 of us and 60 from there. Are you looking down on us? Meton's pressure flared up like dry straws. The table started trembling. I'm not looking down on you. I'm telling you the truth. You gotta admit they lack in power and experience. And we have more direct line, vassal family, and upper collaterals. Nobody's going to point their fingers at you for fighting with 60 people. After considering it for a bit, Meton nodded. All right, let's do that. And you decide the date and location. I do. What are you gonna do if I trick you? Meton's serious eyes wavered for the first time. I know you aren't the type to cheat with something like this. Meton's strength left the hand on the gold coin, and Rimmer took it without missing the opportunity. But you are mistaken about one thing. Meton turned his head around after taking his hand off from the gold coin. Mistake. Kane Sieghart cultivated his aura and trained his senses every day during the year-and-a-half period where he couldn't move his body from his injury. His senses and amount of aura doesn't lose to a regular swordsman. He confidently looked upon Rimmer. You'd better prepare thoroughly, because Kane might wipe them out all by himself. This is the down payment for the bet. Meton took out a gold coin pouch from his chest, placed it in front of Rimmer, then left the pub. Wow. Can we also spectate? Open the gambling place already. I'm betting my entire fortune on the 6th training ground. I'm betting on the 5th training ground. You're talking big with your meager fortune. I'm betting my house. Once the bet was established, the pub became so messy that the roof seemed to throb. Tapping on the gold coin pouch, Rimmer smiled. Free money is great. He looked calm, as if he already knew it was coming. Then shall I go to the gambling house? Dim daybreak before sunrise. At the annex building's dark, empty plot, Rayon was sitting with his eyes closed. A red haze, thinner than leaf, was shimmering on his shoulders. Opposed to the heated sun rising up, the red energy coming from Rayon's body gradually subsided, eventually disappearing completely. Rayon opened his eyes. Blink! Like the sun rising in the sky, his red eyes flared up with an intense heat. Once Rayon exhaled the remaining impurity from his body, his burning eyes returned to normal. Time really flows quickly. He stood up, watching the sun slowly rise. 3 days had already passed since he had returned from his first mission. Thanks to training for those 3 days, his body and aura were somewhat synchronized. Clang! After spinning his wrist and ankle, Rayon drew his sword. Using the 10,000 Flames cultivation, he practiced the star-combining sword from beginning to end. Aura was following behind his body, just like a shadow. It wasn't perfect, but it had significantly improved compared to 3 days ago. Let's leave it here for now. After all, it was something to work towards for the rest of his life. Complete synchronization between body and aura wasn't something that could be done in a span of a few days. Since it would lead to the sword-body unification, he needed to train constantly. After practicing Sieghart's basic swordsmanship from the beginning to the end, Rayon sheathed his sword. When he looked up at the sky, the sun had risen pretty high. I'm a bit late. Daybreak's personal training time was about to end. He needed to arrive at the training ground before the regular morning training started. Rayon changed his sweat-drenched clothes and ran towards the 5th training ground. As he was about to open the door and enter, the trainees' voices could be heard from inside. Why is he not here? This is so unusual. Since he completed the mission on his own, he must not feel the need for the Daybreak training anymore. Tusk, anyone could have done it in his place. I know, right? It was just a bandit after all. They said there was an aura user, but how strong a bandit can possibly be? He just got lucky. He could tell from the voice alone. They were collateral trainees, those that parted from Burin, unable to keep up with his changes. Pathetic. Rayon clicked his tongue. The loser's chatter wasn't worth his attention, since they were going to avoid his gaze and run away the moment he entered. But the training ground is a bit cold. As he was about to enter, feeling the unusual temperature of the training ground, a familiar voice could be heard. Pathetic. It was Burin's voice. The elegant sound of footsteps stopped in front of the trainees. Anyone could have done it. Then, did you manage to find the bandits' tracks back then? Or did you manage to rescue the children? I guess you must have at least killed a bandit. That. Sir Burin, we were just kidding. The trainees didn't know what to say and just mumbled. Jealousy is an emotion that anyone can have. However, the moment you speak it out aloud, you become the most disgraceful human. I know all about it because I've tried it already. Get a grip. Thud. As soon as Burin finished talking, someone jumped down from a tree. I would have broken your skulls if he wasn't there. It was Martha. Her angry voice could be heard near the trainees. Know your place. If you'd met the bandit leader back then, he would killed your punk asses already. Or an instructor watching over you would drug you out like a dog. Lady Martha. What did you do during the break after the mission? You must have been taking it easy since you felt like you needed some rest after the mission. You probably didn't even train. That's humble. The trainees could only lick their lips because Martha had nailed it. That damn bastard, the one that single-handedly completed the mission, came out to the training ground and practiced while you were sound asleep in your homes. He even did that on the day he returned. Really? Ask him yourself if you can't believe it. Martha smiled coldly and jeered at the trainees. You know too well about what he did. Did you stalk him? What the hell is this son of a bitch saying? Martha punched the wall at Burin's joke. Am I right? How do you know if you didn't see him yourself? I think shackling that mouth of yours would allow me to know. Burin and Martha started exuding pressure like they were about to start a fight. Rayon felt an unknown emotion, similar to tapping his chest with a finger, and opened the training ground's door. The noisy and bustling training ground fell silent. Burin and Martha, who were about to fight, turned their heads. Rayon. As he was watching those two, Run-On approached him with shining silver eyes. White frost was shimmering from her shoulder. It was her. He was wondering why the training ground was cold, but apparently it was because Run-On was emitting a serious amount of frost. You must be out of your mind because you completed a mission on your own. You were even late for daybreak training. Despite standing up for him earlier, Martha was now taunting him. I trained at home, don't worry. Rayon simply answered, then went to the center. The regular training starts soon. Everyone line up. The trainees gathered behind Rayon with slightly dissatisfied expressions. Warm up until training begins. A nearly invisible, faint smile appeared around Rayon's mouth as he turned his head and told them to warm up. 2 months had passed since they completed their first mission. People were looking at Rayon differently, but he only focused on the synergy between the star-combining sword and river footwork, not caring about anything else. This is boring. How can you keep repeating the swordsmanship and footwork that you've already learned? Does boredom not exist in you? Of course not. Rayon chuckled. I'm bearing with it since it's important training. Everyone knew that the basics were important, but most people made the mistake of focusing on advanced techniques, giving up on basic training. The reason was simple. Competition. Because it feels like I'm falling behind. While one was repeating the plain sword technique and footwork, if others were using the sword aura and creating the sword wind, one would naturally be dispirited and uneasy. And it's seriously boring. The basic swordsmanship and footwork were simple and plain. Even a trainee with average talent could learn the form in a single week. Nobody would have found it fun to keep practicing that for several months or years, over and over. Rayon was the same. Repeating the basic swordsmanship and footwork was painful to him as well. But I have to do it. Diligently training the basics was like making ladders on a cliff. Those who climbed with their hands and feet would advance faster, for instance, but the one with a ladder would become faster and reach a higher place in the future. Since he was confident in his patience more than anyone in the world, Rayon kept practicing his basic swordsmanship, footwork, and the ring of fire during the personal training time. Wow, doesn't he ever get bored? How can he keep repeating the star-combining sword over and over? He's crazy, really crazy. I can't live like that, I really can't. The trainees were amazed at Rayon, who kept repeating that basic technique. It wasn't mockery or jeering, they were simply amazed. I know, right? How is he just repeating that? I think he's probably gone crazy. The trainees turned around, hearing a pleasant voice. Like, a instructor. How come you're here so early? Hello. The head instructor Rimmer grinned and waved his hand. Basics being boring is a fact, but he is going to reach higher. I've never seen anyone not reach the high ground among the swordsmen that have worked hard on their basics. After saying that, he went up to the platform. Everyone, attention. Rimmer clapped his hands and drew everyone's attention. The trainees stopped their personal training and ran up to him. What's the matter? Byrne raised his hand. He was tilting his head, curious about why he came out early during the daybreak independent training time. I should have told you about it before, but I forgot. Pardon, you forgot. What did you forget again? The trainees asked lightheartedly, believing it must not have been a big deal. However, his response surpassed their expectations by far. We are going to beat up those 6th training ground guys. Beat up 6th training ground. Are you perhaps saying that we are going to spar with them? Rather than spar, it's more like an all-out war. 4 to 3 of you and 60 of them will be fighting at once. When is it? Byrne's face stiffened like a tree, and the other trainees also swallowed. Enjoying those expressions, Rimmer grinned. Tomorrow, a battle drill with the 6th training ground. Byrne had already heard the rumors about it. The story originated from a pub 2 months before, but he shrugged it off as a groundless rumor since nothing happened since then. Yet he was told it was tomorrow. Byrne thought he had a problem with his ears, because it was simply unimaginable that he would actually heard that. Instructor. Did you just say it was tomorrow? Stop copying run-on. Please tell me clearly, is it really tomorrow? Arg, I told you, yes. Rimmer nodded immediately. His shameless face deserved a beating. It's not just a spar but an all-out war, yet it's tomorrow. Since there's not that many people involved, you should consider it as a local war instead of an all-out war. You know that's not what I'm talking about. Byrne stomped on the ground. Tomorrow is the day of the battle, and you just told us about it now. How could you even do that? Was the rumor from the pub really true? Oh, so you knew about it. That story was about me and Metan. God damn it. One and on spars would have been a different story, but an all-out battle was a competition of pride. Announcing such an important matter the day before was so preposterous that he couldn't close his mouth. Heir, that's why you're called novices. Rimmer clicked his tongue, squatting on the ground. Does a war or battle start after politely greeting each other with a nice to meet you? We will start fighting you. Be careful. No, it doesn't. Most battles start suddenly, from an unexpected situation. His sharp pressure overwhelmed the surroundings, despite his shabby posture. Once a war starts, you have to run out to participate, whether you are eating, sleeping, or taking a shit. In a situation where you don't even know who the enemies are or how many of them there are, you have to draw your sword and fight. I'm giving you plenty of time to prepare by telling you a day before. That's. Buran and the trainees shut their mouths, unable to retort. He's right. Rayon nodded. Most missions are sudden. Assassination was the same. Naturally, assassination was a lot more likely to succeed when the target was outside, rather than in their home. Devising a plan and starting to move once the target left the house was a common occurrence. Improvising a plan of action was an indispensable quality of an assassin. Moreover, the 6th training ground was also informed last night. That's not much different from you. You should have said that earlier. You got angry before I even explained. It was my first time seeing you that angry. Rimmer giggled. I'm sorry. Buran lowered his head, ears completely red. It looked like he was embarrassed. Since I think everyone understands now, I'm going to start the explanation. Rimmer stood up, his hands behind his back. It seemed like he was trying to look dignified, but he didn't really. The battle starts tomorrow at 6 a.m. The 4 to 3 of us will be participating, and they will have 60 people. The victory is. By the way, why are there 60 of them? That's almost 15 times our numbers. The trainees' throats tightened upon hearing that the 6th training ground had a lot more people. I told you already, a war isn't something you fight with equal numbers. Are you going to complain once you meet a more numerous enemy? Say that it was unfair for you. You aren't. That's true, but... The trainees tilted their heads and went back to their positions. They felt like they were being played by Rimmer. I'm going to start explaining again. The 4 to 3 of us and the 60 of them will start moving at the same time. The victory goes to the team that incapacitates all the enemies or seizes the flag in the opposite camp. It's simpler than spars in some ways. Murmuring that it was too easy, he told them to be thankful that he didn't tell them about it the next morning. Now that I think about it, it doesn't seem too hard. Well, I guess since the 6 training grounds trainees are mostly the dropouts from here, there's no members of the direct line among them either. Didn't you know Sir Kane joined the 6th training ground a few months ago? Sir Kane Sieghart is a whole 2 years older than us. How can we win against him? It's fine, he was seriously injured and was bedridden for an entire year. I don't think he's even fully recovered yet. Oh, then that's a different story. The trainees breathed a sigh of relief, hearing that he hadn't completely recovered yet. That's not true. Buran shook his head. Kane Sieghart has already fully recovered from his injuries. Because he continued training his aura and senses, his might is currently at that of an advanced level sword user. Advanced level sword user. The trainees' faces went pale upon hearing it. HMPH, so what? Chicken out if you're scared. I'll take care of the Kane guy or whatever. I'm not scared, I'm just telling them the information, and you can't do it alone. The trainees' pale faces recovered upon seeing Martha and Buran's argument. We also have Sir Buran, Lady Martha, and Lady Runnan. Well, we also have Rayon. Honestly, I feel like we are going to win without too much difficulty. Those two can handle Sir Kane, and we can deal with the rest. We can do it. We V1 against the Owen Kingdom's Knights, and we V also completed a mission. The trainees smiled, saying that the 6th training grounds trainees were a piece of cake. You'll pay dearly if you look down on them too much. Rimmer smiled frighteningly. There's a training called Hell Week that highly improves the swordsman's abilities. The 6th training grounds trainees have completed Hell Week without a single dropout, and that was thanks to you guys. Thanks to us. Because the 5th training ground has been getting the most attention from the house. Their eyes are blazing with the desire to catch up to you. If you look down on them, then you will just end up losing before doing anything. He was seriously advising them after a long time. No way, every day has been a hell week for us. They are dropouts from here. They can't have gotten that strong. We are born with different talents, after all. That's right, we've never lost or failed so far. As long as Sir Kane is stopped, we can win for sure. The trainees didn't lose their arrogance despite hearing his advice. They looked even more motivated instead. That's some nice confidence. Rimmer smirked and nodded. His smile seemed to say that he didn't care if they ended up losing like that. Finally, the all-out war is like a small warfare, which means that the leader's orders are of primordial importance. Everyone should follow Rayon's advice tomorrow. Yes, understood. The trainees that usually followed Rayon answered immediately, and those who followed Buran or Run-On responded a little bit later. That's annoying. Rayon frowned. Defeating the 6th training ground wasn't a big deal, but controlling the trainees was bothersome. Today's training is free. You can create a plan here or just keep training to prepare for the incoming battle. Rimmer returned with the usual light and loafing atmosphere. Head instructor, you didn't tell us the most important thing. Buran raised his hand. What is it? Where is the battle going to take place? All that. Rimmer clapped his hands. The northern grave mountain over there, behind the main building. He gave a sly smile to Rayon. It felt like he was saying, you know the northern grave mountain well enough, I'll leave the rest to you. Huh. Rayon shook his head. It looked like Rimmer had bet on their side's victory. Betting on the 5th training ground after creating the worst circumstance for them, he really was a funny man, or rather elf. That's why he gets ruined every time. There was a reason he was losing money in gambling houses or racetracks all the time. I'll be going then. Rimmer waved his hand like a kid on a picnic and left the training ground. Line up. Rayon sighed and gathered the trainees at the center. We are going to devise a plan now, in preparation for the team battle tomorrow. Anyone have information about the 6th training ground? I know a bit about them. Dorian, who had hand tremor syndrome, gulped. As everybody knows, the current top trainee of the 6th training ground is Sir Kane Zeekhart. He is 16 years old, which is 2 years older than us, but he'd been bedridden for an entire year from a serious injury he got on a mission. He has recovered. Injury, huh? Like you heard before, his might is at the level of an advanced level sword user, and he is rather popular since every trainee in the 6th training ground follows him. There are 3 collaterals that are exceptionally strong. As expected of someone that had lots of connections, he kept telling them about the 6th training ground. I guess we don't even need a plan if that's all they have. I knew it, we can ignore the rest except for Sir Kane. That's right, 2 people among the 4 strongest should deal with Sir Kane, and we can wipe out the rest. The trainees giggled and clamored that they didn't even need a plan. Certainly, we are going to win without much difficulty, as long as Sir Kane is dealt with. Buran also suggested moving individually. It seemed he also didn't think they could lose. Fuck the plan, there's no need to wreck your brain over it when you can just crush them with power. Just leave it to me, and I'll wipe them all out on my own. Martha raised her clenched fist. It seemed they wanted to display their abilities in the upcoming battle, since they hadn't done anything in the mission 2 months ago. After hearing everyone's opinion, Rayon nodded. To summarize, since we are a lot stronger than them, we don't need anything like a plan or a strategy. We can just wipe them out. We just need to deal with Kane somehow, am I right? Yes. We are going to win regardless. Let's finish it in the morning so we can eat lunch afterwards. The trainees smiled as if they'd already won. The only silent ones were Run-On like always, and Dorian, who finished saying everything he'd wanted. All right, let's do that. After looking around the trainees, he nodded. Oh, that's cool for once. Then is it time for the personal training? Let's make a bet about how many people you are going to defeat tomorrow. The trainees moved out for the individual training while laughing. What a bunch of idiots. Indeed. Rayon nodded with a cold gaze. They don't realize at all how scary the people who are chasing after them are. It looked like they'd only learn after paying dearly for it, just like Rimmer had mentioned. Sixth training ground. The same day. Around 100 trainees, covered in dust from head to toe, were gathered at the center. Every single one of you has completed Hell Week, which has more than a 70 dropout rate. The trainees straightened their backs when they heard the 6th training ground's head instructor's dignified voice. And that was your choice. Do you remember the reason why? It's because of the 5th training ground. The trainees shouted at once. The voice was loud enough to shake the 6th training ground, which was bigger than the 5th training ground. That's right, the 5th training ground has been getting the most attention from the house, and the Owen Kingdom that looked down on you requested a spar with them. Your choice was made in order to defeat them. Meton examined the trainees one by one. His eyes were stronger than ever. And the time has come. After all the time you've spent getting no attention whatsoever, you finally got the opportunity to defeat the 5th training ground. As his voice resounded throughout the training ground, the trainees' eyes shone. Even if it's a 4-3 versus 60 battle, everyone in the house will expect their victory. However, I believe the odds are even. Show them what you've been accumulating so far. Yes. The trainees shouted their throats off. Kane Zieghart. Meton called the only member of the direct line in the 6th training ground forward. A blond, blue-eyed boy that was standing at the center stepped up. I'll leave it to you. Consider it done. Kane bowed confidently. I'll show everyone that the 6th training ground is stronger than the 5th training ground. That's not all. Meton shook his head slightly. As the 6th training ground's top trainee, you have to defeat Rayon Zieghart, who is the 5th training ground's top trainee. Are you not confident? Yes, I am. Kane's eyes glowed fiercely. I just didn't answer since it was obvious. That guy can't win against me. I am stronger than him. That's great confidence. Meton nodded in satisfaction. Kane isn't the only one. Everyone should do their best, so their efforts so far won't be in vain. Yes. The light didn't turn off until late at night in the 6th training ground. Rayon nodded, reading the Northern Grave Mountains map, checking out the location the battle was going to take place. I know all of those places. Since he'd been training by running around the mountain ever since he followed Rimmer there, he was well aware of the geography. He had a huge geographic advantage compared to the 6th training ground. However, the others were in a bad state. The trainees were too carried away by their continued victories and successes. Even though some of that stuff was achieved by Rayon alone, the trainees mistakenly believed that they'd gotten stronger by having been with him. Well, they are strong. It was a fact that the trainees were stronger than the other swordsmen or knights of their age, thanks to Rimmer's training method. However, the difference wasn't overwhelming, and they couldn't afford to look down on others. Since children grow up quickly when they are unnoticed, if they were careless, they could end up losing. All that's because they have never experienced actual battle. They will only learn after getting almost killed by someone weaker than them. Wrath sneered, realizing Rayon's line of thoughts. Those idiots remind me of devildom back then. The King of Essence plucked out the horns of a high devil that was acting arrogantly. Ah, there he goes again. The King of Essence is telling you a story that will become your flesh and blood, yet you interrupt me. Yes. Arg Rayon Zieghart. Rayon shook his hand and laid on his bed. He blocked his hearing and closed his eyes. Well, he wasn't wrong. Teaching them that they weren't actually special by letting them experience defeat wasn't too bad. Rimmer must be been aiming for that too. Of course, he must be wanted them to win after almost losing, instead of actually losing. Interesting. Rayon smiled lightly. It's a good opportunity. It was an opportunity to show the trainees that didn't follow him, yet what kind of role a leader could play. After the battle, every single trainee in the 5th training ground would follow his orders without exception. Then let's steal some information for now. Rayon's eyes shone faintly, like the moon in the sky. On the mountainside of the northern Grave Mountain, the next day, Kane Sieghart and the 59 trainees from the 6th training ground were gathered around a yellow flag. Lastly, I'll tell you the plan. Looking at the northern Grave Mountains map, Kane spoke in a sharp voice. The 5th training ground trainees are located in the west. They are still not united. Rayon, Burin, Runnan, and Martha are separated into 4 factions. He was aware of the fact that the 5th training grounds trainees weren't united. I'm sure they will move separately. Martha is going to rush in on her own, especially Dunn. Yes. At Kane's call, a trainee with a big build that was standing next to him nodded. As we've practiced, stop her, and with the first group, if you induce her into a fight of endurance by alternating her opponents, you can win. Understood. Burin uses sharp and systematic swordsmanship, decal. Yes. A trainee with long arms and legs like a monkey raised his hand. You will take care of him. You will be able to defeat him along with the second group that has learned the intuition sword, since he will be with the collaterals. Bring the third group with you. Yes. Lastly, Kane looked at the girl with short green hair on his right. Karin, your opponent is Runnan. She is an unpredictable one, but she seems to listen to Rayon. You should stand by here, then follow my orders along with the 4th group. Finally, the 5th group and I will stay here and stop Rayon. Holding the map, Kane Sieghart straightened his spine. How are you going to find their locations? Nothing's going to work out if you fail to locate them. It's okay. He smiled confidently. Since I'll use the observing eye. The observing eye was a special ability that could perceive an enemy's location and presence from far away. It was the perfect skill to use in a local war like that. One-anon was a different story, but in a local war like that, information and scouting was the most important aspect. He was confident that his scouting abilities were superior to Rayon's and even the instructors. It's time to display our willpower as people that have completed Hell Week. The best training ground of Sieghart will be the 6th training ground from today onward. Whoa! At Kane's powerful voice, the 6th training grounds trainees raised a battle cry. However, there was one thing they didn't realize. Kane, with his clenched fist, and the trainees with their burning passion alike. There were red eyes looking down on them from the top of the trees, 30 minutes before the start of the battle. The 42 trainees from the 5th training ground, except for Rayon, were gathered at the western foothold. I can't find Rayon. Burin frowned and turned his head. Runnan, where's Rayon? I don't know. Runnan, who was sitting under a tree, turned her head sharply. It wasn't that she didn't care whether he was there or not. Her eyes were full of trust that he was going to come. Tuzg. Burin clicked his tongue. He was nervous since the guy that needed to come and lead them wasn't there. Come around here for now. Get familiar with the geography for now until he arrives. Yes. Understood. Most of the trainees gathered around the map, but Martha was in a tree eating fruits, and Runnan didn't move from her seat. You guys should look, at least, over here is. Burin explained the locations that the enemies could make a surprise attack or put them in danger. However, he didn't go over the map and the locations too seriously. Because we are going to win, regardless of what we do. Even though a few elites had joined the 6th training ground, they were still mostly the dropouts from the 5th training ground. The 5th training ground trainees had been training diligently so far, and they also had lots of sparring experience. There was no way they could lose. When the trainees got decently familiar with the geography and finished warming up, Rayon came up to the foothold. Rayon, the top trainee being late, pathetic. Runnan ran up to him first, and Martha glared at him. What have you been doing instead of coming here earlier and making a plan? Burin furrowed his brow while stomping on the ground, but Rayon walked towards the flag's location without any reaction. You don't need to be so nervous. There's no way you can lose to the 6th training ground, right? Rayon grinned, sitting on a tree's trunk. It somewhat looked like he was cheering them up, but he also sounded like he was laughing at them. HMPH, well, that's actually true. Honestly, the opponents are too weak. We could wipe them out in one fell sweep, if not for Sir Kane. However, the trainees didn't seem to have sensed that and nodded with overflowing confidence. I'm glad you understand. Then you should do your best on your own. Are you telling us to just fight? Without any plans? You said you can win regardless. It would be unsightly to make a plan for such a thing. That's great, I like it. Martha jumped down in the middle of the slightly embarrassed trainees. You aren't gonna get your turn. I'm going to decimate them on my own, so just wait here. After saying that, she used her aura. Are you serious? Burin furrowed his brows and stood next to Rayon. But you think so as well. Burin licked his lips, hearing Rayon's question. He honestly wasn't wrong. Since the 6 training grounds' defensive line was going to be obliterated if himself and Martha attacked from both sides, while Rayon and Runon held Kane back. You should also move with the collaterals following you. I'll leave the rest to you. What are you going to do? Since Kane might come for a surprise attack, I'll protect the flag here. I'm going to stay here as well. When Rayon pointed at the red flag behind him, Runon sat down under the flag. All right, you two should be enough. Burin nodded and withdrew. He told the collaterals following him to head up with him. Let's go down then. Those that dropped out from the temporary trainee test are a piece of cake. I guess, do you think they've ever even held a real sword? The trainees from vassal families and the recommended children giggled, saying that they were heading down. Whistle. When everyone finished their preparations, the whistling sound coming from the top of the mountain signaled the start of the battle. The battle wasn't going to end until one of the flags was plucked out. Wait. As the trainees were about to run off, Rayon's voice was heard. Everyone looked back. As the top trainee, I'll give you one last order. You can do whatever you want, but if I order you to retreat because of an unfavorable situation, you should return no matter what. I'm sorry, but that won't happen. Martha dashed to the center while breaking the ground. It's the same here, let's go. Burin also led the collaterals to climb up, and the recommended children and vassal family trainees ran down. Rayon, can we win? Runon asked, tapping the flag. It's going to be difficult like that. Rayon shook his head. He closed his eyes, watching the trainees run off in 3 directions. They will return after getting their asses whooped. Wham! Martha rushed to the front like a bull, spotting a red cloth. I'll wipe them all out on my own. The other trainees weren't necessary. She could wipe out the weaklings from the 6th training ground on her own. After running for about 5 minutes and breaking through the dense bushes, 9 trainees entered her sight. The number 6 written on a leather armor showed that they were trainees from the 6th training ground. It's great to see you. Martha kicked off from the ground while licking her lip. She surrounded herself with Titan's aura midair and struck down with her fist. Slam! As the fist falling like a shooting star crushed the ground, the 6th training ground trainees scattered. Martha Sieghart. The trainee with a big build in the center lifted his sword and called Martha's name. Are you the vanguard? After spinning her wrist, Martha drew her sword from her waist. Since it's annoying, come at me at once. I'm done, Sieghart. I'm a collateral. I don't need the name of a guy that's about to be defeated. The trainee that introduced himself as Dunn wasn't taunted. With a calm expression, he held his sword at mid-height. You don't look too bad. Martha snickered and pounced at Dunn, hacking at him. Slam! A thunderous noise resounded as the 2 swords clashed. Unlike Martha, who was standing her ground, Dunn was pushed back 5 steps away with a trembling hand. Tuzg! Martha clicked her tongue at seeing Dunn get pushed back. I wanted to finish him in a single strike. Despite her intention of finishing him in a single strike, Dunn had withstood her strike by being pushed back a few steps. He wasn't an opponent she could consider easy. But he's not a difficult opponent either. Martha strengthened her body using the Titan's aura. Her pressure soared rapidly. Dunn and the 6 training ground trainees groaned, facing the energy wave. Stop being annoying and just meet your end. With her eyes gleaming like black pearls, she sliced up with her sword. the tremendous energy erupted like a volcano from her sword. Third formation. Holding his sword at mid-height, Dunn gave out an unknown instruction. The 4 trainees that had been staying back stepped up next to him and gathered their swords. Slum. Red flame burst out as Martha and the 5 people's swords clashed. Cug. Hold your ground. Under the powerful pressure, the trainees grit their teeth and didn't withdraw. A group of weaklings are still weak. Martha snorted and struck with her sword. Her blade was covered in an energy even stronger than before. Slam! Along with a ground-shattering noise, the trainees' bodies wavered. Hug! Cug! However, despite being pushed back, they didn't get knocked down. They kept holding out and groaning. Fine, let's see who wins. Martha bit her lip and kept striking with her sword. Second formation, fifth formation. Dunn kept defending against Martha's attacks by changing the defensive formation and the people. Tusk, I'll deal with the other ones first. We've already prepared for something like that. Martha tried to attack a short-haired girl on the right side, avoiding Dunn, who's standing in the center. However, Dunn and the trainees smoothly rotated like clock hands and blocked her sword. Cool. Martha bit her lip. It was just like he'd said, they were prepared. As soon as she tried attacking another side, the trainees moved back and Dunn came forward. It was impossible to penetrate the formation. Have they only been practicing blocking? Their defense was as solid as a rock, as if they'd only been practicing defense. Half-hearted attacks were only going to end up exhausting her aura. It's so annoying. Martha walked back a step and brought up the full power of Titan's aura. The sword in her hand vibrated fiercely and shone with a light yellow light. I admit that you're pretty decent. However, this is as far as you go. 10th formation. Dunn didn't respond, shouting a number that he hadn't said yet. The 8 trainees all stuck to his back. Pointless. Martha dashed forward and poured out the Titan's aura, filling her sword vertically. Die. Hold your ground. At the same time that Dunn shouted, the trainees' bodies shone in the same color. Bomb! A thunderous noise resounded throughout the mountain, and the earth and sand burst out from the ground like a fountain. Hug! In the midst of the raid of sand falling down, Martha's eyes widened. Did you withstand it? Dunn and the trainees were breathing heavily and were pushed back significantly. However, they managed to take her full power without having a single drop person out. You crazy bastards. Hyla. Martha kept striking with her sword, insanity gleaming in her eyes. Dunn and the trainees faltered, but never let go of their swords. You bastards. You aren't the only protagonist of the world. What? We've been doing our best, sweating our blood. Don't think you are going to win easily. Martha snapped. Shut up. She kept swinging her sword while screaming. Despite using all of her remaining energy, she couldn't break through Dunn's defense. Instead, it felt like his defense was getting more and more solid. We kept practicing together in order to block your aura and swordsmanship. We are never going to lose as long as the sword formation remains. Sword formation. She was obviously aware that they had a sword formation, and that was exactly what she'd been trying to break through with power, but she didn't expect to be blocked to that extent. It's dangerous. Martha furrowed her brows, withdrawing her sword to her side. Her aura was dwindling because she used too much energy earlier. However, since the 9 of them were staying together, the 6 training grounds trainees were also recovering their aura faster. I need to buy some time. She didn't like that method, but she had no choice. She is running out of strength, spread out. As she was trying to recover her aura by withdrawing a little, Dunn dashed forward, holding his sword. His eyes were too sharp. You dare. Swinging the sword she was withdrawing, she hacked at Dunn's head. Slam! Dunn grit his teeth and withstood the shock. His hand was trembling, but he wasn't pushed back. Do it now. Following his instruction, the 4 trainees swung their swords from the top, bottom, left, and right. Tusk! Martha twisted her blade to deflect their swords, but the attacks kept coming in waves. There's no opening. Dunn defended if she tried to attack them, and the rest started counterattacking afterward. The combination was unfolding like a cogwheel and was leaving her with no breathing room. Damn it, I can't lose here. She underestimated them too much. She thought they were just weaklings, and she didn't expect them to be prepared to this extent. Slam! Her sword, thrusting at their opening, was deflected by Dun once again. Huh. Martha breathed heavily, dodging the blades raining down on her. Damn it. Was it because she was in a pinch? She remembered what Rayon told her, that they could win regardless. That bastard, he probably knew about it already. He must have been laughing at her, knowing that she was going to have so much difficulty. That's why I need to win this at all costs. Martha clenched her fist. She needed to put Rayon in his place by breaking through somehow, but she couldn't find the way. Honestly, she felt like she was going to lose at the rate things were going. What shall I do? Are you thinking about something else during a battle? As she was wondering about how she could win, Dun, who'd only been defending so far, dashed at her like a bull. Wham! Martha was bounced back by a powerful body slam. Do it now. At Dun's instruction, the trainees thrust their swords at Martha, who couldn't regain her posture. Fine, even if I get defeated here, I'll beat you guys up. As Martha held her sword upside down and was about to pounce at them like a beast, Silver Frost came up from the ground. Thighs is. Run-On came out from the bush with shining purple eyes. Why are you here? Rayon is telling you to retreat. When Run-On swung her sword in a half circle, the frost on the ground shimmered up like a haze. No. Order. I didn't lose, yay. Order. Cug, damn it. Martha lowered her hand, seeing Run-On's transparent eyes. She withdrew while biting her lip. After watching Dun and the trainees she'd separated using frost for a while, she followed Martha. The Martha ran away. WWE won. We've really won. Well. The trainees cheered, screaming that it was worth completing Hell Week. The 6 training ground trainees' cheers didn't only happen at the center. It was also heard from the top, where Burin went to, and the bottom, where the collaterals were headed. Thud. As the trainees were cheering in victory, Kane Sieghart jumped down from the tree. Sir Kane. Dun ran up to Kane, smiling brightly. Good job. Did the others also win? Yes, just like we'd expected. Rayon and Run-On didn't move, and we won in all 3 places. Wow. We really won. Ah, I can't believe it. The trainees hugged each other and smiled brightly. It's too early to rejoice. Kane raised his hand, and the trainees stopped laughing. We can't be careless until we take the enemy's flag. His blue eyes shone like a starlight. Proceed according to the plan until the very end. Rayon glanced at the 5th training ground trainees standing in front of him. They looked miserable, covered in soil mixed with their sweat. Their muscles were trembling, and their eyes were filled with panic. They were the classic appearance of remnants that had lost their battle. Burin and the collaterals that arrived later were the same. Burin, who learned systematic swordsmanship, must have been stopped by the trainees that learned the intuition sword. He had been unable to do anything but get pushed back. How was it? Was it as easy as you expected? Nobody responded. Burin bit his lip, and Martha glared at him with a murderous look. The other trainees also stared at the ground, unable to respond. Shall I tell you what your mistake was? Rayon's red eyes were distorted, like moonlight. You believe that the world is stagnant, and that you are the only ones that are changing. Since we've already won against them before, we should be able to win again. Since most of them dropped out of the exam, and they've been looked down upon by the Owen Kingdom, we are going to win no matter what. Isn't that what you were thinking? The trainees still couldn't respond, since it was just as he'd said. The world changes faster than you think. You might lose tomorrow to an opponent you won against today, and they might become a lot better than you the day after, however. Rayon's voice went even lower. It was a frightening voice, as if it came up from deep underground. Did you say that you'd win no matter what, without even knowing your own place? Despite not knowing the enemy's strategy, did you dare think that you could win? Can you make them all kneel on your own? Forget about winning. You wasted all your aura and stamina, showed them your techniques while you were lost in your arrogance. Really amazing. Past Burin and Martha, his gaze was directed at the trainees one by one. The trainees' bodies trembled. A lion does its best upon catching a rabbit. However, you aren't even lions, and they aren't rabbits. Those trainees are also swordsmen that have been training their swords every day in their life. You can't look down on them just because you are slightly ahead. Kug, Lahi. Burin and the trainees lowered their heads. Their faces were completely red in embarrassment. Martha couldn't say anything either, her face wrinkling. Are we going to lose, then? Run-On, who was standing back, stepped up next to him. We might, but we might not. The trainees raised their heads slowly at Rayon's calm voice. WWEV already used too much stamina and aura, just like you said. 4 of us are already completely exhausted. This isn't a one-and-on spar, but a group battle. If you come to your senses even now, it's not too late to win. Really? I'll do anything if I can smash that boulder guy. Burin and Martha clenched their fists so hard that they creaked. The trainee's eyes started to shine once again. Your eyes are still alive. Rayon nodded, watching the heat shimmering in the trainee's eyes. Then I'll tell you how you'll win. Why do you think you lost? The trainees couldn't answer Rayon's quiet question. Might, numbers, decision-making, none of those are the right answer. It's true that they have the numbers, but we are superior in terms of might and combat experience. Such a one-sided defeat wasn't supposed to happen, yet it did. Why do you think you lost? Because of the information. Burin slowly opened his mouth. That's correct. Rayon nodded at Burin's. The 6th training ground fully understood the personalities and might of each of our members. They devised a strategy to counter each of us, using the Northern Grave Mountains geography. However, we didn't prepare anything, thinking that we were obviously going to win. But the time. We didn't have much time, but the same goes for them. Honestly, 1 day is enough time to obtain the minimum information necessary for the fight. That's why Instructor Rimmer purposefully informed us 1 day before, so that we could get some practice. Rayon snorted, glancing at the trainees. And you didn't give up on it because you were out of time, but because you were too careless, thinking you could easily win. Lack of time isn't an excuse. That. The trainees couldn't refute that, so they just bit their lips. Even though the 5th training ground trainees are stronger than them individually, the difference isn't overwhelming. Losing to the 6th training ground, who was prepared, is a natural outcome. Then what shall we do? Isn't everything over? Nothing's over, shut your mouth. Huff. Martha frowned and Dorian, hands trembling, zipped his mouth. Well, there were casualties, and we've lost a lot of stamina and aura. We are indeed at a disadvantage, however. Rayon's eyes glowed, looking at the location where the 6th training grounds trainees must be preparing for their attack. They aren't the only ones that have information. Do you know anything about this? The top trainee of the 6th training ground, Kane Sieghart, is the one who has been giving the instructions. He was the one who sent people in that can counter you guys. Kane Sieghart, how did he do that? Martha ground her teeth. Kane Sieghart has an excellent sight and perception. He perceived the direction of your movement from afar and sent trainees that you'd have difficulties dealing with. Kane Sieghart. Burin groaned at his pride being trampled. He sent swordsmen that were proficient in defense to Martha, who is straightforward with an excellent strength and endurance, in order to exhaust your aura. He sent swordsmen that have learned the intuition sword to Burin, who uses honest and systematic swordsmanship, so that you couldn't do much against them. Rayon told them precisely why the 5th training ground had lost. Then how can we win? It's simple. We have to change our opponents. We would win without much difficulty if Burin and Martha swapped their opponents. That won't do. I can't hold back my anger if we end up winning like that. I'm sorry, but the same goes for me. Winning by running away is meaningless for me. Martha, Burin, and the collaterals all shut their mouths tightly. All right, then here's the second solution. Rayon nodded as if he was expecting their reaction. We are going to attack differently. Attack differently. The sword formation that Martha faced was certainly solid, but the movement of their aura was sloppy. If you use your senses to strike where they couldn't move their aura in time, you can easily break through it. He faced away from Martha and looked at Buren. Your systematic sword, which pursues perfection, is mere prey to the intuition sword. It is about swinging your sword without thinking, relying on your instincts. Buren frowned and nodded his head. The intuition sword is a technique that relies on instincts, so they are easily tricked by fake movements. Use a feint and aim for the moment they take the bait. You should be able to do it. The trainee's eyes were so wide, they looked like they would pop out. How? You've been here all along. How did you know all that? How on earth? The way he'd grasped the situation was more astonishing than their defeat against the 6th training ground. What the hell are you? What kind of perception? Martha and Buren's jaws also dropped in surprise. But what shall we do if they change their plans? Dorian raised his hand and asked his question. Since he was a coward, it seemed he also had lots of worries. That's a reasonable question, but their plans aren't going to change. Why? Because they've achieved victory once. The sweet taste of victory will make them repeat the same strategy to achieve an even more perfect victory. The hair on the back of the trainee's neck stood on its ends, facing Rayon's confident gaze. But you said Kane's perception is excellent. What if he reacts quickly and comes to the center or the top as reinforcement? It's fine, my perception is better than Kane's. Feeling Kane's presence at the center, Rayon smiled. And he is going to come over here. Meton frowned upon arriving at the 5th training ground's foothold after checking the 6th training ground's trainees. He is an arrogant child. He was worried because he'd heard how calm and composed Rayon Sieghart was, but it seemed like he didn't need to worry. Saying that his perception is better than Kane's, that's just ridiculous. Kane Sieghart's strongest point wasn't his excellent swordsmanship, nor his outstanding amount of aura. Perception. He had an excellent perception and sight that could read the opponent's presence and condition. He was even able to find the hiding instructor's locations, so it wasn't excessive to say that his perception wasn't at a trainee's level anymore. Yet Rayon said his perception was better than Kane's. Honestly, he couldn't help snorting at him. It's going to be over soon. Considering Rayon and the 5th training ground's attitude, it looked like they could achieve victory a lot easier than he'd expected. I should prepare a feast for the children. The winners should be rewarded. Meton was about to head back, thinking about the feast the 6th training ground was going to have to celebrate their victory. Aren't you the arrogant one? A cheerful voice, carried by the wind, came from behind him. Meton calmly turned around. A red-haired elf was giving off a sly smile. Did you just arrive? No, I've been spectating for a while now. You always give excuses after being late. I told you that's not true. Meton frowned, hearing Rimmer's light voice. But what did you mean by that just now? Just now. You told me I was arrogant. All about that. Rimmer scratched his neck and snickered. Our side didn't even draw our sword yet, and you're considering the fight over, so arrogant is the best way to describe you. You haven't even drawn your sword, huh? You fought us head-on and were already defeated. You are way more exhausted than us. In stamina and aura alike, it's just hopeless. That's what you think. You are just like that child. You guys are just bluffing. Meton shook his head, looking back and forth between Rimmer and Rayon, who was giving instructions to the trainees. Kane's perception is good enough to find the instructor's presence. There's no trainee in this small battlefield that can strategize better than him. He won't be able to locate anyone he'll just end up losing like this. Finding the instructor's presence, huh? Rimmer grinned and didn't finish his sentence. Rayon has already located my presence before, not just the other instructors. What? The Rayon Sieghart you underestimated because you considered him arrogant has found where I was hiding before. That's a lie. Meton's eyes wavered for the first time. That doesn't make any sense. Rimmer was an elf, despite injuring his energy center. It was difficult even for Meton himself to find him if he hid his presence, so he couldn't believe that such a young trainee could sense him. I don't lie. Bullshit, I'm pretty sure you lie more than 50% of the time. Ah, let me correct myself. I don't lie about those children. Rimmer nodded and grinned. Metan gulped and watched underneath. Even if Rayon Sieghart has a better perception than Kane, just like you said, it's already too late. The victory is already decided. Well, it does certainly look difficult, since 4 people have been eliminated and they are mostly out of strength. However, Rayon has never disappointed me, not once. Rimmer grinned, watching Rayon giving out instructions to the trainees. If your students are as careless as you right now, they will get wiped out in a blink of an eye. The 6 training ground trainees that had tasted victory were gathered in a circle just like in the morning, and Kane was at the center with the map of the northern Grave Mountain. The 5th training ground's flag is located here. Kane pointed to the western end with his finger. It will be over once we attack there. It was worth all the effort, since we are actually about to win against the 5th training ground. Everyone's going to look at us differently after this. The trainees smiled as if the battle was already over. I told you it's too early to rejoice. Kane stomped the ground to gather the trainees' attention. Rayon Sieghart and Runan Sullian are at full strength. Rayon is particularly problematic since he is the strongest guy in the 5th training ground. We will lose if we are careless. But Burin and Martha have already exhausted most of their strength, and 4 of their trainees have been eliminated. We are at an advantage, indeed, but I'm telling you to stop being careless. We will easily win if Sir Kane grasps their situation and instructs us just like before. Yes, we are counting on you. Well, that's true, but... Kane nodded slightly. He was pretending to be composed, but his immaturity was showing. Anyway, you can't be careless. Do your best until the end. Understood. The trainees responded loud and clear, then stood up. There are 2 potential ways they are going to move from here on him. Kane, who was pointing his finger at the map, started glaring to the west. They ray coming. Pardon. The 5th training ground trainees have started moving once again. Oh. Kane closed his eyes without responding. Feeling the approaching trainees' presence by opening his perception, he smiled lightly. It's the same as before. Martha at the center, Burin at the top, and the rest are at the bottom. They still haven't learned. If they want to lose, then we are going to make them lose. I guess even Rayon can't control Burin and Martha. It's already over. The trainees laughed at the 5th training grounds trainees, who were running at them like fireflies. We are going to use the same strategy. Decal will face Burin Sieghart alongside the 2nd and 3rd groups, Dunn will face Martha with the 1st group, and Payan will head to the bottom. Karin and I will stand by in preparation for Rayon and Runan. Understood. The 6 training ground trainees answered loudly, then ran off to defeat their assigned opponents. Let's prepare to finish this. Kane glanced back as he stood up. Karin drew her sword, nodding at him. Then which side is the first hem? He frowned, looking towards the bottom. Runan also moved this time. He could feel the presence of frost from the bottom. Runan Sullian was there. Karin, leave it to me. Karin nodded and ran towards the location Runan was headed. Karin should be able to stop her. Karin was a successor of a high-rank vassal family just like Runan. Since she knew Runan better than anyone, she wouldn't be easily defeated. Wham! Whack! The crashing sound of boulders could be heard from the center. It was the sound of Martha clashing against Dunn once again. Bang! Shortly after that, the sound of Burin clashing with Decal could also be heard. Let's see. With 2 people standing guard, Kane closed his eyes and widened his perception. Since he needed to send reinforcement if any side was getting pushed back, he scattered his aura at the top center and bottom to grasp the situation. After checking all 3 sides, Kane's eyes widened. How why are they all losing? Top, center, and bottom were all being pushed back by the 5th training ground. How is this happening? Even though they were facing the same opponent as in the morning, they were now losing one-sidedly. It was unbelievable. Rayon Sieghart, what have you done? Martha Sieghart was thinking about Rayon's instruction as she ran ahead. You aren't good at dealing with the defensive sword formation. It's best to change your opponent. I'll never do that. She swore immediately as he told her to run away from her opponents. Rayon wasn't surprised, nodding as if he knew she would say that. Then I'll give you different instructions. Break the sword formation. The sword formation. The opponent's sword formation isn't perfect. No, it can't be perfect since they are just trainees. In what way are they not perfect? They stopped you by gathering 9 people's auras together, which means that the aura has moved within the sword formation. Which means? That's right, if you aim for that moment, you can break the sword formation in your current state, even when you've already spent a lot of your aura. Chills ran down her spine upon hearing that. What is that guy? Despite having just been sitting there, he noticed the enemy's weaknesses and told her how to defeat them. He really looked like a monster. Rather than weakness, I want to win against them head-on. Since she didn't want to get overwhelmed by Rayon's words, she spoke without thinking. Yes, you can win against them after recovering your strength and aura, since you are outstanding. However, do you think you can do it right now? She obviously wasn't able to respond. She couldn't imagine herself winning against those high-stamina monsters in her current exhausted state. Like I said, this isn't a one-and-on spar, but a team competition. Make your choice right now. Are you to choose your pride, resulting in an uncertain victory, or are you going to choose the team's victory? Martha stood up in silence upon hearing that. I would have ignored something like that before. Her arrogant self from before she lost to Rayon would have kept fighting no matter what he told her. However, she'd already experienced defeat once, and she could experience it a second time now. It was better to win no matter what, rather than losing. His name was Dun. She could see that Dun guy that she'd fought before from afar. His rock-solid pressure was the same as before. She wanted to break through it with her fist, but she held herself back by gritting her teeth. Did you come back despite knowing that you can't win against us? How stupid. You'll get hurt if you just say whatever you want. Just like me before. Martha kicked off from the ground and dashed towards Dun. Fourth formation. The trainees from behind came up next to him and gathered their aura. PH. Instead of striking the sword that she raised upwards, she spread her perception. She could feel the 6th training ground trainee's aura gathering around Dun. It's really slow. It was just like Rayon had said. Since they were dealing with a large amount of aura, the movement was as slow as a snail. PH. Martha inhaled heavily and turned to the right. Pointless. Dun turned around and stood in front of her. It was the same development as before, but there was a difference. Martha, who used to brainlessly swing her sword, pummeled her sword down at Dun's right flank, where the aura wasn't gathered yet. Wham! The 2 swords clashed, creating a powerful wave. Martha was pushed back by the impact, but Dun and the trainees' sword formation that used to be as solid as a deep-rooted tree also wavered significantly. Cold. Dun and the trainees groaned, then fixed the wavering sword formation. Martha's eyes shone like black pearls. He was right. It was just like Rayon had said. The place that the aura hadn't gathered yet had a significantly weaker defense than the other places. This really was a breakthrough. Martha smirked. Was it because the breakthrough was too easy? It wasn't. Rayon Sieghart had noticed the sword formation's weakness, sitting at the foothold with the flag. It was because she was frightened by his monstrosity. Don't be arrogant just because you've come out ahead once. Once stop making me laugh. It's every time from now on. Martha pounced with a battle cry. She moved to the left while pretending to attack, then she swung her sword towards Dun's lower body, where the aura didn't move in time. Wham! Dun quickly swung his sword in response, but his upper body wavered significantly, and the trainees in the sword formation bounced out of formation. It's over now. Emanating a beast-like pressure, Martha pounced at Dun. Buran spun the wrist, holding his sword, and raised his head. Decal, who was one of the best collateral trainees, was glaring fiercely at him. I lost against him before. Decal and the 7 trainees attacked him at once, and since they'd used the intuition sword that countered his swordsmanship, he couldn't find any way of winning. The other guys couldn't help him either because of the difference in numbers, so he kept getting pushed back. They weren't lying when they said they had thoroughly planned in preparation to defeat the 5th training ground. I'm not going to lose like before. Retreating once was enough. He was going to beat them all up, even if he had to collapse as a result. For the famous Buren Sieghart to run away, I guess numbers really do decide the battle. Decal grinned. Please fight us until the end like a real swordsman this time. At his signal, the trainees behind him rushed at him like a plague of rats. Ho! Decal himself penetrated at the center, swinging his sword. The 8 people's swords weren't in harmony, but every single one of them were aimed at a weakness. Huff! Buren gathered his aura to use his footwork. Moving to the side like flowing water, he used the phenomenal sword. His sword was bent towards Decal on his right side. Do it now. Attack him at once. The moment Buren started his attack, the trainees that learned the intuition sword rushed at him. However, that was a trap laid down by Buren. Wham! The training sword that was aimed at Decal curved like a crescent moon and hit the wrists and chests of the trainees that were coming at him. Ko! Arg! In the blink of an eye, 2 trainees were rolling on the ground, grabbing their wrists and chests. Their conditions were so bad, it was safe to consider them eliminated. Buren didn't stop swinging his sword. Using the river footwork, he kept moving and swung the phenomenal sword. Because his large motion used his entire shoulder, the 3 trainees instinctively counterattacked, aiming for that opening. Get baited. Buren's blue eyes sparkled. Bending his elbow naturally, he stuck the incoming trainee's chest without reservation. Whack! 3 trainees were sent away flying in a single strike. Ko! The one that was hit at the end managed to stand back up, but the other 2 had already fainted. D-damn-it! Decal chased him, but it was too late since Buren had already stepped aside. What happened? Why are you suddenly mixing in feints? That's what I'm saying. Buren frowned. How can it change this much from just mixing in feints? Intuition sword was a swordsmanship that relied on instinct instead of being systematic. The trainees that were still immature had no choice but to splash around, baited by the feints. But how did he even realize that? He was certain Rayon didn't move from that place. The perception and knowledge of the guy that observed the entire situation from his seat gave him goosebumps. Martha must be feeling the same way right now. He was sure that Martha, who was fighting further down, must have been thinking the same thing. He's like an onion. Rayon showed him another side of himself just when he thought he finally understood him. Just like an onion, new layers kept coming out upon peeling him open. It's not over yet. Hyla. Deccan dashed at him, gritting his teeth. The 3 other trainees did the same. Whoosh! Buren thrust his sword forward. It was a powerful strike. Multiple openings could be seen in his big motion. It's a feint, don't pay attention to it, huh? Decal's eyes were wide. He was planning to ignore it, but the trajectory of Buren's sword didn't change. It's a real one this time. And I know ways. He tried to defend against it, but it was already too late. Wham! Taking the powerful strike, Decal's training sword broke and his body was sent back flying. The fight is already over. Looking at the remaining trainees, Buren's eyes glowed. It's our victory. As long as that monster existed, there was no way the 5th training ground could lose. What is this? Meton's eyes were about to pop out of his head as he watched the 6th training ground trainees lose at the same time. What is happening? He could understand one side starting to lose. However, top, center, and bottom were all being pushed back at the same time against the opponents they'd won against. I told you already, the battle isn't over yet. Rimmer, who was lying down next to him, murmured provokingly while yawning. You must have done something. I didn't do anything, but Rayon did. What? Before you came to watch, Rayon gave them advice, and that worked. Are you saying a mere trainee's advice changed the situation this much? It's because he's not a mere trainee, he's Rayon. Rimmer smirked and pointed at Rayon, who was protecting the flag on his own. Some trainees don't follow him, and some dislike him. However, they all trust his power and decision-making. I think they'll start following his words like a god's voice. Meton groaned. That meant he was trusted by the others. However, rather than the fact that he was trusted, the way his advice significantly changed the tide of the battle was more surprising. What was the advice? Are you curious? If you are, then give me the gold all right. Rimmer waved his hand, noticing Meton's stiffened expression. Firstly, about the top. He told Meton about the advice Rayon gave the trainees. That's crazy. Meton's fingers trembled. How can a trainee give such advice? It was a perfect walkthrough, without a single flaw. However, what was more surprising was the fact that he'd noticed all those weaknesses by only using his perception. Rimmer was correct. The arrogant one wasn't Rayon, but himself. He deserved the praise of having a better perception than Kane. However, watching Kane, who had started his move, Meton smiled confidently. The match isn't over yet. Rayon, who was sitting under the flag, opened his eyes. They are all doing pretty well. While hiding his presence, he released his fully open perception in order to observe the status of the battle. He smiled. Buren, who managed to defeat Decal, stormed through the trainees that had learned the intuition sword, and Martha was beating up the remaining trainees after breaking through the sword formation. And run on. She was having an icy competition against the 6th training grounds better trainee, who came out to be her opponent. Well, it doesn't matter. Since it looked like she wasn't going to lose, it was going to be fine. Well then. Rayon stood up. As he warmed himself up, the bushes swayed and a blonde, blue-eyed swordsman appeared. Kane Sieghart, the 6th training grounds top trainee and the member of the direct line that was 2 years older than him, had appeared. I knew it. Since they were losing in every direction, and Rayon himself was hiding his presence, there was only one thing he could do. Seize the opponent's flag. So you were here, Rayon Sieghart. Kane bit his lip. He didn't look surprised, as he must have been expecting it. I didn't expect you to cast magic on the trainees. I heard you weren't acknowledged by them, but it must have been a false rumor. He slowly drew his sword from around his waist. However, this is the end. The end. I heard your aura has a fire attribute. As he said that, a crimson flame flared up on his blade. Unfortunately, my aura is the highest tier fire attribute aura, and I have more aura than a regular swordsman. In this matchup, you can't win against me. Matchup, huh? Rayon smirked and unsheathed his sword. The energy from the 10,000 flames cultivation created a red flower as it heated up the blade. Whir! It was a lot smaller than the fire on Kane's sword, but the color was incomparably denser. People from this house really talk a lot before fighting. Rayon declared, eyes the same color as the flame. Come at me, I'll show you how a single flower of flame can engulf your fire. Meton furrowed his brow, watching Rayon as he hid his presence like a wild animal. Has Rayon been hiding his strength on purpose? He wasn't hiding it, but he did that to teach the other guys a lesson. Rimmer snorted. Teach them a lesson. After receiving some attention, my students started getting delusional, thinking that they were actually really strong. They arrogantly believe that they are always ahead of the others, without realizing that there are plenty of people as strong as them. He smirked and pointed at Rayon. The only person who judges his own abilities objectively in the 5th training ground is Rayon. That's why I wanted to teach them a lesson. Wait, no way were you actually in that pub because... Yes, I went to the pub you frequent on purpose. I wanted to make the 5th and 6th training ground fight each other by taunting you. Rimmer, don't look at me like that. You were aiming for us as well. Rimmer turned around to look at Meton, smiling softly. I've been watching the way you've been teaching them well, and the children's wholehearted efforts. No one is going to look down on you in the future. Ph. Meton frowned and turned his head. It seemed he liked the compliment since his cheeks had become slightly red. But Rimmer, you are also mistaken about one thing. He turned his face back with vivid eyes. Mistaken? What kind of mistake? The battle isn't over yet. Meton raised his hand and pointed at Rayon, who was standing in front of Kane. The Rayon's aura is a mid-high level fire attribute cultivation technique, which isn't anything special. However, Kane is born with the fire attribute's disposition and has acquired a highest tier cultivation technique. Rayon is unable to win against Kane in this matchup. As Meton finished speaking, a crimson flame flared up on Kane's blade. This is another mistake. It's fine as long as you realize the result. No, it wasn't about me, but you. Rimmer giggled. He turned his head and pointed at Rayon, who was drawing his sword. Web. A very small flame ignited on Rayon's blade. Open your eyes and watch. Rimmer's eyes were burning red, much like the flame ignited on Rayon's blade. How the small flame will engulf the bigger flame. Kane Sieghart furrowed his brow, watching the small flame ignited on Rayon's blade. It was as beautiful as a flower, but it was too small. It's small. The small flame could barely cover the end of the blade. It was too thin to cut through anyone. But there must be something about him. He couldn't have become the top trainee by playing hopscotch. Considering which opponents Rayon had faced and won against so far, that energy must have been extraordinary. But I'm stronger. He kept cultivating his aura non-stop for 2 years after getting injured. Swordsmanship would have been a different story, but he didn't lose to the regular swordsman in terms of the aura's quantity. Moreover, since he'd acquired the highest tier fire attribute aura and could use it to engulf Rayon's flame, the match was already decided. Unless he was taken off guard, he could obtain victory, reversing the unfavorable situation. Here I go. Kane brandished his sword and kicked off from the ground. I need to break through it with power. Rayon was famous for his talent in swordsmanship. In order to avoid getting dragged around by his techniques, he needed to finish the fight in one fell swoop using speed and power. Right before he pummeled Rayon's shoulder with his flame sword, he raised his head. Serene eyes. He got goosebumps as he looked at eyes that didn't match the situation at all. He brandished the sword containing that small flame. It's too late. Putting strength into his waist and thigh, he completed his attack. Clang! The moment the two swords clashed, he fueled up his aura to full power. Wham! The flame rising from the blade was burning fiercely, as if it was going to engulf Rayon as a whole. However, something unexpected happened. The small flame at the end of Rayon's sword started engulfing the huge flame covering Kane's blade. What is happening? Kane's eyes widened. How does this make any sense? Such a small flame was engulfing his flame when it should have been the other way around. It was unbelievable. He met Rayon's eyes over the sword. His eyes were even calmer than before. He still had a lot of room to spare. Arg! Kane grit his teeth. Using all his energy from his energy center, he sliced with his sword. The aura exploded fiercely, to a point where a red line was drawn in the air, but Rayon stepped up instead. Whir! His sword was changing from a heavy boulder to a sharp wind. The silver blade was penetrating him like a beast's fang. Huff! Kane hurriedly used his aura to slash his sword. Clank! I blocked it. I certainly blocked it, yet what is my sword? It was a single strike. In a single strike, the training sword shattered. He couldn't believe such a small flame contained such a tremendous amount of power. It's not over yet. The sound of wind could be heard once again, and his back was hurting as if it was being crushed. Cug! Unable to withstand Rayon's punch, Kane was struck to the ground while screaming. Ko! As he was standing back up and enduring the pain of his ribs being crushed, he heard Rayon's voice from above him. Matchup! Rayon tilted his head with an innocent expression. What's a matchup? After beating down Kane, Rayon sat on the tree trunk once again. After waiting a while, the 5th training ground trainees showed up through the bushes. Some of them had fallen, but most of them had returned nice and healthy. Martha was holding the enemy's flag. That thing I mean, isn't that person Kane Sieghart? Dorian was looking at Kane, whose hands were tied up with soulless eyes. That's right, when the battle started going badly, he came here immediately. Wow, the young master really never loses. A few trainees, including Dorian, smirked. They were saying that he was amazing. It was just like you said. Burin approached him with an awkward expression. The incomplete intuition sword was easily tricked by the feints, so much that it was ridiculous. He scratched his head, then breathed out slowly and started talking again. I believed I could do better than you as a commander at least, but that wasn't the case at all. If you weren't here today, we would be lost to the 6th training ground. The trainees behind Burin nodded in agreement. I acknowledge you as the top trainee once again. I'll follow your orders from now on without any complaint. He thumped his chest and turned around. His ears turned completely red, showing that he was embarrassed once again. Stab. Martha stuck the 6th training grounds flag into the ground. I don't really like it, but he's right. I hate to say it, but the best contributor in today's victory is you. She said that if his instruction ended up being weird, then she was going to give up on that promise. Rayon, who came back in a better shape than anyone, nodding strongly as if she was telling him good job. It was her way of complimenting him. Looking at those 3 people, one after another, Rayon smiled lightly. This is how the 5th training ground should be. Meton smiled bitterly. His gaze was fixated on Rayon, who made Kane kneel after beating him up. I didn't expect that small flame to be that strong. Rayon's small flame didn't lose to Kane's large flame. Instead, it was overwhelming in terms of ferocity. Rimmer wasn't talking nonsense when he said it was going to engulf the other. It's not just the power, he was also watching his opponent properly. Kane's flame was certainly strong, but there was a gap at the bottom of the blade where he couldn't cover it with aura. It was a small gap that was difficult to notice for a trainee. However, he noticed it. Rayon Sieghart had noticed Kane's mistake and swung his sword at that weakness to grasp his victory. Amazing. He thought Kane's perception was amazing, but Rayon's was even better. His perception was so sensitive and polished, to the point that it was still difficult to believe despite having witnessed it. He's insanely gusty, too. Analyzing the enemy's weakness and swinging his sword in a spur of the moment wasn't something just anyone could do. His mind was already on par with qualified swordsmen. Meton sighed and stood up. He turned around and nodded. I have no choice but to acknowledge him. Rimmer, who was half lying down, nodded in satisfaction. I complimented that boy, but why do you look so satisfied? Because he's my student. What about it? He must have been training on his own while you were playing around. Well, something like that did happen before. Rimmer snickered and got up. Then let's go. Where? They think of each other as rivals, but they don't antagonize or hate each other. Since they are all under Sieghart's name, this is a good opportunity to get acquainted to each other. Let's give them a feast. That's a good idea. You are paying for it, right? All right. Meton nodded, since he made a bet with Rimmer. Paying for the children's food wasn't a big deal. I knew you were a generous guy. Rimmer smiled and ran towards the trainees gathering around Rayon. We are going to feast with someone else's money. Rayon took his fork and knife, watching the food piling up on the long rectangular table. He cut the grilled pork in front of him into a small slice and put it in his mouth. The skin was crispy, the meat was moist, and it melted in his mouth. The taste was strong, but extremely delicious. Wow, this is so good. I love it. It's a condensed flavor that captures the king of essence's picky taste. I agree, it's pretty good. Try eating the pie over there next. Ever since Devildom, the king of essence has loved pies, every morning and evening. Rayon ignored him and ate the stew on his right side. It was soft and tasty. Th thighs isn't bad either, but listen to the king of essence. Pie, it's a pie. Such a place existed around here. As soon as the battle ended, Rimmer had brought the trainees from the 5th and 6th training grounds to a restaurant inside the domain. He was worried because the restaurant's exterior looked old, but the dishes were varied and the taste was great. It seemed an excellent chef had cooked using quality ingredients. And yet, he looked around while eating another slice of pork. The atmosphere was as lethargic as an old piano wire. The 5th training ground, who came out victorious, and the 6th training ground, who had lost, were both depressed. I guess it can't be helped. The 5th training ground almost lost to the 6th training ground that they believed they could easily win against, and the 6th training ground had lost despite having prepared thoroughly. Both parties being depressed wasn't anything strange. Of course, that wasn't the case for everyone. I'm realizing once again that I really taught them very well. Rimmer giggled while drinking the most expensive black beer. Giving out that advice was great, but did you see how they followed that advice? My students are really amazing. You didn't do anything today. Who do you think taught Rayon? It was me. Therefore, his achievements are also mine. Huh. The two of them were having a reflection meeting on the battle, although it didn't sound like a reflection meeting. Rimmer was just boasting instead. On the other hand, the sound of eating was the only thing that could be heard from the trainee's table, just like a lunch after training. Thinking that it couldn't be helped, he was about to eat his fried chicken. Was his name done? The big guy that fought against Martha at the center came up to her. You were stronger than I heard. Your attack and defense were both great. You were amazing at the first encounter, but I was really freaked out when you started aiming for the sword formations gap on the second encounter. Just like his honest appearance, Dunn told her how he felt. Martha seemed flustered as she dropped the broccoli from her fork. Won't you train with me one day? I'm sure it will be helpful for both of you. Scram. Of course, Martha shook her hand without even looking at him. I guess she isn't going to start rampaging at this rate. Rayon secretly nodded. Martha would be normally started punching him already, but the way she answered signified that she took a liking to him. Sir Buren. Decal also moved next to Buren, seizing the opportunity. Do you have anything to say? Buren frowned and raised his head. Do you usually practice feints? Not that much. They looked like very polished feints to me. They looked so real that I couldn't give up on the opportunity. I ended up going for it like a dog on a bone. Ahem. Buren's face went slightly red. It seemed that he liked the compliment. Well, your intuition sword was also pretty sharp. I couldn't find any way to break through it until I started using the feints. It was the first time my swordsmanship was countered so hard. Buren complimented Deccan in return. But we still lost to Sir Buren in the end. We really couldn't do anything once you started using the feints at the end. Well, the swordsmanship is one thing, but my aura is better than yours, so. It seemed Buren took a liking to Decal's honesty. He was even turned around, talking about swordsmanship and aura. With that as the trigger, the trainees that had been reading the atmosphere started to talk about the battle, visiting the ones they'd faced. They discussed which parts were amazing and which parts were troublesome, as if they were having a debate. I heard you like ice cream. Which ice cream? Run-On was also sitting in front of a cute-looking girl. Whether they were having a proper conversation was questionable. Heave-ho. He could hear somebody sitting next to him. When he looked next to him, it was the 6th training grounds top trainee, Kane Sieghart, that he fought against at the end. It was my complete defeat. I didn't expect you to break my sword by attacking the spot where my aura was weak. He nodded his head, face full of admiration. I'm guessing it wasn't a coincidence, right? That is correct, sir. Rayon nodded honestly. You don't need to talk so formally. We are both trainees, after all. Okay. He didn't need to refuse if he wanted him to talk casually, so he nodded. I believed I was the best at my age in terms of perception, but apparently that was my arrogance. Kane smiled with the expression of having accepted everything. It was different than before. Meeting a member of the direct line with such a personality was rather refreshing. That was a great lesson for me, both tactically and mentally. Thank you. A lesson. Thanks to you, I learned that I shouldn't be careless until the very end, and that I need to prepare for the plan's failure. You probably told me all that in order to teach me a lesson. Kane stood up and slowly lowered his head. You are my benefactor, thank you. Lo. Rayon tilted his head. What is he even saying? Rayon furrowed his brows. Is he thanking me? He couldn't understand it. He had shattered the strategy Kane did his best to devise. He had won against him in the duel, and he had also hit his chest in the end, so he couldn't understand why he was lowering his head to thank him. You look like you don't understand. Kane smirked like he expected that to happen. I believed that we could defeat you guys no matter what in this all-out battle. I had identified your personalities, and might before the battle was even decided, so that we could win against you whenever it happened. That was indeed rather dangerous. Understanding Martha and Buren's personalities and swordsmanship to devise a strategy against them had worked. If he hadn't sent Run-On to call them back, they would have been eliminated right there. Yes, however, it was dangerous, and we didn't manage to win. I believed everything was over after a small victory. I never expected you to have a better perception than me, for you to be skilled at hiding your presence, and I didn't think Martha and Buren would change that much. Kane sighed heavily. Lastly, I never imagined losing in a one-on-one fight against you. Aura was the one thing I was confident about, since cultivating was all I did while recovering, yet I still can't believe I lost to such a small flame. He was still thinking that the 10,000 flames cultivation was weak. It was a mistake, but since he didn't really need to correct him, he didn't say anything. I really learned a lot during this battle. I have to always keep in mind that there might be someone better than me in the enemy camp, despite them being younger, and never let my guards down. He saw Kane's eyes. Those were satisfied eyes, like after filling one's stomach with delicious food. It seemed that everything he'd said so far was his honest thoughts. He isn't too bad for a member of the direct line. It was just like he'd said, one always had to consider the possibility of the enemy hiding their strength. When he was an assassin, he could be called the best because he was prepared for every possibility. I see. Rayon nodded to Kane and looked around the restaurant. The 5th and the 6th training grounds trainees were now talking and laughing together like friends, all while eating the food. What do you think about while swinging your sword? I don't know about thinking, I just follow my instincts, and I already told you to scram. Even Martha, who has been acting irritated, was now responding a little after hearing so many compliments, just a little though. That much willpower is obvious for one who aims to become a Sieghart swordsman. Indeed, a Sieghart swordsman would let his left side get stabbed after getting hit on the right side if that allowed them to achieve victory. Buren and Decal were laughing together with red faces, as if they were drunk. Munch munch. Run-On was eating fruit after finishing her conversation with Karin. It looked like she liked the fruit, since she had a bunch of them piled up in front of her, which reminded him of a squirrel. How curious. It was strange how they could become so close after fighting each other so fiercely. He thought the atmosphere was going to be as heavy as a funeral when he first heard they were going to have a feast together, but he was completely wrong. The restaurant actually felt like a small festival. Ray also weird. As he was wondering why, Kane, who was eating a chicken, snickered. Why? Aren't you curious about why those that have been fighting each other have now become so friendly? I knew it. Kane nodded, confirming his guess. Shall I tell you the answer? It's because they fought each other. I know that already, but why does fighting? No, it's not just because they fought, but because they fought under the name of Sieghart. He pointed at the trainees that were talking about that day's battle. We are all Sieghart. No one used underhanded methods. Everyone did their best to fight in order to achieve victory. Everyone who clashed with their swords is aware of that fact. When Rayon thought about it, it was just like he said. He could clearly feel Kane's feelings while clashing his sword with his. Victory was his only wish. Since they did everything they could, they must feel refreshed whether they lost or won. They aren't pretending to be friendly, but they actually became friends a little. Having said that, Kane drank juice as if he was drinking a beer. Is that so? He felt like he could understand the reason that they looked so close and why he couldn't understand it, a little. Because it wasn't like this in my previous life. The all-out battles also happened as part of training when he was being raised as an assassin. However, unlike here, the weak lost their lives despite it being training. He couldn't even think about making friends, and he thanked the fact that he could live to see another day in despair. This has to be the correct way. If people that trained in the same place, under the same name, fought against each other with everything they had, then the result should have been what he was witnessing right now. However, what the instructors wanted him to be wasn't a human being but an obedient dog. Since the training was about killing each other, doubting and resenting each other was a natural outcome. You looked so calm during the fight, just like an old warrior that had experienced all kinds of battles. Now you look your age. You raise such a strange character. Kane smiled while chewing on the meat. Rather than making fun of him, he seemed to be enjoying it. Is that so? Rayon smiled back. Of course, the smile had a different meaning than Kane's. I really don't know anything. He was getting stronger and stronger, and his assassination technique and experience still remained in his head, but he was lacking more than anyone there in terms of humanity. It was an ashamed smile. Huh. He sighed slowly and looked out the window. The setting sun was pressing gently on his eyes. It was probably because of the situation, or because he'd heard of something that reminded him of his previous life. He recalled his old memories. It was when he didn't even have the code name Rao. The memories of the days he struggled with a dagger in his hand in order to survive were filling up his brain. The children that were running at him in order to kill him during the real battle training. He didn't even know their faces since they were wearing masks, but they might have been able to live on like this if they hadn't been taken away to that place. They would have met friends they'd gotten along with and laughed happily and talked to each other. They might have faced difficulties, but they would have lived a better life than dying like that. His hands trembled in grief. That's right, everything was. Darius Robert. It was because of that damned fraud that was the previous king of the South, the Sky Sword Saint. His wrath against him filled his heart after a long time. Rayon. As Rayon was grit his teeth, he heard Runon's clear voice. He suddenly came back to his senses. Tusk, that damn brat dares to interrupt. Wrath's voice of regret was heard from his bracelet. It looked like he had slightly stimulated his emotions in the process. You are really... W8, why are you letting go of such a nice wrath? Develop it even more. Don't you need to take your revenge, the king of essence? Go away already. Cull, you bastard. Rayon put Wrath back into the bracelet. There was some interference from Wrath, but those were his real emotions. He was going to kill Darius Robert, no matter what. I'm okay. He smiled lightly at Runon, who was staring at him, and she started eating fruit once again. She really looked like a squirrel when she was eating. Rayon Zieghart. Keynes, who had already finished the chicken, called his name while tapping the table. I have a suggestion. How about having a match like this between the training grounds from time to time? One and on would also be fine, and another all-out battle like today's would be meaningful, in my opinion. The restaurant fell silent. It seemed his voice was rather loud. The trainees that had been talking were now looking at them. After looking around the children, he couldn't see anyone who disliked the idea. Martha was frowning, signaling him to decline the offer, but since she was the only one against it, he didn't care about her. Yeah, that sounds good. You are cool, I knew it. Kane hit the table and stood up. Wow, it's going to be interesting from now on. I'm not going to lose next time. What are you on about? We are going to win again next time, for sure. The trainees' voices became louder. They were all rejoicing that they made new connections. God damn it. Except for one person. Martha swore and glared at Rayon. Rayon ignored her gaze and looked at the right end. The important people, the ones that could decide on Kane's suggestions, were busy with something else. Wait, are you saying the food expenses here aren't the price for losing the bet? Obviously not. Did I ever tell you to pay for the food because you lost the bet? I just asked you to pay. But I already gave you monies. That was the down payment. Instead of talking about the trainees, battles, or what they could be done better, Rimmer and Meton were talking about the bet. That doesn't make any sense. This and that are different stories. The price for the bet is usually gold coins. Well, give it to me already. Pay for the food here as well. Rimmer extended his hand while grinning. You must be the only elf with so much greed. Ah, thank you for the compliment. Wow, I'm so angry. Meton hit Rimmer's hand with a heavy gold coin pouch. Thank you, Mr. Easy Customer. Customer. Please do it again in the future. After getting the money, Rimmer stood up holding the beer glass. Hey kids, you did great today. Rest well tomorrow. See you again the day after at the training ground. He waved his hand and left the restaurant. You aren't going anywhere. Rayon sneered and followed him. I can't let him be the only one benefiting from this. I win every time I bet on Rayon. Rimmer was cheerfully heading over to the gambling house. Rayon is my lucky boy. He was anxious because the trainees were losing one-sidedly, but in the end, they met his expectations. As soon as Rayon made his move, the disadvantageous situation was reversed, and they achieved a perfect victory. It looked like he was never going to lose in the future, as long as he kept betting on Rayon. A gamble that I can win 100 of the time is a golden calf. I want to do that every day now. Such a gamble doesn't exist in the world. Oh. He hurriedly turned his head at the pleasant voice coming from behind him. Rayon was looking at the gold pouch in his hand coldly. Rayon, why are you here? You should eat more. It looks like you won a lot from betting on us. Oh. And this isn't the first or the second time, right? Oh. He was correct both times. He did earn a lot of money thanks to Rayon, like seriously. Have. Rayon raised his finger and pointed at the gold pouch. Have. Since you won thanks to us, please use half of it on us. Each half would be too much. There's gonna be nothing left of it by tomorrow anyway. I might triple the money, who knows. I've never seen you win anything at the gambling house. He snorted. Rimmer was frustrated, but he was right. However, this time was different. He had a great feeling about it. I have a great feeling. I'm going to win tenfold and use half of it too. That won't be necessary. The half is already plenty for us. I don't want to. Everything was my. Then I'm not going to cooperate in the future. What? Since it's obvious when the instructor is placing a bet, I might lose on purpose. There's no way you are going to do such a thing, Rimmer groaned. Rayon's calm eyes were telling him that he was serious. Did I go too far? Now that he thought about it, he kept winning during the spars with Burin and Martha and kept everything to himself. I'm not asking you to give it to me, but I'm asking to spend it on the trainees. All right, what is it? What do you need? There was something I felt during the battle against the 6th training ground. Rayon smiled slightly for the first time and continued. What the trainees need is 2 days later. What's this? A dummy. This is a dummy used for practicing swordsmanship. The trainees' eyes shone, looking at the training dummies placed on the left side of the training ground. A dummy for swordsmanship practice. Yes, when you strike the training dummy with your sword, it returns an even stronger power. I heard it's great for preparing for actual battle. Really, but why did we get these out of nowhere? The trainees tilted their heads, looking at the training dummy. The instructor bought it for us. Really? Hearing from Rayon, the trainees' surprised gazes turned to Rimmer, who was lying down on the platform. You must have felt it during the previous battle, but you often lose the grip on your sword or gain wrist injuries because of the reaction while clashing swords with an enemy. He must have bought it in preparation for that. Did that gambling addict really? That means did he use the money he won 2 days ago for this? Instructor. The trainees approached Rimmer with impressed eyes. Even Burin, who blatantly disliked Rimmer, opened his eyes wide in surprise. Yes, work hard with it. Rimmer smiled helplessly, waving his hand. It's so damn expensive. The training dummy was more expensive than he thought. He didn't even have half the gold left after buying a few of them. Then he got angry and placed the rest in a bet and lost everything. He really ended up penniless, just like Rayon had said. However, Rimmer's mouth curved up into a slight smile as he watched the trainees enjoying themselves while hitting the training dummies. Inside, an old-fashioned room filled with black hardwood furniture, including a bookshelf, desk, and a table, the rustling sound of writing could be heard. The sound was coming from the desk. A handsome middle-aged man with long silver hair glittering like a snowfield was drawing an unknown symbol in a book full of blank pages. Mysteriously, the symbol he drew disappeared shortly after, and the book still looked as if nothing was written in it. The middle-aged man was restlessly drawing symbols. Drip. A drop of blood dripped down from the open wound on his right hand and seeped into the book. The middle-aged man stopped his hand for the first time, his gaze directed to the stain of blood coloring the white paper red. Tuzg. The silver-haired middle-aged man and the ruler of the South, the Sky Sword Saint Darius Robert, clicked his tongue. It still hasn't healed up. The injury he'd received on his hand 17 years ago when he killed a hunting dog called Rayon still hadn't disappeared. He tried using high-quality elixirs and asking famous healers or priests, but no one was capable of removing the sword wound. The wound didn't open up, though. The wound didn't get better or worse. As if it was telling him to remember, it was mysteriously keeping its initial form. Are you asking me to remember a ghost? Darius Robert snickered and stroked the wound on the back of his hand. The blood spilling out slowly started to subside. I'm sorry, but I don't look back. I only keep advancing forward. He picked up the fountain pen once again and started drawing the symbol into the book. Until the sun that was in the middle of the sky set, then rose once again, Darius kept drawing the symbols nonstop, without moving from his chair. When Darius finally turned the last page, the black dragon drawn on the book cover was visible. It was drawn vividly, as if it was alive. It's done. Darius Robert smiled in satisfaction, looking at the completed book. There's not much left until the grand plan now. When he put his hand on the book, the eyes of the black dragon on the cover sparkled. The new year had begun. Rayon was now 15 years old, and his appearance was the definition of the word elegant. He was sitting down where the charcoal kiln used to be with his eyes closed. The red haze kept shimmering on his shoulders endlessly, and frost kept emanating from his pores. With the heat and frost meeting each other, the misty gray haze was filling his surroundings. As if Rayon wasn't aware of the mysterious phenomenon, he didn't open his eyes until the sun set under the western mountain. Rayon, who looked like he had become a stone statue, finally started changing when the moon started rising. The red haze shimmering on his shoulders became a red flame, and the steam coming from his skin pores became frost. Sparkle. The moment the flame and the frost collided with each other and created a spark. Rayon opened his eyes. His red eyes looked like they were struck by lightning as they pierced through the dark night. He clenched his fist and breathed out in excitement. Finally, translucent messages appeared above as his voice completely cracked. One strand of the curse of frost has disappeared. 10,000 flames cultivation has reached 3 stars. Coldness of the frost has reached 3 stars. Perception of the snowflower has reached 3 stars. Fire resistance has reached 3 stars. You have reached the level of sword expert beginner. Your aura cultivation speed grows faster. All stats have increased greatly. Swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Footwork proficiency has increased. The messages appeared one after another. IV finally reached the level of an expert. Rayon checked the messages and nodded in satisfaction. Thanks to having trained continuously despite various incidents, he managed to reach the level of an expert 1 month after the new year had begun. He was only at the beginner level, which was worse than the apprentice level, but the feeling of achievement made him smile naturally. Expert, even a sword master, is an insignificant insect, yet you are seriously rejoicing that you became a mere expert. Wrath snorted in dissatisfaction. It's rare to become an expert at the age of 15. Expert was indeed an excellent level, but it could hardly be called powerful on the continent scale. However, if one reached that level at the age of 15, It was an achievement that could shock not only regular houses and kingdoms, but also the 6 kings and 5 demons. Age-only idiots count ages on a battlefield. A weakling is just a weakling, no matter how old they are. That's not wrong. No one would be dumb enough to go easy on someone on a battlefield just because they were young. He snickered while nodding. However, I have no intention of stopping just because I became an expert. Rayon pushed away Wrath, who was provoking him, then stood up. It's light. Probably because one strand of the shackle of ice that always pressured him had disappeared, his body felt as light as a leaf and was full of energy. Status window. Rayon opened up the status window after trying to move his body a little. Status window. Name Rayon Sieghart. Title First Victory. State Curse of Frost, 5 strands. Trait Wrath Ring of Fire, 4 stars. Water Resistance, 4 stars. Perception of the Snow Flower, 3 stars. 10,000 Flames Cultivation, 3 stars. Coldness of the Frost, 3 stars. Fire Resistance, 3 stars. Bleeding Curse, 1 stars. Strength 55. Agility 56. Stamina 57. Energy 40. Perception 62. As soon as he saw the status window, the corners of his lips raised. The 10,000 Flames Cultivation, the Coldness of the Frost, and the Fire Resistance had leveled up, and his stats had also increased significantly. It wasn't just the numbers. His mana circuit had also expanded, increasing the amount and speed of the aura he could control. I'm at the beginner level of expert, but I should be on par with someone at the apprentice level. The thought of possessing a might stronger than the level or number that was displayed made him unconsciously clench his fists. How pathetic, you are at a level that can't even handle one finger, no, not even a fingernail of the King of the Essence. Well, that's true. Rayon smiled. But why are you smiling? Because you wouldn't even have said it was a fingernail before. Wasn't that your way of acknowledging my growth? There's no way the King of Essence would acknowledge a mere human. I must be right since your voice is trembling slightly. Since we've been together for a long time, I can tell what you are thinking to some extent. A human that tries to read the King of Essence's mind deserves to be crunched to the bones. Wrath's coldness burst out like a tidal wave. Whir! Rayon used the 10,000 Flames Cultivation, which had reached 3 stars, to completely melt Wrath's coldness. Is that all? If you don't recover your strength soon, I'm going to eat you. HMPH, listening to your nonsense reminds me of the old days. Back in Devildom, the King of Essence had demon visitors that tried picking a fight. I should go warm up. Where are you going? Listen to the King of Essence. Training is finished. Thank you for your efforts. At Rimmer's voice, Rayon lowered his head while breathing heavily. Thank you for your efforts. The trainees also repeated their thanks after Rayon. You are welcome. Rimmer waved his hand while grinning. It looked like a half-hearted response stemming from his laziness, but it was actually his way of greeting. It looks like everyone's gotten used to it now. Rayon nodded slightly, watching Rimmer, the instructors, and the trainees. After spending over 3 years together, everyone had gotten pretty close. Even Burin and Martha, who hated him the most, now realized what kind of person Rimmer was and were softer towards him. Instructor, since you were 20 minutes late today, shouldn't you train us 20 minutes longer? Of course, he still didn't compromise on his tardiness. Let's do that tomorrow. We've done enough for today. Rimmer smiled awkwardly and went down from the platform. Judging from the way he was stepping backwards, he was about to run away after changing the subject. The ones on duty should start cleaning up the training ground. Rayon murmured that he was always the same and turned around to give the cleanup orders. Understood. Dorian, who was on duty, energetically nodded and ran to the corner that the cleaning materials had been placed. While opening the toolbox, he noticed who was standing next to him and screamed. What, do you have a problem with me being on duty? Martha, whose black hair was flowing down her shoulders, furrowed her brows. And not at all, I'm absolutely honored. Tuzg. She clicked her tongue and took the equipment for hardening the training grounds floor, starting her work before Dorian. The Martha from before would V left the chores to the collaterals or the recommended children and headed over to the direct line training herself. However, she couldn't escape the cleanup duty anymore because of Rayon's orders. "What are you watching? I have to clean up, so disappear somewhere else." Martha stomped her feet and the ground trembled. The trainees that were staring at her in a daze hurriedly ran to the exit. Dorian, who was standing next to her, collapsed on the ground in shock. "She's still the same. It seems you are the only one she is acting differently towards." Rayon turned his head to the voice behind him. Rimmer was approaching him with a silly snicker. "Didn't you run away because of Buren's scolding?" I came back since there's something I forgot." "Forget. Attention, everyone." When Rimmer clapped his hands, the trainees, who were running away from Martha's shout, all stopped to listen to him. "I have something to tell you." When the trainees came near him, Rimmer went up onto the platform once again. "I forgot something really important." He smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. "What is it again?" "You've got a second mission." The whole training ground fell silent in an instant. "Mission? How can you forget about that? That guy is serious." Since they couldn't imagine he could forget about a mission, the trainees ground their teeth. "Mission, huh?" Rayon closed his eyes. "It took longer than I thought." Since they had successfully completed their first mission, he thought they were going to get their second mission sooner. However, over a half a year had passed since then. It looked like the missions weren't that frequent for the trainees. "It's either the way Sieghart is raising their children is softer than I thought, or the mission is incredibly difficult." It was one of the two, but he personally hoped for the latter. That would allow him to grow up faster. "It seems orcs have appeared near Cebu village, located in the southeast of Sieghart." Rimmer pointed towards Cebu village in the air. It was obvious that he didn't bring a map because he was too lazy. "Getting rid of the orcs that are threatening people at Cebu village and protecting the village is your mission. In short, it's a village protection and monster extermination mission." "Lork, it's monster extermination." Monster extermination was the easiest and simplest mission compared to escort or dungeon exploration missions. Since it was easier than their first mission, the bandit extermination, the trainees cheered out loud. "You are stupid for being happy about a mission." Rimmer clicked his tongue and continued. "Unlike the first mission, the instructors won't come along. You guys will be the only ones going to Cebu village. Thinking and making decisions by yourselves from the beginning to the end isn't going to be as easy as you think." "I have a question." Buren raised his hand. "What were you even thinking, to actually forget to tell us about a mission that we will be doing by ourselves?" That's not a question, but a reprimand." Rimmer broke out into a cold sweat. Buren's face wrinkled like tree bark, and he sighed heavily. "Then I will ask the real question. Since you said we will be the only ones moving out, what shall we do if we meet a critical situation we can't handle by ourselves?" Recognizing that is also your job. If the mission is deemed impossible, giving up on it and deciding to return is also your ability. Therefore, Rimmer's gaze glanced around the trainees, then stopped at Rayon. The leader's ability is important once again. You have to decide whether you have to break through with power, devise a strategy, or run away without looking back upon facing a critical situation. Isn't it going to be a problem if we run away from a mission? Dorian raised his hand this time. "It depends. If you run away from goblins, you will lose points and be disgraced. If you manage to run away from one of the 5 demons, then you deserve to be praised." "Oh!" Dorian exclaimed, hearing that he was allowed to run away. His cowardly personality remained the same in the new year. "Understood." Buren eventually looked at Rayon. With his eyes slightly shining, his expression was that of acknowledgement and slight envy. "You will be departing the daybreak after tomorrow. You shall rest for today and tomorrow while thoroughly preparing for the mission. Wait in 2 days. Dorian's eyes flicked left and right like a grasshopper. "Yes, in 2 days. Why is it at such short notice? That's way too early. Since today is almost over, we've only got 1 day left. Monster extermination is an urgent mission compared to escorts or dungeon explorations. If you end up being late, Cebu Village will be the one suffering casualties. Then you should have told us earlier. Burin exploded again and stomped the ground. The day after tomorrow. Stop. Rayon's low voice pierced through the center of the training ground. The instructor told us before, you can't predict when and what kind of mission you will get. Instead of being flustered and criticizing him about it, you should be preparing for the mission. The more you criticize, the more you will be played by the instructor's hands. That's right. Yes, let's make our move for now. The trainees that were angry like Burin nodded, and Rimmer smiled in satisfaction. I'm going to pluck off those ears one day. Martha murmured something Wrath had already said before and ground her teeth. Run-On looked like none of it mattered as she stood blankly, licking her lips. She seemed to be thinking about the ice cream she would eat once she returned home. A wild orc is fiercer and sturdier than the orc you faced during battle training. Since they are also bigger in numbers, it will be a fight of one versus many. Since we've learned footwork, it will be more advantageous for us to focus on evading rather than blocking. Make your equipment as light as possible and gather here at daybreak in 2 days. After saying that, Rayon turned around. Tusk. Run-On nodded like a baby bird and Martha clicked her tongue, then left the training ground. Understood. The trainees that followed Rayon answered loud and clear, then ran towards the dormitory. Burin glared at the instructors for a moment, but he turned around without saying anything. The collaterals followed him towards the main building. He really looks like a leader now. Rimmer grinned with his arms crossed. Of course, he was saying that looking while at Rayon's back. I know, right? I never imagined he would change that much. He is also open-minded, probably because he started from rock bottom. I've seen many children so far, but it's my first time seeing a top trainee that managed to make the others follow him based on his efforts, rather than his position or talent. The instructors approached Rimmer and nodded. All of them also acknowledged Rayon. I should prepare as well. I need to start moving before the children. The youngest instructor licked his lips while watching the children walk away. They used to really send the trainees on a mission on their own, but ever since Glenn broke through the demonic wall, the second mission's rules included having instructors tag along secretly. No. Rimmer tapped the youngest instructor's shoulder, then shook his head. I'll be going. Pardon. What? Are you serious? The instructor's eyes widened. They couldn't believe the man that found teaching them bothersome was volunteering to follow them on a mission. Yes. But head instructor, if you don't get there in time when the children are in danger because you were napping. Eep, who do you think I am? Don't you trust me? Rimmer flapped his hand, but the instructors didn't respond. That was because they could count on their fingers the number of times Rimmer wasn't late to a training period. Anyway, I'll be going, so you can rest easy. Rimmer turned around after saying that. They could hear him murmur that he was going to have a great nap as he left the training ground. He should sleep here if he wants to sleep. Why does he even want to follow them on a mission? I guess he's leaving since the head of house and the other division leaders will bother him if he stays here. The instructors snorted, realizing Rimmer's plans. His laziness is really amazing. Even though the mission was going to start in 2 days, Rayon returned to the dormitory after finishing up his night training. A backpack with lightweight magic cast on it was placed in front of the room. It seemed to be a bag prepared for the mission. He is really being obvious that he doesn't care. That kind of bag was normally handed down personally, but putting it in front of the room was his way of telling him to take care of his own business since he didn't care. That's fine. Rayon snickered and entered the room holding the bag. It didn't matter whether the instructors followed or not. He just needed to complete the mission perfectly, regardless of what it was. Such arrogance. Do you believe everything in the world will go your way? There are countless unexpected circumstances that can happen against you. Well, that's true. Rayon nodded, just as Wrath said, anything could happen at any time. However, since he could handle most problems by himself, he couldn't relate to that too much. "You're telling me that something unexpected can happen, like how you lost to me. I really want to tear your mouth off." "That's an impossible wish." Rayon snickered and started to pack his bag. Since he was given a light bag, packing up wasn't really difficult. Knock, knock. As he was in the middle of packing up, a knocking sound could be heard. "Who is it?" He opened the door, thinking that it was strange since everyone should be been busy preparing for departure. "Lyko." Rayon's jaw dropped with his eyes widened. There were the only two people in the world that could fluster him. Sylvia and Helen were standing there, faces turning red. "Rayon, if you are going on a mission, you should return to the annex building and tell Mom about it." "How did you know that?" "No way, was it Dorian again?" "Sir Rimmer told us." Putting her hands on her hips, Sylvia frowned. "That elf, seriously." He secretly sighed. He came to the dormitory on purpose to prevent Sylvia and Helen from worrying. He didn't think he would visit them personally to tell them about it. "I'm sorry." It would have been a different story if he could have kept it a secret, but since they had already realized, he didn't need to make up an excuse. It was a fact that he was avoiding them, since it could get awkward if he told them he was going on a mission without an instructor, despite having time to visit them. Sylvia pouted without saying anything and wrinkled her nose. As he was about to close his eyes in preparation for her long preaching, he heard her voice. "Rayon." The top trainee isn't only supposed to greet others. It's a position that should lead the other trainees in a better direction. Sylvia's eyes were full of unusual seriousness. "Not just yourself, but you should think about everyone before you act. The children's lives are at stake based on your decisions." "All's okay." Rayon nodded with a bewildered expression. "I didn't expect her to say something like this." He thought he would get scolded and preached at. He didn't expect her to give such advice. Monster extermination might look easy, but it's actually a difficult mission. Make sure to wipe them out completely so that the villagers won't suffer anymore. Sylvia was correct. Since the monsters multiplied very quickly, it was important to completely root them out when he was at it. Always keep in mind that the moment you are on a mission, you aren't a trainee anymore but a Sieghart swordsman. She lowered her body to meet his eyes. Her eyes were shining like stars. "Mom told you before, right? The first Sieghart knew honor and shame, and was the kind of person that pointed his sword at the strong in order to protect the weak. Mom wants Rayon to act like that Sieghart ancestor." Sylvia smiled, gently caressing Rayon's shoulder. "Aren't you angry?" "I'm angry and I'm worried. I feel so frustrated, however." Her expression changed in an instant. She pouted once again. "It's not the right time to scold you. Be ready for some preaching once you return." Rayon smiled lightly and nodded. Since Sylvia had also lived as a swordsman, she was well aware that now wasn't the right time to scold him. "I'm glad that you became happier after starting to train, but I can't stop worrying about you." Sylvia hugged Rayon tightly. He could feel her worries in her trembling hands. She returned after giving him a few more pieces of advice. She didn't take as much of his time as he had expected, and she didn't scold him either. While worrying about her son, she hoped he would complete the mission properly as a swordsman. That's why her voice and her words touched him deep in his heart. While packing up his bag, he looked out the window. The moonlight was permeating the room as if it were jealous. Daybreak 2 days later. Rimmer was standing on the platform in the training ground where the sun still hadn't risen. The trainees were looking at him with eyes full of nervousness and excitement. "I'm telling you for the last time, anything can happen outside the house. You must doubt over and over. If you think it's too difficult, retreat without a second thought." "Yes." His gaze was directed at Rayon, who was standing at the first row. Rayon calmly nodded. "Then go now. It would normally take a month, but you should be able to arrive in 2 weeks since we've opened the official broad road. I wish you good fortune in battle." "Thank you." Rimmer clapped his hands, just like in their usual training. The trainees bowed to him and the instructors, then turned around. "Line up in 4 columns. We will be moving in the buddy groups assigned in the morning." The trainees moved in a perfect order at Rayon's command. "Huh." Rimmer snorted while watching them. Did he make buddy groups? Despite being a top trainee, he was still a teenager. He was surprised at his composure and him organizing buddy groups when he should have been nervous about going on a mission without an instructor. He always surprises me. He never got bored of watching Rayon. He always filled him with anticipation. The most surprising thing was the 9 flowers medicine. His jaw had automatically dropped from surprise upon watching Rayon take the 9 flowers medicine he got as a reward for winning against Martha. I never expected him to completely absorb it. Upon taking an elixir, some energy was inevitably wasted. Getting someone else's help to reduce that waste to a minimum was the common method of taking an elixir, yet Rayon had absorbed all of the energy on his own. He was a monstrous guy in many ways. I guess they will be fine. On top of might and aura, Rayon was exceptionally talented with perception. Since he had proved himself during the battle against the 6th training ground, he was going to return safely after completing the mission without much difficulty. We've finished the preparation. Rayon came to Rimmer after finishing lining up the trainees. His serene eyes didn't have any sign of excitement or nervousness. How is he 15 years old? Rimmer nodded while feeling goosebumps on his arm. Go to battle. To battle. He responded silently and left the training ground, leading the trainees. Rimmer stared at the backs of the trainees he'd raised for the past 3 years. The instructors approached him once the trainees had completely disappeared. Head instructor, shouldn't you start following them now? No. Rimmer shook his head. He yawned while grabbing the back of his neck with clasped hands. There's a guy with an inhuman perception. I'm going to take a nap first. He went to the head instructor's office after saying that. Is that okay? It might be late, but shouldn't we go after them? The instructor's worrying voices could be heard from behind him, but Rimmer smiled, pretending to not hear them. I should worry about the orcs instead of them. Rayon looked back while walking at the front. The 4-2 trainees were moving in 4 lines, but they were divided into 3 factions. The first was the collateral faction, with Burin Sieghart as center. The collaterals were following Burin as their master. The second was a faction of vassal families that opposed the collaterals. However, Runnan, who should have been their center, was sticking next to Rayon, which made their stance rather awkward. The third was the recommended children with commoner backgrounds. Rayon had helped them back when they were temporary trainees, and they were still following him. Finally, Martha was the exception that didn't belong anywhere. After checking each trainee's expressions, Rayon closed his eyes. Honestly, he didn't care what they did or what they became. Despite his status as a trainee under the Sieghart name, he didn't think he belonged to that place. He was going to leave after returning Sylvia to her position in the direct line. However, the spar against the Owen Kingdom, the first mission, and the battle against the 6th training ground made him realize that wasn't all there was to it. Since he spent a long time with them, sharing the same thoughts, he grew a bit attached to them. And Mom's words are also bothering me. Sylvia's voice, telling him to act like the ancient Sieghart swordsman as the top trainee, was still engraved in his heart. It's difficult. Probably because he had lived as an assassin, taking care of his allies was more difficult than killing and destroying his enemies. We're going to rest here. Rayon stopped in front of a huge tree, thick enough that 5 grown men wouldn't be enough to hug it together. The trainees sat down, leaning their backs against the tree. I have something to tell you. As the trainees were drinking water and catching their breath, he stood in front of them. Some of you might dislike me, but I'm currently your top trainee. His calm voice stating the fact made some people clench their fists, some nod their heads, and others didn't show any reaction at all. I knew that some of you aren't taking it seriously or are excited like you're going on a picnic, despite hearing that it's a monster extermination. Whatever you think is up to you, but that lightheartedness will make you or the person behind you into a casualty. The trainees that had such thoughts lowered their heads in embarrassment. Just as the head instructor said, we don't know what might happen during the mission. Don't act rashly, follow my orders. Yes. Runnan and the recommended children answered loud and clear, and Martha and the vassal family trainees nodded. The collateral trainees stayed still, trying to read Burin's mind. Of course. Burin stood up while pouring water on his head. I already told you at the end of the battle against the 6th training ground, but I acknowledge you as the top trainee. I'll follow your order even if it might cost my life, as long as it is reasonable. However, if it will stain the Sieghart name, I won't follow your order. What is worthy of Sieghart, according to you? It's knowing the honor of a swordsman, helping the weak, acting proudly in front of the strong, and training with everything they have so they won't show any shameful sight. Rayon met Burin's eyes without saying anything. I know I picked a fight against you out of jealousy and stained the Sieghart name, unable to accept the result. I'm telling you all this because I am well aware of that fact. I'm never going to display that shameful behavior ever again. Burin hit his chest with his clenched fist. It felt like his willpower could be seen in his green eyes, burning strongly. He has really changed a lot. He acknowledged his own mistake in front of that many people and even declared his resolution. It wasn't something a 15-year-old would do. I got it. Rayon nodded. It seemed he could trust Burin since he had changed that much. Putting the water he was drinking back in his bag, he turned around. Let's move again. Burin looked at Rayon, who was advancing through the snowy road. He had a small back. It had a size befitting his age since he had somewhat recovered his health, but he was still small compared to the other trainees, including himself. And yet, his size as a person was incomparable to the other trainees. He painfully realized that while observing him as they moved for the mission, the patience he displayed during training was nothing. Rayon didn't get tired. No, he didn't show it despite being tired. The trainees struggled with the cold and exhaustion, but he was always composed and relaxed. Thanks to that, the trainees that were following him became less nervous and ended up expending less stamina. If he was the only one on the mission, he probably would have arrived a long time ago. It definitely wasn't a baseless guess. Rayon always took a night watch despite being the top trainee. He was also the only one who didn't doze off during it. He must have gotten stronger, too. Since it was half a year ago that he defeated Kane from the direct line, who was 2 years older than him, he must have gotten even stronger. He probably reached the advanced level sword user, or even the highest level. Honestly, he couldn't help but think that he could never win against him. But I won't give up. He didn't work as hard as Rayon yet, and giving up on matching up to his rival wasn't something a Sieghart would do. Burin tightly gripped his sword's handle. He came back to his senses thanks to Rayon. He was going to catch up to him to return the favor. Just you wait, Rayon Sieghart. Like a peacock fluttering its feathers, the different colored roofs were mingling in harmony. They were the rainbow roofs that were Cebu Village's pride. Rayon and the trainees, who had reached Cebu Village in 2 weeks, were looking down at the village from the hill. We can see it over there. Finally. Phew, we can finally sleep inside. The trainees, who were tired of sleeping outside, smiled while patting their shoulders and backs. Cebu Village. It was his first time there, but he investigated it a little because of the mission. It was a small village where a small number of people lived off farming without any special products or tourist attractions. Since monsters came down once every few years, it wasn't really a special mission. In fact, there were wooden fences installed around the village in order to stop the monsters from coming in. Let's go down. Rayon nodded after looking around the village and the mountains surrounding it as a whole. Yes. The trainees tightened their bags and went down the mountain, following Rayon. Rayon narrowed his eyes and lowered his head slightly. What? He felt chills running down his back. It was the sensation he felt every day when he was being trained as an assassin, a human's gaze. Instructor, no, it's different. It was different from an instructor's gaze, as they observed them while knowing who they were. It was the frightening feeling of someone trying to find out everything about them. No one knows. The trainees' faces were stiff with nervousness over fighting monsters. Even Burin, Martha, and Runnan looked like they didn't sense anything. I guess that's normal. It was a faint feeling that he himself wouldn't have felt if he didn't have the experience of an assassin. It would have been strange if the trainees could sense it. He rolled his eyes while lowering his head. He couldn't locate it since his aura and his perception was still too weak. Not good. He couldn't tell whether it was one of the house's trials or some other crisis. Hiding was the best course of action in such a situation. Rayon went down the mountain without saying anything. As he was purposely walking slowly, the feeling scanning his neck got further away. It seemed like it was running away to report elsewhere. Now was the time. Whir! Creating a thin layer with his aura to prevent the sound from going out, he turned around. Buren! What? Buren raised his head, hiding his nervousness under his calm expression. During this mission, you shall be the top trainee and issue commands. What are you saying out of nowhere? Since Run-On and I did everything during the first mission, you should take on the main role this time. Prove what you told me last time was true. By what I told you, you mean that you are going to be worthy of being a Sieghart swordsman. Buren bit his lip. Judging from his frowning expression, he was taking him seriously. The trainees were walking silently, but their ears and gazes were all directed to Rayon and Buren. All right. Buren slowly nodded. Hesitation had disappeared from his eyes. I'll clearly show you that I've changed. Let's go. Yes. He put on the pace while shouting out loud. The collaterals following Buren were full of energy. You heard that too, right? Yes. The trainees that usually followed Rayon nodded at once. Run-On. Run-On understood right away and looked at the vassal family trainees that followed her. Understood. The vassal families frowned, displeased with the way Buren was getting power, but eventually nodded. Martha, I'll tell you the reason later, so consider Buren as the top trainee for now. Lastly, he turned to look at Martha, who was standing next to him. She closed her eye and opened it again with a cold expression. You don't need to tell me. I already said I'd follow your command, so you just have to show me the results. Martha spoke and walked towards Buren. Are the young bastards changing a little? Wrath's somewhat displeased voice could be heard quietly. What arrogance! His personality was indeed the worst, as he got angry at everything and anything. You can feel the one that is observing us nearby, right? Did you notice that? I guess, since you have the King of Essences trait, you should bite your tongue and die if you don't. Where are they, and how many are they? Do you think the King of Essence would tell you his location? So it's one person. Since you can't tell lies, his means one person. You bastard. Wrath trembled, boiling in anger. Even then, there's a problem. There was only one person observing them, but there was no way of telling how many they had as allies. He couldn't relax until the end. Rayon licked his lips, looking at Cebu Village's wooden fence as it started entering his sight. I have a feeling this mission isn't going to be easy. Upon arriving in front of Cebu Village, a head poked out over the wooden fence. It was an old man with gray hair, which showed the many years he had lived. Oh, are you people from Sieghart? The wariness filling his angry eyes subsided upon seeing the burning sword emblem engraved on the trainees' chests. Yes, we are. Buren, who was at the front, nodded. UV finally arrived. Please wait a moment. After a thumping noise, the door opened at the left side of the wooden fence. I'm Ligaham, the Cebu village chief. We welcome the Sieghart swordsmen. It seemed the gray-haired old man was the village chief as he came up and bowed. The villagers holding swords and spears could be seen behind him. We are just trainees that aren't swordsmen yet. Ligaham and the villagers strictly bowed to the trainees, who looked clearly young, which meant the Sieghart's name was famous in the village. The trainees couldn't hide their pleasure at the hospitality they got for the first time. It was the typical display of an inexperienced beginner. Rayon hid his presence, standing in the middle of the trainees. He was carefully observing his surroundings. He tried looking for the gaze he felt in the forest, but he couldn't feel it anymore. It seemed the one observing them was gone. He already ran away. It looks like it. Wrath sometimes gave him the answer out of frustration. He was a very useful guy, except for the times he tried to attack him. Please rest for now, since you must be tired from the long trip. Chief Ligaham raised his hand to volunteer as a guide for the trainees. It's fine. Buran stopped moving after entering the village. I'm going to ask about the situation first. Please tell us about the monster's movements. You are a Sieghart after all, despite being a trainee. The village chief nodded, a deeply moved expression on his face. Buran squared his shoulders at hearing that his actions were worthy of Sieghart. He had returned to being a child after acting all dignified. Please look that way. The village chief pointed at the mountain on the right side. That mountain is Cebu Mountain, which has the same name as our village. Monsters appear there every year, but we've been dealing with them since they've been few in number. However, the number multiplied more than 3 times this year, and they were too much for us. How many would they be then? We've observed more than 100 of them. Taking into account those we haven't seen yet, it's safe to assume they are over 200. 200, I see. Buran nodded, looking at Cebu Mountain. Please rest easy. We are going to annihilate the monsters living in that mountain. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. The villagers bowed at Buran and the trainees, as if the monsters had already been wiped out. Please get up. Cebu is a village under Sieghart's influence. Therefore, it's our job to take care of those monsters. Buran's face turned red with excitement, but he turned around without showing it on the outside. Since it's already late today, we are going to head to the mountain tomorrow at daybreak, before the monsters wake. Then for your rest. Before that, the village chief's voice was interrupted by Buran once again. Please prepare a fast person to guide us on the mountain tomorrow. Of course, please come this way. Overwhelmed by Buran's atmosphere, the village chief immediately nodded and started guiding them to the village hall. Not bad. Rayon nodded, watching the exchange between Buran and the village chief. I know, right? I thought that bloodied brat would be asked him to kneel as soon as he arrived. Wrath murmured that it was a shame. Do you think everyone is like you? Honestly, Rayon thought the same thing as Wrath. He thought Buran was going to abuse his power, but he was only thinking about the mission, and he treated him with some respect. However, that's not the important part. Buran and the trainees could deal with the monsters like orcs, goblins, and kobolds without his help. The important part was the scanning gaze that he felt as soon as he arrived near Cebu village. He couldn't be sure, but the gaze had disappeared in the direction of the mountain. I'll find out tomorrow. Whether it was a house trial or some other organization preparing something. After looking around Cebu Mountain as a whole, Rayon entered the village hall last. At the peak of Cebu Mountain, monster footprints of various sizes were haphazardly stamped into the snow, covering the ground like a blanket. However, not a sing. Slash. Rayon cut off the head of the goblin that was about to throw a poison needle at the guide. He also cut the next goblin that was trying to attack him in half. Thank you. He nodded at Kambar's thanks and spread his perception more precisely. He is in the east now. The gaze observing all the trainees could now be felt from the east. It seemed he had moved from west to east. I finally remembered where I felt that gaze before. Rayon kept his mouth shut tight as he shook off the blood from his sword. It was from Eden. Eden was one of the 5 demons commonly referred to as the continent's darkness, and they were a group full of lunatics that were arguably the craziest among all kinds of organizations that existed in the world. Their goal was restoration. They believed the era of despair, where the humans used to be hunted by monsters and discriminated against by the other races, was the Eden, and they wanted to revive the monster's god to return to that age. Eden was literally a group of lunatics. Unfortunately, they weren't just crazy. They also possessed a strong power, keeping up with Sieghart. They could control monsters like tamers or use the monster's ability with a human's body. Even the continent's prestigious houses didn't know how they could use such strange power. However, Rayon knew Eden's secret. Thanks to Darius Robert. He clashed against Eden because of a magic stone retrieval mission he gave to him, and 10 groups of shadows, 90 people total, were completely annihilated. He was the only survivor from that hell. But how did that bastard even learn about it? When he thought about it, Darius already knew from the beginning that Eden used magic stones. Rayon couldn't understand how he learned that fact and didn't disclose it, despite being one of the 6 kings. Hey, what are you thinking about right now? I can feel a deep and intense wrath. Wrath burst up from the bracelet, along with a strong chill. Rayon frowned. He wasn't sure whether him boiling in anger as soon as he thought about Darius Robert was a good thing or not. He sighed to subside his anger and sensed the gaze that was still fixated on them. He's probably looking for the Goblin King's magic stone. According to Kanbar's story, a magic stone must be formed as time passed after the Goblin King's death. There were different kinds of magic stones, but the Eden bastards only looked for magic stones from monsters powerful enough to be renowned. I now understand why the monsters are absent-minded. Eden was letting them kill the monsters so that the trainees, including him, would return quickly after completing the mission. They have no intention of attacking us. It seemed Eden wasn't planning to show themselves, either in order to avoid Sieghart's attention or in preparation for the instructors or swordsmen that might have followed them. It must be an important item since they're going this far. The Goblin King's magic stone must have been an extremely important item for Eden. Anyway, for now. Rayon furrowed his brows while beheading the orc that was approaching him. I have no choice but to return without dealing with them. The moment he touched the magic stone that must exist in the mountain, every Eden member in the surrounding area was going to attack them at once, like a swarm of bees. He might be able to survive, but the trainees and the villagers would certainly die. Therefore, it was best to avoid doing anything stupid like poking a beehive. The best course of action was to just kill the monsters and return, pretending he didn't notice anything. The monsters are running away. Chase them until the end. He raised his head, hearing Buran's energetic voice. Let's go, it will be over soon. Rayon gave Kanbar, who had regained his composure, a fake smile. His tongue felt slightly bitter, as if he had chewed on a tree's root. The monster extermination had started in the daybreak and continued smoothly. They managed to reach the top of the mountain before the sun set. Caillou. Hearing the orc shaman scream from where it was standing at the top of the mountain, the orcs, kobolds, and goblins came running at them. They looked like a swarm of green bees. This is the last. Buran pierced the sky, taking up his blood-covered sword. A rat can bite a cat if it is driven into a corner. Don't be careless until the end. Buran rushed out, surrounding himself with green aura, and the trainees kicked the ground with a war cry. Rayon also ran ahead, leaving Kanbar behind in order to slice the monsters. He moved in a way similar to the other trainees, lowering his sword skills. Keep watching. He had recognized the owner of the gaze. He was an Eden scout called Red Eye Demon. He possessed the scouting ability of the monster Search Eye, which was just a small floating eye that was the size of a sparrow. We are almost there. Buran shouted while cutting through the orc shaman's flame. The moment he rushed to the orc shaman, a gigantic sword fell from the sky. Crash! Along with a thunderous noise that shook the mountain, dust spread out at the same time. Whoosh! Once the dust faded, Martha, who was sticking the deflated orc shaman to the ground with her sword, could be seen. It's mine, okay. Tusk. Buran frowned but quickly realized the situation and turned around. The orc shaman is dead, the rest are small fries, so wipe them out completely. Well. With the anticipation of successfully completing their first battle, they swung their swords using all the remaining aura. Slash. After easily killing the orcs around him, Rayon returned to Kanbar. He called him after creating an energy barrier so that nobody could hear him. I have a question about the story with the Goblin King earlier. Ah, yes. Kanbar bowed and answered. Has a gem or a treasure ever been found in the mountain since the Goblin King died? All that. Kanbar took his time without responding immediately. It has. Yes, indeed, I shouldn't lie to my benefactor. the village chief brought a red gem from the mountain when I was little. Where is it now? The village chief buried it under his house as far as I know, and the village grew warm afterwards. I think most people don't know about this fact. That's... Rayon bit his lip. This is a completely different story now. If Eden couldn't find the gem after searching in the mountain, they were definitely going to attack Cebu village next, since those lunatics didn't have much patience. We won. First mission success. Well. Shouts of victory came from the trainees, who managed to occupy the top of the mountain after annihilating the monsters. PH. Buran looked at Rayon as he held his sword. His expression was telling him he'd accomplished the mission Rayon gave to him. Without responding to Buran's gaze, Rayon furrowed his brows. He had too many things to think about. Yeah. Buran shouted louder than anyone. It looked like he thought Rayon had acknowledged him through that attitude. Runan also seemed happy about the victory as she nodded slightly. It's so loud. Martha looked at Rayon, picking her ears as if it wasn't a big deal. After watching the trainees that were shouting, Rayon looked down at Cebu village. His frustration only grew stronger upon seeing the smoke rising from the roofs of various colors. If they ever learn about the fact that the magic stone isn't in the mountain, but in the village, only thing left in that village would be the smoke. A festival was held as soon as they returned to the village. The villagers were full of smiles, as they didn't need to worry about the monsters for a while now. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. The village chief and the villagers bowed to every single one of the trainees and thanked them. It was our job. Buran shook his hand, smiling in happiness. His expression was as bright as a magic lamp, as he had perfectly completed the mission without a single casualty. Thank you for working hard for our village. The village chief also bowed to Rayon, who was standing at the back. This guy told me Sir Swordsman was really outstanding. Thank you for protecting us. I honestly thought he wasn't very trustworthy at first, but he really is excellent with his sword. The village chief smiled, pointing at Kanbar, and Kanbar also smiled. No problems. Rayon smiled plainly. The village chief and Kanbar thanked him once again and went to the other trainees to thank them. He felt uncomfortable after seeing their eyes. He wanted to tell them about it, but the entire village was currently under observation. The slightest mistake could get everyone killed. Aren't you feeling well? Runan tilted her head, sitting next to him. Do you wanna eat ice cream? She tried taking out the rectangular box from her chest. I'm fine. Rayon shook his head with a smile. Okay. Runan put the box back in its place with a regretful expression. It seemed she wanted to eat the ice cream together to rejoice. Her cute thoughts made him smile. What are you doing? Why are you missing the opportunity to eat the ice cream? That's not the important thing right now. Nothing's more important than the ice cream. Call the girl back right now. Hyla. Rayon forced wrath back into the bracelet, who was angrier than when he laughed at him. So, he raised his head at the voice heard from the top of the tree. Martha was looking at him, holding an apple. Did it go as you wanted? I'm still not sure what you wanted, though. I'm not sure either. Rayon shook his head. He had nothing to say for now, nor could he say anything. Don't worry, no matter what happens. I'll follow your command until the end of the mission. Martha went down after meeting his eyes. Get away. She sat at the center of the table where the food was being brought out. She seemed to be her usual self. Let's go, too. Rayon stood up and signaled Runan with his chin. Runan nodded and walked up to the table. All kinds of tasty-looking foods were displayed. There were so many that he felt like the villagers must strain themselves. There is still plenty of food left for you. Please eat to your heart's content. Thank you. Please enjoy. Accepting the village chief and the villagers' cheers, the trainees raised their hands and started to eat like a storm. Rayon sighed softly. He felt uncomfortable about the food and the people's smiles alike. Tomorrow is going to be an important day. The next morning. Buran left Cebu village, leading the trainees. The villagers kept following them for over 20 minutes and waved their hands. I think everything ended well. Buran smiled, walking up the hill where they could see the village underneath. It was perfect. They managed to perfectly wipe out the monsters in Cebu Mountain without any fatalities or injuries. All they had suffered were a few light wounds, so it could be considered perfect for his first time. He took a glance in the back. Rayan was walking while looking down, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Without asking him to return the command, he kept following silently. But of course, there was no flaw in his command. It was a perfect strategy, except for Martha killing the orc shaman in the end. I don't know what he wanted to see, but he must be satisfied. Rayan gave him the command, telling him to act like a Sieghart. He couldn't have any complaints, no matter what he had wanted. Let's walk faster. With their chests filled with satisfaction, Buran and the trainees walked towards the north, where Sieghart's domain was located. When the sun started moving down from the middle of the sky after walking for over 5 hours, Rayan Sieghart, who had been silent, stepped forward. Stop, everyone. Why out of nowhere? Buran closed his mouth upon seeing Rayan's eyes. The eyes, burning in red, were suffocating him. The real mission starts now. What do you mean? Buran's eyes were full of disbelief. I mean just that. Rayan walked to the front to meet every trainee's eyes. The mission isn't over yet. That's what I'm asking. We've killed all the monsters and even finished cleaning it up, so why is the mission still not over? What was our mission? Oh, that's... Buran frowned, then opened his mouth again. The monster extermination and the village's protection. Yes, our mission includes the village's protection on top of the monster extermination. But we've already finished it. It's over since we've killed all the monsters. No. Rayan shook his head and looked towards Cebu village, where they came from. We've been under observation until just now. The observing gaze went away about an hour ago. Oh, what do you mean? Seriously. The surprised trainees stood up at once. It must be an instructor. Buran forced himself to twist the corners of his mouth. It seemed he couldn't believe there was someone observing them. It must be an instructor who came to watch over us. There's no way I couldn't tell who it was if it was an instructor's presence. That presence observed not only us, but also the entire village. Moreover, Rayan pointed at the road they had walked past. As soon as we went half a day's distance away from the village, the presence disappeared, towards the village on top of that. Which means, is it another enemy? Buran's jaw dropped. He looked at the village with trembling eyes. Is that true? Martha, who had been silent, stood up with a frown. I'm sure of it. When did you start feeling that gaze? As soon as we arrived at the hill from where we could see the village. Wait, then the reason you gave the command to Buran was... Correct, I hid my presence in order to observe that gaze more clearly. Oh, Martha gulped. What the hell is he? The hair at the back of her neck stood on end upon hearing Rayan's words. Not only had he felt a gaze and presence that even she couldn't feel, but he had also been investigating the gaze while hiding in the middle of the trainees by making Buran the top trainee. His perception and the depth of his thoughts were so astonishing that she couldn't even speak. Was that the reason why you gave me the command? I thought you would manage the trainees better than me if you took command. I. You did perfectly as the top trainee, better than I'd thought. Thanks to that, they will think that you are the top trainee and shouldn't have felt my presence. You really did great, worthy of Sieghart's name like you said. I'll suggest that you're made vice-top trainee once we return. That's not what I meant. Buran's lip quivered and he lowered his head. Damn it. He was too embarrassed to raise his head. I thought I did a great job. He believed Rayan was speechless to his perfect performance, yet it wasn't the case at all. He had been hiding behind in order to hold the observer, the one that no one had noticed, in check. While he was focused on a small thing like the top trainee's right to command, Rayan had been watching something much further and higher up. Grunge. However, it was funny that he didn't feel bad hearing Rayan's compliment. It was a complicated feeling, a mixture of embarrassment and achievement. You probably didn't know this, but orcs, goblins, and kobolds aren't capable of cooperating. The ones that have been observing us must be done something with them. Without mentioning Eden, Rayon told them about what he saw and felt. Our first mission is the village's protection. Our mission hasn't ended as we don't know the intention of that observer. He grabbed his bag and stood up. We are returning to Cebu village. However, unlike before when we casually walked in where anyone could notice, we are going to move silently, so that no one will notice us. He continued after glancing at everyone. It would be great to have something to camouflage ourselves with, but since we didn't bring anything like that, let's start with the steps. I have something. Dorian, who had been out of his mind, raised his hand. What? I have covers to hide our military outfits with, and bands to attach leaves on our clothes. Having one or two of them won't be of any use. It will make you stick out inst. I have enough. Dorian took out a bunch of covers and bands from his belly pocket. Rayon couldn't understand what the hell was wrong with him, bringing all of that around. How did you? I brought them just in case. Are you saying you brought 40 pieces of camouflage equipment just in case? It's better to be well prepared. Anyway, good job. Yes. Dorian smiled happily at getting complimented by Rayon for the first time. Then his face grew clouded once again, since they were probably going to fight once they returned to the village. Since we have enough materials, start camouflaging yourselves the way you've learned in the training ground. Come back here in 10 minutes and... Rayon raised his head after putting on the cover before anyone else. Crane. Return to the Sieghart branch office immediately and convey to them exactly what I told you. You are the fastest. Even though Dorian was faster, something might happen where he is needed. All right. Probably because he was happy about being acknowledged, Crane nodded immediately and started running in the opposite direction of the village. Rayon watched him run for a moment, then turned his head. From now on, you must obey my orders no matter what. Refusal isn't an option. Everyone left. The man wearing a mask with an eyeball drowning on it knelt down. Are you sure? The young man holding a green helmet turned his head. Yes, IV confirmed their exit as they celebrated their victory for half a day. IV also checked the other side just in case, but there were no notable problems. Then we can start now. The young man snickered, then equipped the patternless helmet. Restoration. He spoke as if he were chanting, then green rusty water flowed down under the helmet. Fizzle. Enormous muscles expanded from his arms and chest, his fingers growing as hard as steel, and his legs growing as thick as tree roots. What he was wearing wasn't normal knight armor. It was the grotesque armor of an orc, and not just any orc, a fighter orc that stood on the front lines of the orc raiders. Sparkle. Red eyes full of murderous intent shone from the orc fighter's helmet. Kia rar 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 rar. A grotesque roar burst from his throat. It wasn't a human's voice, but a sound made by a monster. Whoa! The orcs came running out from behind him, as if they were answering the roar. The man pointed towards Cebu village, with a hand surrounded by a threatening red energy. Kia rar 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 rar. Kaiu. The orcs ran down the mountain, all while screaming in hostility. Their movements were incomparably fiercer than when the trainees were killing them. Kia rar rar. The man wearing the orc fighter armor smiled savagely and watched the monsters rushing to the village like a tidal wave. Rayon and the trainees arrived at the hill, where they could see the whole village underneath. Nothing happened yet, though. Burn frowned upon seeing the village. There was nothing but smoke, showing how peaceful it was. Just wait and lower your voice and body. Hearing Rayon's command, Burn closed his mouth and leaned forward. You must be extremely careful from now on, including your breathing. We might be annihilated the moment we get found out. The trainees covered their mouths with their trembling hands. You are exaggerating. It doesn't matter what happens, right, since we are Siegharts. However, a few collaterals that didn't believe Rayon complained. They were full of confidence, carried away by their first victory. Silence, you can complain once everything becomes clear. The collaterals only shut their mouths and sat down after Burin told them to. Fill your stomach in advance with jerky, then put on your winter clothes. We won't be able to start a fire even if it gets cold at night. The trainees followed Rayon's command, albeit complaining slightly. As such, the sun set on Cebu Mountain, and the dark night came. Under the pitch-dark mountain, hundreds of red lights shone. Green monsters poured out alongside with the ruby-colored lights. Ooks, they are monsters. It was true. The trainees gulped, seeing the orc's brutal eyes. Burin bit his dry lip. They had thoroughly investigated Cebu Mountain and the surrounding area, and no monsters had been found. It didn't make any sense that so many monsters had appeared in such a short time. He was right. Just like Rayon had said, monsters that were even more powerful and ferocious than the ones they had exterminated were rushing towards the village. Ding, ding, ding. The villager standing watch on the wooden fence rang the bell. The village that was buried in darkness lit up and grew noisy. Damn it. Burin stood up, grit his teeth. He breathed out roughly while drawing his sword. Let's go, let's put an end to it this time for sure. Sit down. Rayon gestured with his chin with a frightening gaze. What? I told you already. There was a gaze observing us. That wasn't something like a monster, but a human. Their identity wasn't revealed yet. But Cebu Village's forces can't defend against that many orcs. Even then, we are going to stand by. We are going to be the ones annihilated at a single mistake. It was an accurate decision without being swayed by the emotions. They shouldn't make their move until they could properly identify the enemy's numbers and power. You said that already. Our mission is the village's protection. We have to move immediately. The instructor also mentioned that giving up or withdrawing are also a viable choice in the mission. Now isn't the right time to move. I can't stand watching it. Burin's hand holding the sword trembled. Letting them die like that isn't something a Sieghart swordsman would do. The orc's charge was reflected in his green eyes. You are right. We are Siegharts. We can't withdraw after seeing the weak in a predicament. Even if they are Edens. Rayon's composed voice cut into the trainee's words, full of passion. Eden from the 5 demons. Are you saying they are those lunatics? Eden is famous for controlling monsters. There's no way that many monsters would suddenly appear unless Eden is involved. Why the 5 demons? The trainees' eyes blurred as if they were being eroded upon hearing that their enemy was Eden of the 5 demons. Everyone knew just how powerful and frightening an organization Eden was. I know about Eden's power. They didn't attack us back then, which means they are afraid of Sieghart's name. Burin clenched his fist so tightly that it could bleed. I can't show my back and run away from such people. I believe drawing my sword here for them is what a Sieghart swordsman should do. I'm not telling you to not help them whatsoever. We need to first understand the situation, then decide if we can fight. That would be too late. Half of the villagers would be dead by then. He looked at Rayon with trembling eyes. You know, I've acknowledged you. After watching your efforts, I acknowledged you in my heart as the one more befitting to the Sieghart name than me. But this is wrong. I'm going to help the village, even if that means I have to fight you when you try to stop me. Burin drew his sword. His whelpalist sword reflected his resolute face under the moonlight. You don't have to follow me. Follow me if you agree with me. He ran down the hill, surrounded by a green aura and unbreakable will. We shall go as well. Let's show the 5 demons how powerful Sieghart's sword is. Tuzg. When Rayon clicked his tongue, somebody stood up next to him. I'm going to go too. Run-On ran down the hill, surrounded by a blue frost. We will follow you. The trainees from vassal families drew their swords and stuck next to her. Let's go as well. You are right, we are also Sieghart's trainees. The commoner trainees that were affected by Burin and Run-On's conviction also drew their swords and ran towards the village's light. More than half of them had left, but Rayon wasn't flustered. Because I knew this would happen. He already knew the trainees were those kinds of people. Having them run down to help them was also a part of his plan. He had even used Aura to specifically send Run-On a message to go down to help Burin. However, the most unexpected person was staying. "Why are you not going?" Rayon turned around to look at Martha, who was leaning back against a tree. "I told you already, I'll follow your instructions on this mission, regardless of what they are." Rayon could see the sincerity in her shining black eyes. It seemed she had her own conviction. "I see." Rayon snickered. "Then what are you going to do now? Are you just going to spectate them from here?" "No, we are going to move as well." Rayon shook his head and stood up. The orcs had already reached the wooden fence. It looked like a red mist was shimmering from the people's fear and the orcs' madness. "But instead of moving openly like them, we are going to hide our presence. Warm yourself up so you can move whenever it is necessary." After giving out his instructions, he glared halfway up Cebu Mountain instead of at Cebu Village. A powerful and thick murderous intent was wavering over there. He must be there. He could stop the trainees, but the reason he let them do as they pleased was simple. Because he managed to identify the man over there. A monster that had borrowed an orc fighter's strength and combative spirit was looking down on the village from midway up the mountain. It would be difficult to win against him if he fought him head-on, but assassination was a different story. "I'm more than capable of killing him as long as they keep his attention." Rayon turned his wrist, shining his red eyes as the moon floated in the sky. "This is going to be a long night. What are those insects?" The man wearing the orc fighter armor growled like a beast. He was looking at Burin and Run-On, who were running down to Cebu Village. They are Sieghart trainees." The red-eyed demon, who was wearing a mask with an eye drawn on it, knelt and answered. "I'm sure you said that those brats had returned." Murderous intent could be felt from his voice. It was completely different from his usual calm and composed voice. I am sure they left. I came back after confirming that fact." "That means somebody among them had realized you were tailing them. What an idiot." The man raised his feet and smacked his shoulder. "Kyo." The masked man groaned without moving, despite one of his shoulders being crushed. "Tuzg." The man clicked his tongue violently, then stood on the boulder. The Sieghart trainees had already arrived at the village and were running towards the wooden fence that was being broken through. "Are those two the ones?" Run-On and Burin killed the orcs that were breaking the fences in a single strike. The man breathed out roughly while watching them. Probably not. There was a black-haired girl who was better than them." "Where is she?" "Judging from the way she can't be found anywhere, she must be hiding somewhere and watching." The man wearing the orc fighter armor crossed his arms and looked down on the village. "They fight well." The Sieghart trainees drew a line, as if they made a formation, and were killing all the orcs that went over the wooden fence. "They aren't going to be enough to break through." Looking back at the masked man, he gestured with his chin. "Send the green demons." "Pardon, didn't you say that you wouldn't meddle with Siegharts?" "Do you think they came back here without doing anything after noticing you? They must be sent a reinforcement request to the branch office, and it's too late to stop it. The best course of action right now is to finish the job here as soon as possible, then leave after burning everything to the ground." "Understood." The masked man nodded, disappearing into the shadows. The man went down the mountain while flexing his wrist. A smile appeared on his mouth that could be seen slightly. "To have returned despite having been spared, your luck must be ended after being chosen by the Siegharts." Slash. Burin cut the orc running towards him in half, then jumped over the half-destroyed wooden fence. "Stand in front of the wooden fence. People will be in danger if the orcs come over the fence." "Yes." The collateral trainees answered loud and clear, creating a formation in front of the wooden fence. "Whir." Burin turned his head, noticing the frost spreading from his left side. It was Run-On. The frost on her sword also covered the ground, hindering the orc's movements. Clank. The frost spread into the air, shedding blood, and the orcs collapsed unable to do anything. "That's unexpected." Run-On always stuck next to Rayon, so the fact that she had come with him without following his opinion was unexpected. But I'm glad. The orcs' numbers were one thing, but their ferocity was on a different level than the ones they had faced the day before. If Run-On and the trainees from the vassal families weren't there, the wooden fence would have been completely broken by then, resulting in many casualties in the village. Don't take the orcs' attacks head-on, deflect them, then counterattack. While giving out appropriate instructions, Burin kept slashing the orcs. Since he had already done it before, it wasn't too difficult to command the troops according to the situation. We should be able to stop them at this rate. Even though the orcs were stronger, the trainees were more than enough to defend against them since they had the experience of fighting them. However, if they were really eaten like Rayon had said, that wasn't going to be the end of it, for sure. Russell. While Burin was thinking about the future, the forest in front of the village started to move. No, it's not the forest. Mysterious men hiding their entire bodies with green hooded robes popped up from the forest. They numbered over 40 at a rough count. Green diamonds. Burin screamed, gripping his sword tightly. Damn it, they were really Eden. The green demons were Eden's lesser warriors, and they possessed the characteristics of orcs, goblins, and kobolds. Run-On. While raising his aura to the extreme, he called for Run-On. We are going to fight in front, support us from behind. Run-On immediately responded, spreading an even thicker frost towards the approaching green demons. Smack. The orcs drew the axes from off their backs and around their waists, swinging them towards the trainees. Deflect the blows. Burin deflected the axe with his sword and cut off the green demon's head. Splash. The sensation of cutting through human flesh gave him goosebumps, but he endured it by biting his lip. Don't consider them human, cut their heads off in a single strike. Even in his flustered state, Burin was properly using the Sieghart swordsmanship. He advanced while sending out sharp strikes. Run-On spread the frost from her sword towards Burin and the trainees that were advancing. Whir! The frost went past them, dropping down on the green demons' heads. Crack! The green demons' clothes and skin were frozen, and their movements slowed. Do it now, charge. Burin wasn't just commanding them, he was the first one to charge onto the green demons, starting to kill them. We can win. His chest stung despite saying that. There were still many green demons left, and the trainees were getting tired. Moreover, swoosh. The green demons who had goblins and kobolds characteristics didn't approach them. Instead, they started firing poison needles or spreading poison mists. Cover your mouths. Burin took his clothes to cover his nose and mouth, then parried the poison needles fired at him. Q. D-Diamet. Since there were too many green demons firing the poison needles, and there were multiple green demons approaching them, the trainees started to step back one by one. Q. Burin breathed out roughly. His head felt dizzy from parrying the poison needles and fighting while holding his breath. He glanced around, hearing Run-On's shout. She was overpowering the green demon with intense frost, but the fact that she had come to the front line meant that the situation was already at its worst. Caillou. The green demons were cunning. The moment Run-On's frost spread, they stepped back and started throwing poison needles and poison smoke. Upon inhaling the poison smoke, the trainee's limbs started wobbling. Hold on, we still. He felt like the command he had just given was in vain. The strength left his arms and his legs trembled. At this rate, they couldn't last for long. As the word annihilation kept coming back to his mind, a powerful energy burst up from the left side. Bang! A yellow aura crushed against them like a tornado to defeat all the green demons, and Martha Sieghart was standing there alone. Kill them all. Following Martha's command, the trainees that remained next to Rayon rushed onto the battlefield. And now is the time, kill them all. Burin grit his teeth and brandished his sword. The trainees, including him, had inhaled poison smoke. However, he couldn't miss the opportunity. Go for it. At Martha's aura-filled strike, the green demon's axes and swords were shattered. It's perfect timing. Thanks to her well-timed surprise attack, the green demons were getting wiped out, unable to find an opening to attack back. We did it. Rayon was still nowhere to be seen, but it looked like they could win. Don't let a single one escape. Burin grit his teeth and rushed towards the green demons. Until the end, He was going to swing his sword and follow them to Cebu Mountain, but he stood still, ducking his head. What is it? Something was moving inside the red cloud and fog that seemed to cover the entire forest. He could hear somebody gulping from behind. Zdeb, a mysterious man wearing puffed-up green armor, made his appearance. He was wearing an orc fighter helmet with a cross-shaped scar on the forehead and a bucktooth rolling up to the tip of his nose. Burin's hand holding the sword trembled. That orc fighter armor, Green War Demon. Green War Demon was one of Eden's lower executives, and he was a monster that had the orc fighter's strength transferred to his human body. Our retreat. Burin stepped back, his trembling hand holding his sword. His limbs trembled as he faced that frightening presence. Wow. Run-On couldn't hide her trembling eyes either. Green War Demon, On the other hand, Martha licked her lips. Her eyes looked like she was going to attack him right away, but she was also aware that she couldn't win on her own. You are making it annoying. The Green War Demon's mouth opened. What came out was a growl full of murderous intent, as if he had really become an orc fighter. I gave you the chance to return after playing around a little, yet you threw it away. That was completely stupid. He grabbed the double-edged axes on his back. An overwhelming wave of energy rampaged through the trainees, taking their breath away. The red energy burning on the axe was the combative energy that only mid-upper-level monsters could use, and Eden's executives were all capable of using that combative energy. The trainees were barely standing, biting their lips. We would be already collapsed if we didn't have that training. Burin's fingernail scratched his hand. If Rimmer hadn't trained them to withstand his pressure, he would have been nailing and waiting for his death. So you withstood my pressure despite being a mere trainee. You are indeed a Sieghart. The Green War Demon grinned. But you are stupid. You are going to die because you've acted rashly, without even knowing your own abilities. Rayon's warning resounded in Burin's head. We won't know until we try, you disgusting bastard. Martha stepped up while provoking him. She bent her hand backward to signal Run-On and Burin. Seeing her hand signaling them to attack him at once in 3 seconds, their eyes glowed intensely. Whatever you do is pointless. Shut up, your breath stinks. Martha dashed at the center, while Burin and Run-On penetrated from both sides. Do you think you can do it together, just the 3 of you? The Green War Demon swung his axe horizontally. A heavy combative energy engulfed the space, following an intense wind pressure. Burin's sword was broken, Run-On bounced back, and Martha knelt down. It all happened in a single strike. The Green War Demon was on a completely different level from the 3 of them. Wow. Even those 3 can't match up to them. Then how? What about Rayon? Where is he? He must run away. Why would he be here after watching that? Despair filled the trainees' eyes. The 3 of them could defeat all the trainees combined, yet they had crumbled in a single strike. They couldn't figure out a way to win. However, they couldn't run away either. Forget running away. They couldn't even breathe properly because of the Green War Demon's murderous intent. Did you think we let you go because you were so strong? The Green War Demon walked towards them with an even more powerful murderous intent. You are just larvae riding on a huge tree named Sieghart. You don't have any ability, might, or willpower. Did you think you were some sort of big deal? Every single one of his steps ignited a flame of combative energy from the ground. Wow. Burin grabbed his broken sword tightly, and Run-On raised her body with trembling arms. Damn it. Martha's fighting spirit hadn't faded away yet. She grit her teeth and raised her aura. You are the best among this pile of trash. The Green War Demon walked towards Martha, who was standing at the front. I guess since you managed to notice that gaze. He growled and stood in front of Martha. Loh. Unable to shake off the orc fighter armor pressure, Martha bit her lip and her body trembled. Since it came to this, I'd better trample on all the Zeeghart sprouts. The green war demon raised his double-edged axe, his smile full of murderous intent. Then die. Oh. Martha's eyes widened. The moment the green war demon was about to swing his axe, a pitch-black shadow appeared behind him. Rayon Zeeghart. The boy that had never shown himself so far swung his sword. No, you dies. Surrounded by a crimson flame, Rayon's sword dashed towards the green war demon's neck. Rayon didn't show himself, even after sending out Martha and the rest of the trainees at an opportune moment. He held his breath as he hid his presence even more, like a wild animal or a twig swaying to the wind. The trainees recovered their courage and willpower at the arrival of Martha's reinforcements, wiping out the green demons. It's going to start now. Rayon warmed himself up while breathing out slowly. It looked like victory was near, but it was also the most dangerous moment. The green war demon hasn't made his appearance yet. Eden's green war demon, who had ordered the green demons to attack, must have been up there. Rayon approached the bushes where everyone was fighting very slowly and silently. The moment Burin, Runnan, and Martha were about to swing their swords at the remaining few green demons. He appeared. The green war demon, I knew you were there. Eden's lower executive, the green war demon, who had received orc fighter's strength, he was walking towards them with tremendous pressure. Slam! Burin, Runnan, and Martha were bounced back at once with a single enraged strike. Oppressed by the green war demon's pressure, they couldn't even move their bodies properly. Thump! Rayon moved his feet, synchronizing his heartbeat with the green war demon's breath. The movement of his feet was the shadowless steps he had learned, his life on the line, when he used to be an assassin. Moving as secretly as a shadow, he moved to the green war demon's back. Whoosh! As the green war demon was about to swing his axe at Martha, he raised his sword while hiding his murderous intent under the green war demon's murderous intent. Then die. The moment the green war demon was about to strike, he used the 10,000 flames cultivation. Whir! The first flame of 10,000 flames cultivation, the flower of flame that ignited at the end of the sword, fell towards the green war demon's neck. Yo! The green war demon's eyes were full of astonishment as he turned around. He used his combative energy on his back in that instant, trying to deflect the sword's trajectory. Just die without struggling. Rayon split apart the green war demon's combative energy with the flame from the 10,000 flames cultivation and slammed his sword down. Kua! The moment the sword that fell like a lightning was about to slice his neck, he pierced into him instead. Thud! With red blood gushing out, something fell to the ground. Rayon frowned and glared in front of him. Kua! The green war demon, whose left arm was completely cut off, was smiling as he coughed up blood. It looks like you didn't expect me to move into you. Crazy bastard. Human instinct was to run away from danger, not to run towards it. Moving towards him in that instant to sacrifice his arm instead of his neck was a really crazy thing to do. This is why I didn't want to fight them. Rayon clicked his tongue. Code. Red combative energy burst from the green war demon's shoulder, and the blood that was gushing out like a broken dam stopped. It looks like you can't move either. Rayon didn't respond. Just as he said, he couldn't move for a moment since he had wagered a lot on that single strike. He would run towards him to behead him already if he could move his body. Are you the person in charge here? He opened his mouth while recovering his body and aura by swinging his ring of fire. What else do you think somebody higher up than me would come to such a small village? The green war demon grasped his axe with the remaining arm tightly. The red combative energy, which had subsided, burst out once again. Well, we never know. After all, you guys are lunatics. Releasing the murky energy with his breath, Rayon bent his knee slightly. He filled his lungs with fresh air in a posture where he could start dashing whenever he wanted. Thud! The green war demon kicked the ground. he swung his axe, exuding a tremendous amount of murderous intent enough to give him goosebumps. Whir! Rayon swung his sword upward. The cleansed first flame of the 10,000 flames cultivation surrounded his sword. Clang! The sword and double-edged axe clashed, sounding like steel being crushed. Whir! The crimson spark spread out, burning the ground. Did you just block that? The green war demon swung his axe horizontally while glaring at him. The powerful wind pressure made it difficult to move his sword properly. I should give up on being a swordsman if I can't even block that. Rayon swung his sword, engulfed in fire. Clash! His hand felt like it was being torn apart as they clashed for the second time, but he brandished his sword once again, hiding his expression. You understand the warrior's spirit, a brat from Sieghart. The green war demon burst into grotesque laughter and swung his axe. Even so, I can't spare your life. I never asked you to spare my life. Rayon swung his sword to block the axe and advanced one step. Clang! Facing the tremendous amount of combative energy imbued in the axe, Rayon's sword trembled as if it was going to break. I have to withstand it. He couldn't break through him with his current power. He needed to fight while deflecting the axe's energy. Slam! Using the intricacy of Sieghart's swordsmanship, he blocked the green war demon's instinctive attacks. Rayon and the monster, with an orc's instinct, clashed their sword and axe countless times at close quarters. What is this? Burin's chin trembled, his eyes wide. Seriously, what is this? He couldn't breathe because of the two monsters fighting in front of him, clashing their sword and axe. How many times have they swung their weapons? He couldn't even recognize the trajectory of the sword and axe. It would have been an understatement to say they were better than himself, since they were on a completely different level. Whoosh! The green war demon's axe pummeled down like lightning. He unconsciously swallowed. If that attack was directed on his head, his body would have been split into two right after. Goosebumps appeared on his arm thinking about it. However, Rayon parried the axe by swinging his sword in a semicircular trajectory. Slam! The axe crushed the ground. Red energy burst out from the cracked ground. That. Burin scratched the ground with his hand. It's the star-connecting sword. The star-connecting sword was the most basic technique learned before anything else in Sieghart. Rayon was stopping that mighty axe using the star-connecting sword alone. Burin couldn't close his mouth. Saying that he was surprised was an understatement at that point. I thought I had somewhat caught up to him. He'd been nurturing his body and mind with everything he had after being impressed by Rayon's efforts. He had thought he was right behind him now, but that wasn't the case at all. The strike that cut off the green war demon's arm earlier, and the might Rayon was displaying right now, far surpassed a trainee's level. Do you get it? He turned his head around at the voice that sounded like a lamentation. Martha was right next to him, gasping for breath. That's his true power. Martha narrowed her eyes and glared at Rayon, who was fighting equally against the green war demon. What he showed us was just the tip of the iceberg. She was already aware of the fact that Rayon had been hiding his power. However, she had never imagined he was strong enough to fight on equal ground against the green war demon, who had pushed back herself, Burin, and run on with a single strike. I have no choice but to acknowledge him now. Martha clenched her fist. The mission, everything was in Rayon's grasp. The situation developed just as he had said, and it was achieved the way he wanted. The only thing left was defeating that monster. Run-On, who regained her composure, approached them holding a broken sword. Rayon, who seemed to be barely holding on, was reflected on her blue eyes. She bit her lip harshly and was about to participate in the fight. That was when Martha blocked her way. Calm down, you will get torn into pieces the moment you step in. I can help him. You are going to die before then. I don't care. Run-On shook her head. Only thing reflected in her eyes was Rayon, who was evading the axe with difficulty. This girl. Martha furrowed her brow. Considering she was trying to participate despite knowing the danger, it seemed she wasn't following Rayon for no reason. Then hold back just a little bit longer. What? That guy. Martha pointed at Rayon. His eyes, which looked like crimson lightning, were bursting up instead. Martha continued while looking at such eyes. He has the same eyes as when he won against me in a duel. Cone. The Green War demon bared his teeth, exuding his combative energy. It looks like you are running out of strength, am I right? Rayon didn't respond. He just focused on swinging his sword and blocking the axe. The murderous intent is getting more and more intense. It seemed that he didn't earn the orc fighter's armor with hopscotch, since he was still full of energy despite having lost a quarter of his upper body. It was truly a crazy amount of endurance. I should have finished him earlier. Rayon clicked his tongue. He didn't completely hide his murderous intent because it was his first assassination after a while. It was a regretful situation. You are special. Considering your age, it wouldn't be an overstatement to call you the biggest genius on the continent. However, the corners of the Green War Demon's lips were lifted in the shape of a crescent moon. I'm also special. The intensity of the flame on his axe increased. Whoosh! The axe's strike grew faster and fiercer. Clang! Rayon held his sword vertically to block the blow. When he was about to parry it like before, the axe's blade rotated and pressed on the sword. I finished figuring out the swordsmanship you're using. It was a bit difficult because it was a variation of a basic swordsmanship, but it's over now. The Green War Demon wasn't lying. He was reading into the direction Rayon was going to move his sword, preventing him from blocking or parrying. Bam! A different sound roared from the sword and axe clashing. It was a clash of strength. Come! Rayon groaned despite having been holding it back. His forearm trembled from the strength of the axe, which was too much for him to handle. Did you know that Eden's executives have a special ability? What I have is a sense that tells me where you are going to move your sword next. The Green War Demon grinned and swung his axe horizontally. The combative energy in his axe created a strange flow and blocked where Rayon was going to dodge. You talk a lot, just like somebody else I know. Rayon smiled coldly and swung his sword upward. It's great, Joe. Along with a sound of sawtooth being twisted, the Green War Demon's axe went past the blade, heading to the ground. Thud! Rayon kicked off from the collapsing ground, piercing the Green War Demon's chest. He swung his sword to his surprised eyes. Slice! A lethal amount of blood burst out from the left side of his chest. Kyo! Swinging his axe haphazardly, he stepped backward. Tusk! Rayon clicked his tongue. He was trying to cut him apart completely, but he was lacking in strength and distance. It was difficult to fight in a body that hadn't completely grown yet. You bastard, how could you? Just like you figured out my swordsmanship, I also analyzed your attacking method. Do you expect me to believe that? Why not? If you can do it, then I can do it as well. It wasn't a lie. Thanks to using the Ring of Fire while fighting him, he managed to predict where the axe was going to move next. It wasn't perfect, but he could predict half of his movements. Huff! Blood started subsiding from the Green War Demon's chest. A flame of combative energy burst from his entire body. What is your name? It's Rayon Sieghart, nameless green daemon of Eden. Blonde hair and red eyes, I've been feeling uneasy from the first time I saw. As if his murderous intent was taking shape, red energy burst out from his eyes. You've inherited most of Glenn Sieghart's blood. What? You are dangerous. I'm going to kill you here no matter the cost, for Eden's future. Wham! The combative energy that was spreading around the Green War Demon gathered in the double-edged axe. It looked like a mace made of red blood instead of an axe. I'm going to destroy everything, you and the Siegharts behind you alike. The Green War Demon ground his teeth and raised his axe. Rayon didn't step back despite witnessing that tremendous amount of power. He brandished his sword, which was swaying to the powerful energy wave. It's the perfect opportunity to try it out. Stretching his knee to the front, he turned his sword behind him. Whir! The single flame burning at the extremity of his sword flowed down the edge, splashing as if a tidal wave was carrying it. The 10 flames of the 10,000 flames cultivation. The second door of the 10,000 Flames cultivation opened up, and 10 flowers blossomed on the blade and started dancing. The green war demon had never considered Rayon a child, not since his surprise attack. He was hiding his presence as well as a wild animal, and his slash had no sign of hesitation. An assassin, and a high-level assassin on top of that. If that monster's name wasn't Sieghart, he would be thought he was an assassin. However, his surprise attack had only succeeded halfway, and the green war demon had the vitality of an orc fighter. He prepared for the next attack while burning up his combative energy and his vitality. It seemed Rayon had spent a lot of his power in that surprise attack, as he was unable to move right after. In the meantime, he stopped his shoulders bleeding with his combative energy and gathered his power. It's over. He had lost his arm and shoulder together, but since he managed to survive the first strike, he thought he was going to win without much difficulty. Since he was raised as an assassin, he thought he would be weak in a head-on fight. Surrounding his axe with combative energy, he pummeled it down on him. He wanted to split him in two like firewood, but Rayon easily managed to deflect the attack. How can he be proficient at something other than surprise attacks at that age? It didn't make any sense. Even if he was a Sieghart, it was impossible for such a young boy to deflect his attack like that. He isn't normal. The green war demon felt uneasy somehow and kept swinging his axe at Rayon. However, he managed to defend himself against all his attacks by blocking whatever he could block and evading whatever he needed to evade. He didn't feel like he was fighting against a young boy anymore, but a swordsman that had gone through countless battlefields. Still, the green war demon had the orc fighter's sense of smell. As long as he had that ability to grasp the enemy's weakness and what they were lacking, he couldn't possibly lose. I did it. He understood everything about the young boy's swordsmanship. He swung his axe at the weakness he managed to find. Slam! The clashing sound of sword and axe resounded out loud. A satisfying sensation could be felt through his hand. Beheading him was now just a matter of time. He swung his axe at the faltering boy. When he expected blood to gush out from his neck, his sword bent in a direction that he had never seen before to attack him. Clang! Because of the powerful strike and his carelessness, his axe was pushed back and his posture was broken. Arg! Before he managed to regain his footing, Rayon attacked him. He swung his sword, slashing through his combative energy. Bam! The sound of his chest and ribs being split apart resounded in his ears, and he felt an excruciating pain. Kyo! The green war demon coughed up blood and grabbed his chest with his remaining hand. You bastard, how did you even? Just like you figured out my swordsmanship, I also analyzed your attacking method. Do you expect me to believe that? Why not? If you can do it, then I can do it as well. He gulped. The faint smell of danger was getting stronger. He had a talent that he had never seen before, despite having witnessed countless talented people. He had a premonition that he was going to become Eden's strongest enemy if he was left alone. At any cost. He knighted to kill him. Whir! He surrounded his axe by burning up his remaining combative energy and vitality. The double-edged axe's blade was burning intensely, engulfed in flames. Grrrrrrrrrrr. The moment he was about to strike in order to get rid of the boy named Rayon and the other Siegharts behind him. Crack! His eyes started burning in a crimson color. Whir! The moment he murmured the 10 flames of the 10,000 flames cultivation, the small flame burning at the tip of his blade spread to the edge, and 10 flowers of flame blossomed. Wow! His chest tightened as he saw the flames. The injury on his chest, which he'd stopped from bleeding, burst open once more. The boy pointed his burning sword at him, his eyes shining like a demon. Consider yourself lucky to become the first victim of the 10 flames. Whir! Rayon's eyes shone, watching the flames surrounding his entire sword. It was a success. He thought it was still impossible for him, but he managed to complete the 10 flames thanks to the enlightenment he'd had during the battle. Whir! Overflowing power, strong enough to cut the green war demon apart in his unscathed state, burst from the sword. Kyo! The green war demon's astonishment could be seen through his helmet. What the hell are you? how can you be so strong at this age? It looked like his astonishment had surpassed the orc fighter's instinct, since his voice had returned to a human's. That's not the important part right now. Rayon took a step forward, spinning his flaming sword. Come at me. Huh. White steam billowed from his helmet. He started gathering all his remaining energy on his right arm. Thud. He kicked the ground and pierced into him. The double-edged axe that was pummeling down contained all his remaining energy. Clang! The moment the axe was right under his nose, Rayon thrust the sword he was keeping at his back. 10,000 flames cultivation, 10 flames. Flames dancing wind. The flower blossoms sitting on his blade spread out and started rotating. It looked like a whirlwind was rising from his sword as a tremendous firepower split apart the green war demon's combative energy. Bam! Facing the power of 10,000 flame cultivation sword technique, flames dancing wind, which could be used after completing the 10 flames the green war demon grit his teeth. It's not over yet. I'm going to get rid of you at any cost. No, it's already over. Rayon calmly declared, swinging his sword. Slash! The combative energy, already torn apart, couldn't withstand the 10 flames fire. The flaming silver blade pierced through the green war demon's heart. Kyu Zyga. Unable to finish his last sentence, he collapsed on his back. Clang! The dark green helmet on his head split in half, along with his armor. A young man in his 20s was found dead inside of it, with his eyes white. Rayon extinguished the 10 flames fire. Huh. He breathed out roughly, feeling his pent-up exhaustion. He was about to sink to his knees as his strength left his legs, but he endured it and turned around. He could feel the gazes of the trainees and the villagers, full of various emotions like astonishment, shock, relief, awe, etc. You, Rayon, you bastard, are you seriously? Burren's lip trembled, unable to finish his sentence, and Run-On sank to her knees as if she was more anxious than he was. Martha's eyes were shining, as if she was going to pounce at him at once. It's not over yet. Rayon raised his sword, pointing at the bewildered green demons. Since they had never expected the green war demon to lose, they were at a complete loss. Wipe them all out. Wow. The trainees, whose fighting spirit could pierce the heavens thanks to Rayon's victory, dashed at the green demons surrounding the battlefield. Huh. Rayon rotated the ring of fire to melt down the exhaustion surrounding his body and started filling his energy center with aura. This is so great. The ring of fire was most effective after the fight, despite being also useful before and during it. The aura that he had exhausted was full to bursting once again, like a boat riding a strong current, and lactic acid filling his muscles were melting away. On top of that, it stopped the coldness inside his mana circuit from rampaging, which was about to happen, so it was truly the greatest cultivation method in many ways. This is pretty funny. Since he had obtained the Ring of Fire while running away after fighting against Eden, it could be considered funny. They were also the enemies that had killed his father and his sister, though. Yeah. Kill all the green demons. Finish the battle. Since Rayon was still standing and watching them, the green demons didn't dare attack back nor run away. They just offered their necks to the trainees. The battle ended in less than 10 minutes, and the trainees were the only ones standing in front of the wooden fence. Rayon. After slaying the last green demon, Run-On ran up to him and grabbed his shoulder. It seemed to be her way of complimenting him. Rayon Sieghart. Buren approached him after that. Ha, you were right. The enemies were strong and we were weak. It looks like I was blinded from that one victory. I'm sorry. He bowed while biting his lip, so much that it could be mistaken as a pledge of obedience. If it wasn't for you, not only us, but the villagers we were supposed to save would also have died. Thank you, and I'm sorry, however. Buren continued while raising his head. I would be still gone to help them. Even if I'm too weak, ignoring injustice isn't what a Sieghart swordsman would do. You did well. Rayon nodded, meeting Buren's green eyes. What? I managed to find the green war demon's opening, thanks to you fighting with everything you have. You took a great part in this victory. What are your intentions? What do you want from me? Hearing a compliment he had never expected, Buran's fingers trembled in nervousness. I'm being honest. It will be different next time. Buran murmured, lowering his head. I'm going to be strong enough to catch up to you in the future and do my job properly. He bowed once again. It was his expression of gratitude for saving his life and giving him enlightenment. Thank you for saving me and everyone's lives. After saying that, Buran entered the village, along with the collaterals. It looked like they were going to start the reconstruction right away. Considering the way he was thinking about the village in that situation, he really had the talent to become a leader. Martha. Rayan called Martha, who was standing still with her arms crossed. Good job, I managed to direct the fight in my favor, thanks to you doing your job. If Martha didn't attract the Green War Demon's attention until the end, he would have failed his surprise attack, and the fight would have been a lot more difficult. She had done better than she was told. I should bite my tongue and kill myself if I can't even follow the instructions. After swaying her corner of her lips, Martha turned her head and entered the village. Despite what she said, she seemed to like the compliment. Rayan sighed, probably because his tension had disappeared completely. The strength left his legs regardless of his body's exhaustion. Tabu. As he was about to collapse back, he felt something soft touch his back. He turned his head and saw Runan supporting him. You looked like you were going to collapse. She nodded her head. How did you realize that? It was the same during the training. Runan nodded head, her mouth closed. I see. Just as he had been watching the other trainees, it seemed they had been watching him as well. Rayan snickered and sat down. He wanted to fall asleep. He had been too tense. You have surpassed. Multiple messages were appearing in front of his eyes, but he didn't have any energy left to read them. He just closed his eyes and fell asleep. Rayan opened his eyes, feeling refreshed after his long slumber. You have surpassed your limits in an extreme battle. All stats have increased by 1. You have defeated an opponent at a higher level than yourself. Title Indomitable has been created. You have successfully performed a surprise attack to an opponent stronger than yourself. Trait Backstab has been created. They were all positive messages. Rayan blinked and raised his body. He was inside a log house that he had never seen before. It looked like he was still in Cebu village. What's all this? He checked the messages once again. They were about the ability, title, and trait that he had obtained through his fight against the Green War Demon. Why are you getting so many rewards for defeating such a weakling? Wrath ground his teeth. He seemed displeased about the fact that he was getting rewarded. He was just a tenacious idiot, and yet you are getting stats, a title, and even a trait. This is ridiculous. It's your ability, though. Rayan raised his hand to push away Wrath, who was emanating coldness and wrath at the same time. Damn it, I didn't realize when I was using it, but that's seriously. Wrath didn't finish his sentence, but Rayan could understand him nonetheless. This is certainly a cheat. Rayan slowly nodded and opened the status window. Status window. Name Rayan Sieghart. Title Indomitable. State Curse of Frost, 5 strands. Trait Wrath Ring of Fire, 4 stars. Water Resistance, 4 stars. Perception of the Snow Flower, 3 stars. 10,000 Flames Cultivation, 3 stars. Coldness of the Frost, 3 stars. Fire Resistance, 3 stars. Bleeding Curse, 1 stars. Backstab, 1 star. Strength 57. Agility 58. Stamina 59. Energy 42. Perception 64. The first thing he noticed was the title. It had changed from the first victory to Indomitable. He noticed despite the title having changed, the effect of the previous title still remained. He checked the new title. Indomitable. Title given to one who has displayed their unyielding spirit during a fight against a stronger opponent. Effect: all stats increase by 3 upon fighting a stronger opponent. Is this for real? Rayan furrowed his brows. A 3% increase didn't look like a big deal, but it was an ability that got better the stronger he was. Since most of the opponents he was going to face in the future would be stronger than him, the title's effect could also be considered semi-permanent. Then next, He then checked the new trait, Backstab. Backstab 1 star. Upon performing a surprise attack or assassination, your presence decreases and the chance to inflict critical injury increases. It's a trait specialized for assassination. It was a trait that decreased his presence and increased the chance of a critical hit. If only I had this before. The Green War Demon had noticed his presence before he had started to attack him. If only he had the trait beforehand, he might have been able to finish him off in a single strike. Well, I wouldn't have been able to obtain those abilities in that case. Since he had gotten stronger after a difficult battle, it was a misfortune turned into a blessing. Rayon closed the status window after checking the increased stats. I'm getting stronger day by day thanks to you, thank you. Kyo. Wrath, who couldn't see the status window, was glaring at him with his blue eyes. You won't be able to die peacefully. I'm going to chew on your body over and over and over, then make you suffer for eternity. Do it if you can. Since Rayon was on his second life, after having already experienced the worst death ever, Wrath's anger and threats were something he could scoff at. Rayon stretched his body and stood up. The muscle pain and headache that he was suffering from had disappeared, probably thanks to the increased stats. Rattle. Once he opened the door and went outside, he could see the black sky, just like when he collapsed. It seemed he had slept for an entire day. It's rebuilt. The village's wooden fence was rebuilt, sturdier and higher than before. It looked like all the trainees had worked together. Rayon. He turned upon hearing a surprised voice, only to see Run-On standing there. Judging from how she was holding a wash basin, it looked like she was on her way to his room. Are you okay? Yes. Rayon nodded. His condition had returned to normal after a long sleep. Let's go, then. Where? Dinner, everyone's gathered. She pointed to her back with her finger. Rayon rubbed his stomach. He was indeed hungry since he didn't eat anything for over an entire day. All right. Rayon followed Run-On to the center of the village. Fire was burning from a big brazier at the center, and the villagers and the trainees were gathered around it. A few people couldn't be seen. They must have been standing guard. Ho, Rayon. Sir Rayon. Rayon Zieghart. The benefactor woke up. Benefactor. The trainees and the villagers, who were sitting in a circle around the brazier, stood up at once and shouted. How's your body? Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm glad you woke up. Burn ran up to him with wide eyes first, the other trainees following and examining him with worried gazes. Benefactor. Thank you for saving the village, Benefactor. You've fought so much for the sake of our village. The villagers, including the village chief, also ran up to him and knelt to express their gratitude. Rayon swallowed, watching them all. Everyone's gazes. He could see the emotions contained in those eyes. Thanks, gratitude, repayment, awe. From the trainee's eyes, he could see embarrassment, gratitude, awe, aspiration, yearning, etc. They had decided that Rayon would be their role model, and they would follow and pursue his swordsmanship. Rayon received the people's gazes, the ones that were touching his heart deeply. His heart fluttered. An emotion he had never felt before was enveloping his heart. When he was an assassin in his previous life, he had never received emotions of gratitude, acknowledgement, and yearning. Life and death were the only things that existed then. He put his life on the line to kill people and gather information for the sake of House Robert, yet the acknowledgement and reward all went to the public people like Darius Robert. It was his first time in either of his lives getting acknowledged like that. He was thrilled in a different way than when he felt accomplished from training his swordsmanship or aura. He looked at everyone once again. The villagers were shouting out their gratitude, and the trainees were worrying about him with gazes full of yearning and awe. Yes, from now on. Rayon clenched his fist. Since he was going to live as a swordsman instead of an assassin, it was a sight he was going to behold countless times in the future. He wanted more. The desire to become acknowledged even more and receive more yearning gazes was born inside him. Even more in the future. Rayon visited the village chief after finishing his meal. The village chief was flustered, bending forward significantly to bow. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" "Of course." He raised the village chief's body, which was rolled up like a larva, and brought him to a corner. "Are you already aware of the identity of those who attacked the village?" "Ah, yes, I know that they are a group called Eden, who can control monsters." The village chief nodded, even a small village like that was aware of Eden's infamy. "But I don't understand why we became their target. It's a small village with nothing to gain for them." The village chief shook his head, murmuring that it was weird. "I heard about it while fighting against them, but didn't you obtain a red gem from Cebu Mountain in the past?" "Red gem? Ah, I have one. I found it in the mountains when I was young and brought it to the village W8. No way." Yes, that gem was their target. The village chief's eyes widened at hearing Rayon's words. Then all of this happened because of that pebble." "That's right." He nodded. He needed to tell him honestly so that he would give him the gem of his own accord. The village was almost destroyed because of me. Oh no, it was all my fault." The village chief sank on his knees and started hitting the ground. "Eden's demons will keep coming to the village as long as the gem remains here. I've been treating it like a guardian deity since the soil had become fertile and the cold had subsided ever since I buried the gem underground. Something like that." Rayon became more certain after hearing it from the village chief. The Goblin King was a monster with a powerful fire attribute. Since it was a gem left behind by him, it must have been warming up the village. Then what shall I do? Shall I throw away the gem now?" "I'll take it with me." "Pardon, is the benefactor really going to?" Eden is an extremely evil group that tries to erase humanity from the continent. They will most likely end up obtaining it if you throw it away, so I'll bring it to Sieghart. "I can't commit another offense to you like that." "That's fine, that's what Sieghart does." "Oh." Rayon said something Burn would say. The village chief seemed to be impressed, his eyes glittering like morning dew. "Sieghart is granting us another favor that we can't return." "Another?" "Yes, the current head of house, Glenn Sieghart, saved our village a few decades ago. I think it was when I was slightly older than the benefactor." The village chief raised his chin, as if he were reminiscing about the past, looking up at the starry sky. "The head of house did." "Yes, he saved the entire village just like the benefactor, and treated us kindly with a smile." Rayon tilted his head. "Kindness and a smile, huh?" It was impossible to imagine, considering how Glenn looked currently. "Oh, this old man just blabbered about the past. Come this way, I'll hand it over right now." The village chief scratched his head in embarrassment and went to his house, located to the east. So even that person used to be like that. Rayon imagined Glenn's smile, who was now like a block of ice, and followed the village chief. The village chief's house was at the western end, where Rayon had woken up. Since the village chief's house was usually located at the center, it was unusual for it to be at the end. "So this was the village chief's house. Please excuse me." "Oh, it was nothing." The village chief waved his hand at Rayon. "But don't village chiefs usually live at the center?" "Since I've been living here all along, I grew attached to it and didn't really want to leave." The village chief scratched his chin and went to the yard. "I've buried it here. I thought it was a blessing since it was warming up the village, but it was actually a curse." He started digging a small field in the yard. After digging for about 30 minutes, he finally took out something wrapped in a black fabric. "What is that fabric?" "It's a wrapping cloth passed down for generations in my family. Since this pebble was shining so intensely, I wrapped it so it wouldn't be noticed." While saying that, the village chief unraveled the fabric. Whir! Along with an intense heat, a powerful red light shone upon the dim garden. It seemed like the whole world had become bright with an enormous fire. "This is the Goblin King's magic stone." If Eden managed to obtain that magic stone, they would have created a new monster, possessing the Goblin King's abilities. "Sir, wrap it back in that cloth for no." That was why. As Rayon was about to tell him to hide the gem once again, a calm and deep voice could be heard from the right side. Ho! Rayan raised his head, standing in front of the village chief. A general in a battlefield would V looked like him. He looked rough and fierce, his body full of scars. He had an extremely large build, and the way he was standing on a thin wooden fence with that big body of his looked out of this world. The most distinct feature was his eyes. Madness could be seen in his yellow eyes, making the hair on his neck stand on end. I couldn't even sense him, though. Since he didn't even manage to perceive him despite his huge build, he wasn't just an expert. Who are you? Me, I wonders. As he flicked his finger, a green helmet appeared in front of his eyes. It had a round shape with buck teeth protruding to top and bottom, and a single horn existed on its head. Ogre. The helmet was in the shape of a monster known as the Tyrant of the Mountains, and the man was spinning it on his finger. Guess who I am, Ogre. It was a monster called the Tyrant of the Mountains because of its outstanding intelligence on top of its powerful strength and agility. Since it was one of the fiercest monsters, they often ended up killing the mage that tamed them. Of course, Eden, which used the monster's power, also had a monster that had the ogre's characteristics transferred. The blood-raving demon. The name, which signified he was crazy for blood, was a really suitable name for an ogre known for its ferocity and madness. Are you the blood-raving demon? Rayan chewed his lip. He could feel the blood gushing out from his lip, spilling down his chin. Even though you are a Sieghart sprout, you must have some sharp eyes to recognize this helmet at a glance. The blood-raving demon giggled, grabbing the helmet he was spinning. And I can't determine your might for sure. Did you slay the Green War Demon? Rayan's hands trembled, unable to respond. The blood-raving demon was too powerful for his current self to handle. No, it was impossible, even if he combined forces with everyone else. Why is someone like you here? Because I'm the one who gave the mission to the Green War Demon. I never imagined he would die so easily. The blood-raving demon snickered and stood up. His enormous height made him look like a steel tower soaring on the wooden fence. That fabric is called dark. It has a special effect of hiding the energy inside of it. Old man, you were lucky. Your village would have been turned into ashes from the beginning if you hadn't covered it with that. The blood-raving demon kindly explained about the fabric enveloping the Goblin King's magic stone. Well, my turn ended up coming thanks to that. He equipped the huge ogre's helmet on his head. Obviously, it didn't fit. However, the helmet started vibrating oddly once he started using his aura. Rumble! With the sound of something spinning from the inside, the helmet started to shrink in size to fit the blood-raving demon's head. Whirr! Green rusty water gushed from the helmet, covering the blood-raving demon's entire body. The ogre's armor, with noticeable muscles at the size of a boulder, started to form. There's no opening. Rayan bit his lip. He wanted to attack, but the blood-raving demon wasn't showing the slightest opening. Rumble! Once the lunatic light burst from the helmet's empty eyes, he couldn't breathe for a moment. Rayan Sieghart. As he was barely enduring it, wrath burst out from the bracelet. His voice was as heavy as lead. I'm going to be honest, you have two choices right now. Choices. Either you get killed by him, or give your body to the King of Essence. Wrath declared solemnly, as if he was merely stating the truth. Those are the only choices you have right now. Buren Sieghart was double-checking the wooden fence that he had installed with the other trainees. It's pretty good. Since they had used the method learned from the instructors, the fence's durability wasn't too bad despite having been built in a short time. It looked like it could withstand orcs or goblin attacks without much difficulty. The materials mostly came out from Dorian's pocket. It was helpful, but he couldn't understand why he was carrying all that. Sir Buren, Rayan has disappeared along with the village chief. Is that all right? The collateral that was right behind him approached him and whispered. So what? Buren turned around and asked back. I mean, the village chief might give him some treasure, and if he takes them for himself. That's a meaningless worry. He snickered and shook his head. I'm sure you are also aware of it. If Rayan wasn't here, not only us but the entire village would be drowned in our own blood. Whatever he receives or learns isn't for us to argue. And the collaterals shut their mouths, hearing his voice coming from the bottom of his heart. We are all using the name Sieghart. Competing between us in order to get stronger is fine, but there's no reason to fight or begrudge each other when we are outside. You must have realized this to a certain extent already. That's right. The collateral trainees nodded. He is correct. The trainees had been deeply impressed by Rayon from the battle against the Green War Demon. Honestly, they couldn't feel any hatred or jealousy against him anymore. It looks like the insects have finally come to their senses. Martha. Burn raised his head, hearing the belittling voice. Martha was swinging her legs on top of a tree next to the wooden fence. Why are you here? I came to check if you built the wooden fence properly. How is the wooden fence then? Not too bad considering your sloppiness. I guess your head isn't completely made of stones. Get out of my sight if you've finished checking. We are going to finish up here. There's only one person who can order me around. Martha came down from the tree, snorting. As she was about to walk towards Burin, a rustling sound could be heard from the bushes. Who's there? Right there, come out. As Burin and Martha lowered their postures, a silver-haired girl burst out of the bush. Run-on, what are you doing here? Fruit. Run-on showed them the basket she was holding. It contained ripe golden apples. Why are you harvesting that here? I'm going to give them to Rayon. You can just give him the ones the villagers have already harvested. This is fresher. Run-on quietly responded with blank eyes. You act like you're already married. Martha provoked her with cold eyes, but Run-on took her basket without showing any reaction. I'm leaving. It was when she was about to leave. Bam! A thunderous noise, loud enough to shake the earth, roared from the village's outskirts. What's happening? What is this? That's Burin, Run-on, and Martha, who were squatting on the ground while covering their heads, opened their eyes wide. Rayon. That's the direction Rayon and the village chief were headed. Run-on and Martha started to move first. It's an emergency. You guys go and get your weapons, call the other trainees. Yes. Burin gave out the instructions while following the other two. Bong! As everyone was about to run towards Rayon's location, another powerful energy burst out, reaching the village's center. Bomb! A blonde-haired boy holding something in his arms bounced out from between the collapsing buildings. Oh! Gasp! Run-on and Martha's jaws dropped, noticing the boy rolling on the ground. Rayon! Our Rayon Sieghart. The boy was Rayon. He was biting his lip with an even more nervous expression than when he was facing the Green War Demon. Run-on! Rayon called Run-on's name and threw the thing he was holding in his arms at her. MMHM. Run-on ran ahead and caught the thing Rayon had thrown at her. It was the unconscious village chief, who was bleeding from his forehead. Run-on, Martha, don't come over here. Escape this place immediately. His expression wasn't just urgent, but he looked like he was about to gasp his life away. Just what happened? Martha stopped approaching Rayon, looking towards the west. Thud. A fierce step sounded like the earth was screaming, and the sandy dust filling the air scattered away. A green giant, which looked like the personification of a mountain, was approaching them. The muscles in his arms and legs were as hard as a lump of boulders, and his yellow eyes were burning with madness. That's Ugar's armor. The man was wearing the tyrant of the mountain's helmet and armor. Martha and Run-on's thoughts stopped as they faced his energy wave. Be-blood raving demon. The name of the man wearing an ogre's helmet spilled from Martha's mouth. The bloody name made the atmosphere even heavier. There were some cute fellows over here. Wow. Madness shimmered from the blood-raving demon's helmet. Martha and Run-on's legs trembled, as if they were going to collapse at any time. Rayon, what's happening this TA? Burin and the trainees that followed them froze in surprise. Their bodies were frozen stiff from the blood-raving demon's pressure. You are rather slow, despite using Sieghart's name. Wow, The blood-raving demon's eyes sparkled yellow. Under the predator's intense, murderous intent, the trainees knelt down while grabbing their chests. Pull yourselves together. As the trainees were about to collapse, Rayon's clear voice pierced through the blood-raving demon's fear. Whir! Rayon's clean energy spread out, and the light returned to the trainees' misty eyes. We will be annihilated if you keep sitting there like idiots. Burin, command the trainees to prepare the villagers. Martha and Run-On, keep your distance and prepare for diversions. All right, I'll return right after. Burin ran back while gritting his teeth. Run-On and Martha split to the sides while using their aura. Consider yourselves dead if you get hit by his fist. Never fight him head-on, just assist me. Rayon spoke quietly, without taking his eyes off the blood-raving demon. Run-On and Martha nodded at once. Do you remember what Instructor Rimmer told us every time? We have to surpass our limits. Rayon continued while gritting his teeth. Now is the time. We have to surpass the limits of both our bodies and minds. Surpass your limits. The blood-raving demon grinned, then clenched his fist. The red combative energy burst up, distorting the air. I wonder if that's enough. Whir! Rayon brandished his sword while relieving his tension by rotating the ring of fire. It was a single strike. Despite having dodged the blood-raving demon's fist, his skin still broke. It was truly an overwhelming power and endless strength. It would have been difficult even in my previous life. Assassination was a different story, but he couldn't be sure whether he could V1 against the monster, even if he had his previous life's body. It really was a desperate situation, but he couldn't just resign. He needed to find an opening somehow and cut his head off. But he couldn't find it. As if an endless cliff had become a human, he couldn't find the slightest opening. You were acting as if you were going to attack at any time, but are you really going to? The blood-raving demon grinned, holding his chin up high. If you aren't coming to me, then I'm going to you. He stomped the ground, crushing the earth. Rayon's sight was immediately filled with the blood-raving demon. It was a ridiculous speed. Whoosh! The blood-raving demon that approached him at a super speed thrust his fist. Rayon slashed his sword towards the fist, the size of a boulder, aimed at his head. 10,000 flames, cultivation, 10 flames. Revolving sky. The flaming sword slashed through the air, rushing at the blood-raving demon's fist. That's some nice firepower. Along with a delightful voice, the blood-raving demon turned his fist. Bright red combative energy appeared, clashing with the revolving sky. Bomb! The snake of flame that surrounded the sword dissipated, pressed upon by the blood-raving demon's aura. Hup! Rayon's eyes were distorted. The blood-raving demon's fists were aimed at his heart after erasing his strike with the revolving sky. Kua! He twisted his sword while screaming. The blood-raving demon's fist was deflected to the side, following the side of the sword. Slam! Along with a threatening, destructive sound, the buildings on the right side collapsed at once. Huff! Rayon stepped backward, catching his breath. Despite having deflected the attack, his shoulder was hurting as if it was dislocated. I almost died there. A cold sweat flowed down his forehead. If he hadn't managed to read the trajectory of his fist using the ring of fire, his head would burst like a tomato. He looked aside. Run-On and Martha were biting their lips, not knowing what to do. Not yet. Rayon conveyed his intention with his gaze. Now wasn't the time to move, but to observe. He needed to endure the blood-raving demon's attacks as much as possible in order to show them his movements before they participated in the fight. It was necessary in order to create a slight chance of victory, as small as 10% no, more like 1%. Whir! Rayon created the fire of the 10 flames once again. The flame starting from the sword's extremity surrounded its edge. Great, it would be no fun if the flame was extinguished with a single punch. The blood-raving demon jumped like a bird, striking with his fist. Using the 6th form of the star combining sword, Rayon parried the fists falling down like meteorites. Squeeze! The red combative energy spreading from the blood-raving demon started to press on the 10 flames once again. A powerful fire attribute aura. It's strong enough that I understand why that stupid green war demon was defeated by you. However, that won't work against me. Do you know the reason? The blood-raving demon smiled menacingly and thrust his fist. Of course I do. Dodging the fist with a paper-thin difference, Rayon swung his sword. It's your trait. You are well aware of it, that's right. Flame can't cut through me. The blood-raving demon giggled, striking with his palm. Rayon barely managed to dodge it, but blood gushed out from his chin at the wind pressure. Something like an aura of flame is meaningless against me, who has inherited the ogre's strength. He was telling the truth. An ogre was a monster that was resistant to the fire attribute, capable of destroying a castle after getting hit by dozens of fire arrows. However, the 10,000 flames cultivation wasn't the only weapon Rayon had. Then I can just use something else. What? A blue frost burst from Rayon's red eyes. The coldness of the frost. The blue light like an ocean filled the white blade he was holding. As the coldness of the frost spread out from Rayon's sword, the ground started to freeze up in pure white. Ice, is that a water attribute? Panic appeared in the blood-raving demon's yellow eyes. Using water attribute aura, after using a ridiculously powerful fire attribute aura, what's your identity? Why do you want to know? Rayon twisted his sword and slashed, shooting the frost gathered on his blade. You can even use the aura blade. The blood-raving demon thrust his fist while gasping in amazement. The boulder-like fist shattered the pure white aura blade. Even though his full power aura blade had been shattered, Rayon's eyes remained calm, because the attack wasn't the only effect of the frost. Along with the sound of freezing lake, pure white ice sprouted on the blood-raving demon's hand. This is... The blood-raving demon frowned and glared at his freezing hand. It looked like he was trying to clench his fist and failing. Did you even reach the attribute's enlightenment? You really know no bounds. Without letting down his guard, Rayon shot another aura blade containing the coldness of the frost. I can't be careless. His head would be blown away in an instant if he let his guard down because his attack was somewhat effective. He needed to consider his defense while attacking and change his position continuously with footwork. You bastard. Instead of throwing a punch like before, the blood-raving demon rotated his body and dodged the aura blade. Clang! Rayon swung his sword, controlling as much coldness of the frost as he could. The intense cold emanating from the blade filled the space. Whir! The ground froze and the atmosphere's temperature decreased, gradually slowing down the blood-raving demon's movements. I'm glad I watched her before. Rayon looked at Run-On, who was biting her lip. Thanks to having observed how she spread the frost before, he was able to use the aura of cold without much difficulty. Kyo! The blood-raving demon moved restlessly to avoid the frost covering the ground and the aura blade that Rayon was shooting. His fist, which used to be quick and powerful, was slowing down and weakening. Kua, you little rat. The blood-raving demon screamed and thrust his fist. Whoosh! Rayon turned his ankle to dodge the blow and slashed his sword once again. The frigid aura blade cut through the air. Kyoga! The blood-raving demon stepped backwards in order to avoid the frost, groaning. Rayon's dominance seemed to be apparent. However, the tension didn't disappear from Rayon's deep eyes. He kept swinging his sword with an even more intense pressure than at the start of the fight. The chance hasn't come yet. Huff and huff. After preparing everyone, Buran returned to the village with 10 trainees. The village center was in ruins, as if it had been under a magical bombardment. He could see fire raging on one side, and the other side's ground was completely frozen. It was truly a strange sight. Slam! He turned his head towards the thunderous noise coming from the left, or rather, his head automatically turned before he even heard the sound. Rayon, whose sword was surrounded in a blue light, was crossing his sword with the blood-raving demon's fist at a point-blank distance. Aura blade, when did he reach sword expert? Using an aura blade signified that he had reached the novice level of sword expert. The fact that he was a novice level expert at the age of 15 baffled him despite the situation. No, wait, Rayon's aura is. Burin's astonishment didn't end with his aura blade. His eyes became so wide that they looked like they were going to pop out upon seeing the frost rising from Rayon's blade. Frost! It was an aura of ice even more intense and sharp than Run-On's. He gasped at the fact that he had been hiding such a thing so far. To have an aura of frost, and being an expert, what exactly is the height UV reached? The continent's warriors had divided might into different ranks. They were levels that were used regardless of the weapon, sword, spear, bow, and fist alike. Anyone who began to use aura was allowed to be called a beginner. Beginner rank was separated into novice, intermediate, and advanced. Upon getting accustomed to their aura and becoming capable of imbuing their weapon with aura, one could become a user. User rank also had the same levels: novice, intermediate, and advanced. The next rank was the expert level, which was when they became capable of discharging the aura from their weapon. It was commonly referred to as the level where they could use the aura blade, and it was Rayon's current level. The blood-raving demon was generally known to be at the highest level of expert, or at the master level. And yet, Rayon was pushing the blood-raving demon into a corner despite being at the novice level of the expert rank, which was far lower than his opponent. Burin's heart was filled with passion upon realizing that. "Hug!" Burin shivered. Monster! Rather than the blood-raving demon, who was exploding the surroundings each time he thrust his fist, he was more frightened by Rayon, who was facing him. It wasn't simply because he was using two auras and had reached the expert rank at such a young age. Swordsmanship and footwork. The fact that he was fighting the blood-raving demon while using basic swordsmanship and footwork that anyone could use was giving him goosebumps. Whoosh! Rayon's movements were swift. Like a flower petal riding a typhoon, he dodged the blood-raving demon's fist by using the wind pressure preceding it. That was only possible through a tremendous amount of effort, regardless of his skill or talent, and Rayon was a monster of effort. However, Rayon's attacks were sharp, but they couldn't inflict any noticeable amount of damage to the blood-raving demon. All it could do was freeze his right arm in frost. There's a difference in power after all, then huh? Burin narrowed his eyes as he observed the battle between the two. Rayon was glancing at him while swinging his sword. That's probably because they had been together for over 3 years. He could immediately notice the intentions behind Rayon's gaze. He is asking me to help. Rayon's gaze was telling him to attack together with him through an opening he would create. He looked around at the sides. Martha and Run-On had also noticed his intentions and were quickly operating their aura so that they could make their move whenever they wanted to. That's right, the blood-raving demon isn't a big deal since we are Ziegharts. He clenched his fist and gathered the aura from his energy center. He drew his sword while feeling the green wind surrounding him. We are going to save this place. Burin focused on the fight between Rayon and the blood-raving demon, his eyes wide. Since the opportunity could come at any time, he kept controlling his aura while breathing steadily. As his hand was about to be covered in sweat from watching the fight between the two monsters, Rayon's sword hit the blood-raving demon's left hand. Crackle! With the sound of icicles forming, the blood-raving demon's hand froze. Do it now, use everything you have. Burin had already started moving before Rayon said it. Thud! He brandished his sword and kicked the ground to jump towards the blood-raving demon. The same sound could be heard from the left and right. Run-On and Martha were running with him. Whir! From the swords that Burin, Run-On, and Martha were holding, their auras burst out like the sun erasing the night. Yo! The blood-raving demon was grinding his teeth, his frozen hands trembling in panic. We can win. Looking at his panicked face, he became certain he could win. Whir! As they were about to perform their most powerful attack against the blood-raving demon's vital points. Wow! Burin, Run-On, and Martha raised their heads at the atmosphere that suddenly became heavier. Their eyes widened at the same time. The blood-raving demon's eyes, which had been full of panic, had become ice-cold. Their hearts dropped upon seeing his completely composed eyes, despite still containing madness. Great! The atmosphere was distorted by the blood-raving demon's atrocious smile. "I've been waiting for this, you insects." Greg. The blood-raving demon thrust his aura-filled fist. The wind pressure accompanying the strike crushed the ground. However, Rayon thrust his sword while withstanding the pressure. He pierced the blood-raving demon's shoulder with the icy blue sword. Kyo. The blood-raving demon ground his teeth, his gaze a blazing yellow. However, there was no anger or frustration at the bottom of his heart. He was simply filled with interest and curiosity. A genius that will be spoken of throughout the continent's history. Judging from his appearance and skin, he was only in his mid-teens, and yet he could skillfully handle an aura blade and auras with both fire and water attributes. He was a genius that could become the continent's strongest one day. However, that would only be possible if he could keep growing up as he was. The blood-raving demon looked around. Excluding the monster named Rayon, the three other children behind him also possessed extraordinary talent. Slash. Rayon's aura blade sliced his chest a little, but his heart didn't waver in the slightest. It was just a matter of course. He hadn't even used 1/10 of his power, despite how he looked on the outside. Huff. The blood-raving demon breathed out hot air from his helmet. He could only smile. The anticipation of trampling over the young sprouts sent chills down his spine. Clang! Rayon shot his aura blade with excellent timing. Kyo! The blood-raving demon waved his left hand to block the aura blade, pretending to be flustered despite being more than capable of dodging it. Crackle! The white frost spread and his hand started to freeze. Do it now, use everything you have. At Rayon's command, Run-On, Burin, and Martha, who were gathering their power, rushed at the blood-raving demon together. Whir! Burin imbued his sword with wind, Martha was pouring out all the energy of earth she had, and Run-On was spreading the frost like an icicle from her blade. The three of them performed their most powerful attacks, using every single bit of aura they had. Whir! Rayon ran straight towards the blood-raving demon, swinging his sword burning in blue. Kayalhu! The blood-raving demon laughed at that instant. It was the instant where his prey was perfectly caught in his net. Bomb! The entirety of the ogre helmet shone in yellow. A tremendous amount of energy burst out, breaking through the white ice confining his hand. I've been waiting for this, you insects. The moment the Zieghart's younglings used his opening to attack him, with everything they had was the perfect time to sink them into the depths of despair. Rumble! The yellow light that formed on the blood-raving demon's hands exploded. The materialized aura perfectly covering his huge hands was astral energy. A master's proof, the astral energy was burning in his hand like hellfire. Wow, damn it. Astral energy. Facing the astral energy, which was pressuring the space itself, it was impossible to defend against it without using astral energy in return. The color on Run-On, Martha, and Burin's faces turned from hope to despair. This is the end. The blood-raving demon burst out in laughter, full of excitement, and thrust his fist. Astral energy the size of a boulder was falling down on them, and the children's eyes were filled with darkness. How about you? He glanced at the blonde-haired boy in order to enjoy his despairing eyes for the last time. However, the blood-raving demon's eyes widened. He couldn't see neither despair nor hope in Rayon's eyes. Serene eyes, they were simply filled with murderous intent to slay his enemy. Roared! A tremendous amount of murderous intent covered Rayon's blade. You aren't the only one who's been waiting for this. He was already aware of it. He knew the blood-raving demon had already reached the master level, that he was strong against fire attributes, and that he had a dirty personality one that enjoyed playing with his prey before killing it. Since he was already aware of all of that, he had decided to use his trap to his advantage. It was the only way to win, or rather, to survive. Whir! The moment the blood-raving demon showed his true nature, the weight of the atmosphere became different. It was a feeling of a lump of steel pressing upon his entire body. Rayon grit his teeth and brought up every ounce of murderous intent that the assassin Rayon possessed. Clang! The moment his murderous intent started competing with the madness, Burin, Run-On, and Martha, who were at a lower level, were bounced out. That was also according to plan. However, the most important thing still remained. After making them escape the blood-raving demon's astral energy, he twisted his body so suddenly that his waist seemed to snap. Slam! A huge fist, surrounded by astral energy, grazed his left shoulder. Crack! It wasn't a direct hit. Even though it had only brushed past him, the bone on his left arm was crushed. Kyo! Rayon grit his teeth to the breaking point. He endured the pain with a superhuman perseverance and brandished his sword with his right arm. Whir! He gathered all his energy and murderous intent at the end of his sword. You bastard! He thrust the blade of frost towards the blood-raving demon's heart as the man glared at him in surprise. 10,000 Flames Cultivation Ultimate Point. The principles of the 10,000 Flames cultivation flowed out through the coldness of the frost. The silver blade was dyed in blue, as if the ice dragon strolling in the sky dwelled within it. Great! The sound of the blue blade piercing the ogre's armor resounded in his ears. However, Rayon's eyes didn't grow any brighter. They only got darker, like the glow of the setting sun. Damn it! Because the ultimate technique that would even pierce the steel was unable to penetrate any further, blocked by the leather. How amazing! The blood-raving demon coughed out his admiration, a sword piercing his chest. I never expected you to use my trap instead. I really almost died right there, however. The blue sword piercing his chest shattered with a clank. Kyo! Rayon was sent flying, coughing up blood. You were too weak. The difference in power between us isn't something you can make up for with that kind of surprise attack. The blade thrust into the blood-raving demon's chest came out like a pebble stuck in the mud. His muscles stopped it. Rayon bit his blood-stained lip. The blood-raving demon had stopped his attack by enhancing his skin and muscles. It was a method befitting a monster that had reached the level of a master, one that could control his entire body as he wanted. Gasp! Rayon stepped backwards and looked at Burin, Run-On, Martha, and the other remaining trainees. The plan is over. Run, everyone. Our Rayons. Hey, you. We can't win. There was no way they could win, no matter what they did in their current state. Since the plan had failed, the fight was over. All that was left to do was run away. I command you as the top trainee. Run away with the villagers. The house's reinforcement that Crane requested is coming. Run to the west. Rayon. IILL also. Burin Zieghart. Rayon shouted Burin's name, who was about to stand up with trembling lips. Is dying in vain right here the Zieghart's way you told me about before? If that's the case, then fight alongside me here. If not, then do what you must. Aye. Burin bit his lip. The consideration was long, but the decision was short. We ray retreating. Everyone back off. Focus on running away. He ended up tearing his lip, turning around to run towards the village. The trainees shed tears and ran away, following Burin. Wow. Rayon, who was coughing up blood while grabbing his arm, was reflected in Run-On's purple eyes. As she was about to dash at the blood-raving demon while screaming, Martha struck her neck. With a thud, Run-On lost consciousness and fell on the ground. Martha carried her on her back and looked at Rayon. She was asking him if there really was no way. Thud. As soon as Rayon nodded, she turned around and ran in the direction Burin went. Thank you. Rayon smiled faintly. He was glad they were able to understand. Wham! The blood-raving demon pulled the sword stuck on his chest out completely. Blood was flowing out, but it soon stopped and the wound started to close. It was the effect of Ogre's stamina and regeneration. Damn it. Rayon bit his lip. The bleeding curse was in effect, but it was completely pointless in that situation. 10% was far from enough to allow him to win, as he wouldn't be able to win with a 50 weakening effect. Do you think those insects can run away? The blood-raving demon crushed the sword in his hand like a biscuit. IV unleashed ogres in the area. They are going to be eaten alive soon enough. No, before that. The blood-raving demon giggled and looked down at Rayon. Do you think you can hold on with that arm and that stamina? Rayon didn't respond. He wasn't looking at the blood-raving demon. He was looking at Wrath, who was in his arm. Wrath. It's finally the King of Essence's turn. Wrath squirmed up like smoke. His pressure alone was far past the blood-raving demon, who was at the level of master. Just like I said before, you can't win against him with your current strength. Give me your body. I'll freeze up this entire space, including him. Hi, you are always so delusional. What? It's a trade. Rayon's eyes shone as he coughed up blood. What do you mean, trade? You mentioned before that I could make trades with your wrath. I'm going to accept your wrath, so return my body and aura to a normal state. You. Blue coldness burst from Wrath like a flame pillar. You idiot, you'll never be able to beat him at your current strength, even if you were reborn. You won't be able to win just from recovering your wounds. That's my business, do you accept or not? Kyo. Facing Rayon's determination, Wrath ground his teeth, delaying his answer. Fine, I'll give you 10 points of Wrath and recover your body perfectly. However, you aren't going to achieve anything with it. Shut up and give it to me already. Ph. After Wrath's snorting sound, his coldness was absorbed into Rayon's body. Huff. He grit his teeth, feeling the pain of his skin getting ripped apart by the coldness. Creak. The broken arm and ribs were fixed on their own. Rayon's lips trembled at a pain worse than when they broke. Tears dripped from his eyes before he knew it. It was one of the worst pains he had experienced in both his previous and current lives combined. What are you? The blood-raving demon stood still, eyes widening upon witnessing his arm restoring itself. Huff. Rayon gasped for breath. Even the aura filling up his empty energy center felt painful. However, the true pain didn't end there. 10 points of Wrath have been created according to the contract with Wrath. His lungs shrunk like dry wood and his heart tightened. Every single one of his cells felt like they were being stabbed by a needle. The pain was one thing, but he felt like his body was being dislocated from his soul. It was the feeling of something sticky and evil pervading his body. Still, his recovery was perfect. He was mentally exhausted, but his body and aura had recovered into a state better than normal. I don't understand it. The blood-raving demon rolled his curious yellow eyes. I doubt you drank an ogre or a troll's blood. How are you able to regenerate so quickly? It's irrational. You won't understand it. How painful it was. Breathing our hot air, he took another trainee's sword from the ground. Wrath. What is it, you arrogant brat? Since I might die, let's make a bet. Bet. Yes, I'm going to bet that he is going to die. You are spouting nonsense once again. Why are you afraid? Fine, bring it on. The King of Essence is going to bet you are going to hand over your body. After hearing Wrath's response, Rayon pointed his sword at the blood-raving demon. Come at me, I'll play with you until the sun rises. Huff and huff. Martha ran after Burin and the other trainees, carrying Run-On on her back. Since everyone was running as fast as they could, they quickly managed to catch up to the other trainees and the villagers. What happened? Are we going to be okay? The villagers were walking and running quickly to their standards, but they were way too slow in Martha's eyes. It was something that couldn't be helped, but she became irritated. Damn. Burin's fist trembled and his eyes shook. He just kept walking blankly, without looking ahead or around. Sir Rayon. Arg. It wasn't just him. The other trainees' eyes had also lost focus, as if their souls were drained away. That guy. When small swear words and breathing sounds were the only things that could be heard, Martha silently started speaking. He stood alone in front of that huge monster in order to protect us and those people. Hearing her voice filled with desperation and anger, everyone looked back at her. He is still stopping him, despite his broken arm and crushed ribs, but what are you doing right now? What? After not having done anything there, are you planning to die like idiots here without doing anything once again? That's not true, Sir Burin is also suff. No. Burin stopped the collateral that was standing in front of Martha. She is correct, we have no time to be like this. The first group, watch the front. The second and the third group, watch the left and right side respectively. Control your aura at all times and stay ready to act. Hearing his quick commands, the trainees that were standing blankly started moving to their posts. Martha, since you have the best perception among us, you are in charge of the back. Give run-on to us. Martha frowned but nodded and handed over the unconscious run-on to the collateral trainees. We are going to increase our speed, since the house's reinforcement must be coming as quickly as possible. Wait. Martha stopped Burin from speaking, turning her head towards the dense forest on the right side. Burin and the others also followed her gaze in a daze. Zwoosh. It sounded like a strong wind rustling through the forest. It was a sound of wind that could have been overlooked, but Martha broke out in a cold sweat and drew her sword. Iverion retreat, run away, right no. Before she could finish her sentence, the forest collapsed and a green monster over 4 meters tall appeared. Ogre. The brutal monster called the Tyrant of the Mountain stood with shining red eyes. Wow. Martha swallowed. I didn't think about it. The blood-raving demon was a monster possessing an ogre's strength, capable of controlling ogres. It was only natural that ogres existed in that place. WWE can't win. Maybe they could have if they were at their perfect state, but it was impossible to kill the ogre even if everyone fought together the way they were right now. They were really going to be annihilated at that rate. Kiua. Ogre roared and hammered down his huge fist. High up. Hold. Martha and Burin jumped at it, swinging their aura-filled swords. KRR. The ogre withdrew slightly, noticing the aura in their swords. Whoosh. Once their strength ran out after slashing the air, the ogre ran back to them and thrust its fist. Slam. Powerful energy exploded, and Martha and Burin got pushed back, unable to keep their balance. Kyo. Ahel. They stood back up while staggering, but they were already weakened significantly. Damn it. Martha bit her lip. The ogre had an even more monstrous hunting instinct to be able to withdraw its body at that instant. KRR. The ogre was approaching them, a small amount of blood flowing down its hand. Its mouth was outright laughing at them. You guys leave first. I'll follow you after killing this one with Martha. Burin shouted, grabbing his trembling right wrist with his left hand. His turn had come. Sir Burin. Quickly. Loh. Dorian grit his teeth and turned around. However, another sound was heard before he started moving. Slam. Along with a thunderous noise crushing the ground, an enormous shadow appeared from the left side. A second ogre blocked the trainee's path. Wow. Martha's eyes wavered violently. This was why. That was the reason the blood-raving demon was smiling, despite them running away. He had already released the ogres in the area. Everything's over. The atmosphere became even more quiet, following somebody's despairful voice. KRRR. Quiet. The only sounds that could be heard now were the ogre's hungry roar and the human's scared groans. Don't back down. Burin brandished his sword, wiping the blood flowing from his mouth. Rayon is also still fighting. If we die here, we will be too ashamed to face the one that is still fighting the blood-raving demon on his own. He screamed and drew out his aura. The blue wind raged, strengthened by his determination. You Ray talking sense for once. Martha chuckled and nodded, surrounding her sword with Titan's aura. I have to go help Rayon. Run-On, who had woken up, brandished her sword, radiating silver frost. It was a desperate situation, yet darkness couldn't be found in 3 people's eyes. KRR. Quiet. It seemed the 2 ogres didn't like such expressions on their prey, as they roared and kicked the ground. The moment the 3 swordsmen and 2 monsters clashed against each other. Whoosh! Green wind raged from the center of the forest. Slam! The yellow aura pressed and burst the blue and red aura. Whoosh! Rayon was sent back, flying through the jet black smoke. Great! He barely managed to stop after sticking his sword in the ground. Hog. Rayon's chin trembled, vomiting out the black, dead blood. His repaired left arm was crushed once again, and his side was ripped apart. He could hardly breathe because of the pain filling his entire body. You are like a leech. The blood-raving demon approached him, while warming up his solid finger. His increasingly powerful energy wave was bursting Rayon's skin. Bomb! He crushed the ground and leaped at him like a cannonball. Huff! Rayon kicked the ground and rotated his body. Tego! After dodging the blood-raving demon's fist with a paper-thin difference, he stepped back. Tuzg! He clicked his tongue. His broken and swaying left arm was bothering him. If it accidentally got caught, he could be killed right after. Shall I cut it off? He considered cutting off his left arm, since that would allow him to hold on for a little bit longer. But why am I doing this here? My arm has been shattered twice, my side got ripped apart, and my muscles and skin are screaming. I don't understand why I'm fighting against that monster, enduring pain that I didn't even experience in my previous life. Various memories passed by his mind, from the moment of his birth until now. I remembered the words of the person I spent the longest time with, the one I felt the most uncomfortable with, and the one I wanted to apologize to the most. I want Rayon to become like those ancient swordsmen of Sieghart. Right, those was the words. Those words from Sylvia are binding me here. If this were my previous life, I would run away already. I would run away from the monster, even if that meant using Buran, Run-On, Martha, and the trainees, even the villagers, as bait. But what Sylvia said. The memories of the trainees that spent time with me are binding me to this place. Run-On looks cold and blank, but she's nicer than anyone. She's a girl that has endured pain by herself in order to save her family from a psychopathic brother. Buran was a rude guy, but he changed quickly like a good child and has started running towards his goal. Martha is rough, but she has a strong willpower and unwavering conviction. I'm not certain, but she seems to miss her birth mother. The other trainees also changed gradually, despite the beginning. It would be a lie if I said I wasn't attached to them. Everything changed a lot. The way they look at me has changed a lot, and the way I look at them has also changed. That's why I decided to stay. Just like Sylvia had said, I wanted to save those that are growing up as Sieghart swordsmen. It's different from when I used to participate in dozens of battlefields, killing hundreds of lives in my previous life. I'm currently fighting against this monster of my own volition. Oh, he burst into laughter. He felt strange, wielding his sword in order to save people instead of killing them. Are you laughing in this situation? You aren't normal either. I know, right? I didn't think I would be like this. Rayon nodded. As he was standing in that posture, Wrath, who had been watching him silently, came up with a distorted conclusion. I finally understand it. What? You are planning to give your body to the King of Essence. You are just buying time right now until those young ones escape the King of Essence's range. So you finally noticed. Such arrogance from a madman. Wrath's flame shot up like a star in the night sky. The wrath was more intense than it ever had been. Rayon Sieghart, there's a limit in how much you can underestimate the King of Essence. Do you truly believe you can regain the control of your body in the short time between I kill him and find your allies? I'm not certain, it's just a gamble. Rayon shook his head. Since that's the only way. There was no way he could win against the blood-raving demon currently, and reinforcements were going to take at least a few hours. The only way to survive and save everyone was to hand over his body to Wrath to kill him, then regain the body before he reached the trainees. UV already accepted the King of Essence's wrath. It will be different from before. But I still have to try. He couldn't die in vain like that, with his archenemy still alive. Stop your mistakes. You are currently exhausted both mentally and physically. Your emotions are also agitated. I'll let you experience it. Wrath ground his teeth and stuck on Rayon's body. Kua! Rayon screamed, unable to withstand it. The pain was at a different level from before, dyeing his skin in black. What? That's your current state. You might be able to stop the King of Essence's possession, but you will never be able to come back once you hand over your body by yourself. Huff. Rayon trembled. Wrath was correct. He wasn't confident he could endure the pain and shock just now. Then how? It looks like you finally have a problem. Ah, I got a great idea. The blood-raving demon spun his bulky finger. I should kill your allies before killing you. What kind of face are you going to make if I pluck off their heads, one by one? He turned around while giggling, his thigh puffed up as he was about to split the ground and run off. No! The trainees wouldn't withstand a single strike from the blood-raving demon. It would be a massacre. Holding out so far would become meaningless then. That was one thing he couldn't allow. Stop! Rayon brandished his broken sword. He grit his teeth and straightened his spine. Using the Ring of Fire and 10,000 Flames cultivation to the extreme, he increased his prowess. Look at me. He pointed his broken sword at the blood-raving demon. His hand was trembling, but the tip of his sword wasn't wavering. My name is Rayon Sieghart. I'm the destructive king of the north, Glenn Sieghart's grandson and the swordsman that will become the continent's strongest one day. It didn't matter whether Glenn acknowledged him or not. It was fine even if the others didn't accept him as one of their own. I'm still alive. You won't leave this place until my heart stops beating. Oh, mad demon of Eden. His prowess and aura, which were completely exhausted, ignited once again and surrounded his blade. How? The blood-raving demon's yellow eyes reflected his admiration. Such spirit at that age. Excellent isn't a sufficient word to describe it. Fine, I shall pay respect befitting to a true warrior. His energy soared up explosively. He turned the muscle he had amplified in order to run. Hello. He managed to turn his attention back to him, but there was nothing more he could do. What shall I do? He would die to the blood-raving demon if he didn't give his body to Wrath. If he gave his body to Wrath, the trainees were going to die, and he was probably going to be unable to recover his body for eternity. Damn it. Misfortunes on top of misfortunes. There was no solution. The blood-raving demon was right under his nose. His leg wouldn't move after exhausting his strength to increase his prowess and aura. I'll remember your name, Rayon Sieghart. Rayon was unable to decide until the moment he was about to strike with his boulder-like fist. Still, I can't die like this. I still have something to do. Wrath I'll give my body to. UV finally decided. It's time to say goodbye. Wrath's voice was filled with anticipation and a small, unknown emotion. Yo. In the middle of talking, Rayon widened. The kind and refreshing fragrance of the wind, one that he had scented countless times after he turned 12 years old, brushed past his nose. What are you doing? Make up your mind already. I'm not giving it to you. Damn it, why now, of all times? He lowered his sword as he heard Wrath scream. He even closed his eyes. Dying. The blood-raving demon struck with his fist. Rayon's skin burst from the wind pressure, but he didn't open his eyes. Whoosh. There was no pain. He opened his eyes, hearing the sound of a small wind gently touching a flower petal. He could see long red hair fluttering in the wind and a broad back, surrounded by green wind. The thin sword he was holding was perfectly defending against the blood-raving demon's fist. You ray late. Rayon wrinkled his mouth, looking at the man in front of him. I'm sorry, I overslept a little. The red-haired swordsman Rimmer turned around. He smiled with a face covered in someone's blood. Leave the rest to me. Rimmer arrived in the vicinity of Cebu villages before the trainees, despite having departed late. He obviously noticed that Eden's hunting dogs were occupying Cebu Mountain, and he had things to consider while watching them. Whether he should get rid of the potential danger, or just keep watching them for the children's growth. Shall I try trusting Rayon? If Rayon didn't exist, he would killed all of the Eden members without further delay. After all, they were true lunatics, ones that devoted their lives to their goal. However, Rayon was the type of genius that didn't even know his own limits. He had a feeling that Rayon and the trainees could reach another level through this mission. I should keep watching. As an instructor, leaving the path that could make the students stronger open was the right thing to do. Rimmer tailed the trainees that were heading to the village, paying attention so that he could move whenever he needed to. And Eden's scout, the red-eyed demon, was also trailing them. "I don't think they'll notice him." The red-eyed demon was observing them from far away, just in case. There were some slight signs, but it wasn't something the children should have noticed. However, Rayon handed over command right to Burin as if he noticed something, observing their surroundings by spreading out an unnoticeable aura. "That guy is seriously." He was more surprised than ever. Aura perception was the ability to grasp surrounding presences using aura, and Rayon's aura perception was extremely developed to a point it could be called mysterious. A hexagon. Martial arts, aura, stamina, willpower, and aura perception. Rayon was a gemstone that had all the talents required for a swordsman. Rimmer calmed his excitement and watched Eden's movement. Despite his expectations, Eden didn't attack the trainees. Instead, they threw some monsters at them so they could gain some accomplishments and leave. They are hiding something. It didn't seem like they feared the instructor protecting the children. Instead, they seemed to be aiming for something in the area, and they were avoiding attacking the children because of that. They were afraid of Sieghart reinforcements. It seemed he needed to thoroughly search the area after the children left. Rayon didn't make his move, despite having noticed somebody was observing them. He left the village after accepting the villagers' thanks as one of the normal trainees that killed the monsters. Was he retreating? That wasn't a bad choice. Deciding to retreat after noticing the difference between themselves and the enemies was a wise move for a warrior. However, Rayon's actions after that completely differed from Rimmer's expectation. As soon as the red-eyed demon left them, Rayon revealed the truth to everyone and immediately requested reinforcement from the branch office. After returning to Cebu village, he even guessed that the opponents were Eden after witnessing the monsters attacking the village. Rimmer was amazed upon hearing that. Rayon had reached the conclusion that they were Eden, basing his judgment on the observer and the fact that they were using monsters. Rayon's brain was extraordinary on top of everything else. Rayon decided to wait, and Burin and Runnon drew their swords and dashed at the monsters in order to save the village. That's what children would do. The children that were running in order to save people looked like heroes, true Sieghart swordsmen. Without losing to the green demons attacking them, they fought to protect the village. However, they weren't the ones that caught Rimmer's attention. Rayon was. He started hiding his presence as soon as he noticed that an enemy was hiding, and he didn't reveal himself until the end. That wasn't the kind of patience that a 15-year-old could show. He didn't look like a swordsman fighting on the front lines. He looked like a king, looking down on everyone from his throne. The qualities of a king. Just as he had felt before, Rayon Sieghart possessed the qualities of a king. The fight between the green demon and the children was fierce, and the trainees emerged victorious with Martha's surprise attack at Rayon's command. However, the situation was reversed with the green war demon's emergence from his hiding spot deep inside the forest. Unable to withstand a single strike from the green war demon, the trainees collapsed while coughing up blood. It was only natural. After all, the green war demon was a powerful opponent won at the experts level. Rimmer drew his sword and remained on standby near the children in order to help whenever he needed to. Is he still not making his move? Rayon didn't appear despite Burin, Runnon, and Martha being on the brink of death. It can't be helped. The moment Rimmer decided to act, about to stop the green war demon, Rayon made his move. With a precise movement, he approached the green war demon as stealthily as a shadow to avoid being noticed, swinging his sword at his neck. Huh. Rimmer smirked. He didn't manage to cut off his head, but the strike that sliced the green war demon's arm was a polished killing technique. The green war demon kept his advantage in the fight with his powerful combative energy despite having lost his arm, but he ended up dying to Rayon's sword one that reached a whole new level. It's Rimmer burst into laughter, unable to hold it back. He was really a monster. Rayon Sieghart had the qualities needed to become the strongest swordsman and the supreme ruler of the continent. He needed to protect him and raise him properly at all costs. He is really limitless. He laughed and stood up. It was time to do his job. Rimmer got rid of all the red-eye demons, running away from Cebu Mountain after the Green War demon's death. He needed to prevent the information from spreading. He returned after thoroughly checking Cebu Village and Cebu Mountain, making sure there was no danger left. Rayon had woken up after fainting, and he had grown one level higher thanks to the enlightenment he had obtained during combat. He could probably even use Aura Blade. He might even notice me at that point. Rimmer went a bit further, since he felt like Rayon might notice his sloppy concealment. Maybe I should return. Since the reinforcements Crane called would arrive in the morning, and there was no more danger left, returning seemed to be a good option. Actually, he wanted to tell Glenn about Rayon's exploits more than anything. Well then, Rimmer returned to the house after checking on the children. As he was headed to Sieghart with light footsteps, a powerful energy exploded from Cebu Village. This energy. It was an energy he had felt before, and the intensity of the energy wave suggested it was at the level of a master. Damn it. Rimmer ran towards the village at full power. It was a tremendous speed, but he felt like he was as slow as a larva. His chest tightened each time he heard the explosive sounds coming from the village. Run-on, Burin, and Martha came into view as he was running. Noticing two ogres attacking them, he drew his sword. Slice. Using the wind sword, he cut apart the two ogres at once. Rimmer asked for Rayon's location with his eyes before their heads fell on the ground. Run-on pointed at the village with her eyes. She didn't usually show much emotion, but her eyes were filled with too much. Rimmer grit his teeth and ran into the village. Green demons and monsters attacked him on his way, but he killed them all and made his way to the center. And he couldn't suppress his astonishment. Rayon withstood the attacks of Eden's monster, the blood-raving demon, until the end with such a small and young body. His left arm was broken and dangling, his side was scooped out, and he was dragging his leg, but he was still holding his sword. It was an impressive sight, worthy of admiration. At that very moment, Rimmer was certain. He would follow the boy, know the young king for the rest of his life, and guard him. Whoosh! The sword of his new loyalty blocked the blood-raving demon's fist. You ray late. Rayon smiled as if he already knew he was coming. I'm sorry I overslept a little. Rimmer responded casually. Leave the rest to me. After saying that, Rimmer pushed back the blood-raving demon's fist. Wham! The sight of a boulder-like fist being pushed back by a thin sword was a spectacle to behold. Sieghart's sword of light. It's been a while, Baldy. Despite facing the blood-raving demon's brutal astral energy, Rimmer didn't stop smiling. Instead, he waved as if he had met a friend for the first time in a long time. How are you here? I can't let a baldy like you trample over the cute sprouts. Sieghart's gotten a lot softer, sending someone like you to accompany the mission. The blood-raving demon threw his punches left and right, surrounded by red astral energy. A terrifying amount of astral energy rained down on Rimmer. Up. Rimmer's sword, imbued with green aura, slashed diagonally. The astral energy was deflected to the right, like water following a drain. You barely deflected that level of astral energy. It seems the rumors about your energy center breaking, rendering you disabled, were true. That's a false rumor. Change your intelligence source already. You and your helmet squad are still late on the updates. Your balance is broken, no matter how you look at it. The blood-raving demon grinned. It was just an expression of his emotion, but it felt like the whole atmosphere was trembling. What should we do? You thought he came to your rescue, but he is just a puppy who will get eaten alongside you. He laughed at Rayon, who was barely standing behind Rimmer. Whether I'm a puppy or a Cerberus that guards hell, we shall find out. Rimmer struck upward with his sword from the right, creating a powerful wind and cutting through the blood-raving demon's shoulder. PSSH. The blood-raving demon's shoulder started bleeding, but the wound closed instantly, as if time reversed itself. Your sword used to be extremely vicious. However, that's not the case anymore. The blood-raving demon kicked the ground, piercing through Rimmer's wall of wind. You've become weak. Your sword can't cut through me. He slammed his fist down while saying that. Clang! Unable to take that attack head-on, Rimmer spun his sword. The green aura spinning like a windmill became a thick shield, but it couldn't withstand the blood-raving demon's astral energy. Shatter! The green aura broke apart, and the blood-raving demon's fist slammed down. However, Rimmer wasn't there anymore. After throwing the aura shield as a bait, he pierced into the blood-raving demon's left side and swung his sword. Slam! Rimmer's precise strike was aimed at the blood-raving demon's heart from the bottom. That's not enough. The blood-raving demon roared and crouched, stopping Rimmer's sword as it was piercing into his ribs. I became even stronger while you were getting weaker. The difference in power has been completely reversed. Tusk! Rimmer clicked his tongue and pulled out his sword. Since his sword might break if left alone, it was the right thing to do. Kuhaha! The blood-raving demon roared and swung his fist. The ground screamed at the even more powerful strikes. How unsophisticated! Unable to face the attacks head-on, Rimmer dodged them through footwork. Instead of the blood-raving demon's violent strikes, Rayon focused on Rimmer's footwork. He looks like a leaf riding the wind. Rimmer was moving as lightly as a flower petal riding the wind, dodging all the blood-raving demon's punches. It looked like the completion of his movement that he had used when he fought against the blood-raving demon. Also, the timing of the slashes that he was mixing in between were perfect. If Rimmer had imbued his sword with astral energy, the fight would have been over already. However, even though his attacks weren't effective, Rimmer looked like he had plenty of room to spare. He kept fighting the blood-raving demon at a point-blank distance, as if he were showing it to him. Wait, is he really? Rayon's eyes widened. He understood Rimmer's intention from the movement of his eyes. He is showing it to me. He was giving him a combat lesson at that very moment. He must have been out of his mind. Can't you even catch me in my weakened state? Are you sure you aren't going to lose that helmet? Shut up. The blood-raving demon thrust his fist, gaze full of madness. Facing a tremendous amount of energy, Rimmer stepped back instead of rashly confronting it. Slam! A single strike collapsed the village and gouged the ground. The power behind it made him look like a legendary giant. Fight me properly, Sieghart's sword of light. The blood-raving demon instinctively chased Rimmer, letting anger control his body. Slum! It was a simple movement, but his impressive strength and speed allowed him to close the distance between them. Tusk, I have no choice. Rimmer halted his movement and glanced back. He smiled upon seeing Rayon. Since the teaching material has gone out of control, let's finish today's lesson here. You crazy bastard. Watch closely, Rayon. Rimmer continued before Rayon could even respond. This is the way Sieghart fights, and the level you will have to reach. Rimmer's sword pierced the sky, and his left hand pointed at the ground. Sword field creation. His voice sounded like it was resounding from heavens and surging up from the underworld at the same time. Eye of the storm. The voice resounded like a mantra, changing the world. Eye of the storm was the calm region at the center of a storm. It was a calm and peaceful place, where nothing happened despite the wind blowing violently in the surroundings. And that was the situation unfolding in front of Rayon's eyes. Both the blood-raving demon's violent madness and combative energy and Rimmer's dark green aura were pushed into the surroundings. A completely windless space. No, it wasn't just the wind. It was completely silent, as if air had stopped flowing, and his entire body felt as heavy as if a lump of steel was settled on his shoulders. The blood-raving demon seemed confused, standing still with his eyes and mouth wide open. He wasn't able to move his body freely, either. Whir! A clear flow protruded into that silent space. It was Rimmer's sword. Dark green wind was gathering on his empty sword, devoid of aura. Thud! Rimmer stomped the ground, his body shot up like an arrow, crushing the ground. The blood-raving demon thrust his fist in panic, but Rimmer rode the wind to pierce into him even deeper. And a single slash. The sword containing the wind itself fell vertically. Slice. The blood-raving demon's right hand was harder than steel, yet it was easily cut off. It fell onto the pitch-black ground. However, the blood-raving demon was a warrior at a master's level. Losing his arm wasn't enough to make him fall. He immediately stopped the bleeding of his right arm and stepped back. His movement was as swift and flexible as a tiger. Rimmer turned his sword to follow the blood-raving demon, as if he were already expecting it. The blood-raving demon tried, escaping from Rimmer's eye of the storm, but the space was moving along with Rimmer. Upon realizing he couldn't escape, the blood-raving demon came to a halt. Lowering his posture, he focused all his remaining energy in his left fist. Whir! The space was vibrating. Red astral energy appeared as a stream, creating a tidal wave. Rimmer faced the tidal wave of astral energy covering the ground, holding a single thin sword. Whoosh! The eye of the storm grew bigger in size, and the wind surrounding Rimmer's sword grew lighter in color. Rimmer swung his sword, the blade surrounded by the storm. Crack! With a cliff-splitting sound, the dark green wind cut through the red tidal wave. Whoosh! An intense light burst out at that moment. Kyo! Even Rayon closed his eyes for a moment, unable to withstand the light. Is it over? When he opened his eyes, the eye of the storm had disappeared, and the world had returned to normal. The blood-raving demon and Rimmer were facing each other, about 5 steps apart. You cut our strength of body and aura in half, and incorporated all the wind around that windless space in your sword. The blood-raving demon's voice was still overflowing with madness and combative energy. That's fine, since sword field is that kind of technique, but how were you able to use a sword field? The blood-raving demon wasn't the only one curious about it. Rayon was also surprised at seeing Rimmer using a sword field. I thought those who inherited Sieghart's blood were the only ones capable of using a sword field. As the strongest organizations in the continent, 6 kings and 5 demons had distinct characteristics, but Sieghart was special even among them. They were capable of creating a barrier as swordsmen, and not as mages. That was why the sword field creation was an outstanding ability, renowned throughout the continent. However, those who could use it were limited to those who had inherited Sieghart's blood, and only a small number among them were actually capable of using it. Because of that, it didn't make sense that Rimmer was able to use it, not when he wasn't even human. More specifically, it's not exactly a sword field, but something similar. Rimmer smiled while closing his eyes. Since I'm pretty close to nature because I'm an elf. I see. The blood-raving demon nodded, realizing something. An injured tiger who lost their teeth is still a tiger, huh? Letting out a laugh, he looked at Rayon. What a shame, I should be gotten rid of him at all costs, since he is going to impact Eden gravely. I can't let our young king be defeated by someone like you. Certainly, he has the qualities of a supreme ruler instead of an average swordsman. However, don't be arrogant. The blood-raving demon's voice started to tremble. We also have a talent as good as him in our side. I'm looking forward to you fighting against him. The continent is vast, after all. Rimmer murmured that it was understandable and nodded. It's my loss, Sieghart's sword of light. The blood-raving demon closed his eyes after saying that. A red line appeared from the center of his body. The body, maintained through aura, split apart. The giant at the master's level fell back. Whir! The blood-raving demon's helmet was also split in half, and the light of madness disappeared. Huh? Rimmer sighed and sat on the ground. Were you watching? He turned his head around and grinned. He looked exhausted despite having his usual expression on his face. Yes, I was. Rayon nodded. That's the special technique you should learn as a Sieghart. It's called the sword field. Sword field. He murmured the words sword field, pretending he didn't know about it. It's a barrier created through pressure and karma, not mana like a magician would use. That's why UV puts so much importance on pressure. Yes, even if you aren't using a sword field, developing pressure helps you exert your power. Rimmer grinned and Rayon nodded once again. Certainly. He might have been a bit different, but Rimmer's training requiring trainees to surpass their limits every day must have greatly helped the other children. If they hadn't gone through the training to increase their pressure, the children wouldn't have been able to fight against the green war demon, nor run away from the blood-raving demon. You are a collateral, but you are actually a member of the direct line. You can probably use it one day. No, you will certainly use it. Rimmer declared, certain that he could do it one day. The experience, achievement, aura, and even the future you've been accumulating. Sword Field is created by incorporating all of that. You need to experience many things and you must learn. He was teaching him despite being out of breath. Everything from the battle against the blood-raving demon until that moment was a lesson. You guys watched too, right? Rimmer completely turned his body and looked far away. Run-On, Burin, Martha, and the other trainees were standing in a daze. It seemed they'd been watching the situation from outside the sword field. Rayon. Run-On came running at him. Her eyes were filled with small tears. That's crazy, this guy was alive, he's alive. The hand Martha used to grab Rayon's shoulder trembled, unable to believe Rayon had managed to survive so long. Sir Rayon. Q. Dorian and the trainees came running at him with teary eyes. Rayon Sieghart. Burin's chin trembled as he breathed out a sigh of relief. I'm really glad. While faltering, he sniffed and turned his gaze to Rimmer, who was next to Rayon. By the way, instructor. How was the instructor able to use the sword field creation? I made it. Did you say you made it? Yes. Rimmer repeated what he told the blood-raving demon and nodded his head. There are a few different kinds of sword fields that are passed down in Sieghart. Since they are inherited through blood, only their bloodline can use it, but making a new one is a different story. He smiled, telling him that he made the sword field. Then am I also able to use that sword field? Martha asked while stepping forward. Run-On's eyes were also glittering. That's a no. Rimmer calmly shook his head. There are two conditions that are requirements for a non-Sieghart to create a sword field. Two conditions. First is experience. You need to have lots of experience with a sword field. I've done that in all the battlefields I've led with the Lord. And second is. He gave a look at each trainee before he continued. The talent in attribute. What kind of talent are you talking about? Martha took one step closer and asked. She was greatly interested in the sword field. Talent in attributes. The power of attribute is necessary for people like us, who don't have Sieghart's blood, to create the sword field. I've managed to make it through the power of wind. But I wouldn't recommend it. Rimmer shook his head with a dejected expression. Collaterals and a few vassal families, including the Sullian families, also inherited Sieghart's blood. They might be able to use the sword field if they worked hard on it. However, you would need to sacrifice something if you're trying to use the sword field without Sieghart's blood. Sacrifice. Rimmer didn't respond. You have a bright future ahead of you. Unlike me, who had no choice but to make my sword field, you should be able to get stronger with your own strength. He included wind in his voice so that everyone could hear him. Let's talk about this later, and for now. Rimmer took out a transparent water bottle from his sleeve and approached Rayon. It's going to hurt, endure it. He spoke as he poured the water on his broken arm and his torn waist and thigh. It was extremely painful, but Rayon didn't groan in the slightest. That much couldn't even be called a pain compared to when he was fighting against the blood-raving demon. Doesn't it hurt? It hurts. But you aren't even groaning. It doesn't hurt that much. Oh, wow. Rimmer snickered and shook his head. It's over, so let's go back. Wait. Burin raised his hand. He had the same eyes as when he was in the training ground. I have a question. Eeks, I'm tired. Can we do it later? Rimmer gulped, guessing what he was about to ask. No, I need to ask it right now. Where have you even been, that you came out to help so late? It's obvious you've been following us, so why did you appear after we were in so much danger? Not only us, but the villagers were also in danger. Oh, what's that? Rimmer raised his finger and pointed towards Burin's back. Gasp. What is it again? The trainees hurriedly looked back, but all they could see were shaking branches without any leaves. Where did he go? Burin's eyes widened. Rimmer had disappeared in the short time he was looking away. That guy, seriously, why did he appear so late? We almost died for real. He was grateful that he came to save them, but the timing was too dramatic. Considering the villagers' lives were also at stake, he should have appeared earlier. Did anyone die? Rayon walked up to Burin, grabbing his broken right arm. Fortunately, nobody died. I would grab the instructor by the collar if there was any. Then it's fine. Rimmer must had his own circumstances. The villagers must been shocked, but they should be able to overcome it since no one had died. But let's clean up, we still have much to do. Rayon shook his head, his entire body covered in blood. Are you really okay? Are you okay, Rayon? Burin and Runnon asked at once. I'm fine. Rayon nodded like nothing, despite being seriously injured no matter how one looked at him. Rayon was recovering his body and Mana's circuit with the ring of fire. Rimmer's medicine was also effective, so his body and Mana circuit became even stronger after a good rest. I'm sorry. Burin lowered his head, his drooping hand was trembling. You had to step up because my decision was made too late, yet I almost got everyone killed. I don't think I'm fit to lead anyone. You look like you are about to die from a single mistake. If you realized your problem, develop your decision-making and strength together. Or you could just give up on everything if you aren't confident. No, I'll do it. I'm going to gain judgment and strength that won't lose in any situation. I promise this to you, the one that saved my life. That's good. Rayon waved his uninjured left hand. I would punched him if he apologized for being unable to help me. He liked that he apologized for not running away immediately, instead of not fighting against the blood-raving demon together. Since Burin was still a child, he would be able to improve a lot more in the future. Runnon, you're the same. You should run away back then instead of trying to help me. Don't wanna. Runnon shook her head with an unusually sullen face. If it's an opponent you can't win against. Don't wanna. It's dangerous. Don't wanna. No, listen to me first. I won't listen, I'm going to help. She covered her ears and shook her head while saying that. I'm going to get stronger. I'm definitely going to get stronger and fight alongside you. Oh. The silliness drew a bitter smile from him. However, his heart felt warm. He could feel the sincerity in her words when she said she would get stronger and help him. It was a difficult mission, one where he got injured a lot, but he was happy that he got to learn a lot about emotions. Rayon looked at Martha. She seemed to be thinking about something. Her deep gaze was directed at him. It's over, let's return. He waved his hand at the trainees, who were still standing around dumbfounded. He could see people running at them from the darkness. They were the Sieghart reinforcements that Crane went to call. His mind grew relaxed because everything was really over. UV won the bet against Wrath. The reward is being distributed. When he was thinking he wanted to rest, a blue window appeared in front of his eyes. Phew. Rimmer sighed, watching the trainees returning to the village. Seriously, he is too stubborn. He glared at Burin, who was following right behind Rayon. He thought he had grown softer than the first time he saw him, but that was apparently only towards Rayon. I guess. Burin had started changing after realizing Rayon's efforts. It wasn't strange for him to have changed only towards Rayon. Runnon has also changed. The expressionless girl with faint emotion was now talking and expressing herself clearly. That change was also going to greatly affect her swordsmanship. And Martha. Her eyes were also visibly different. She seemed to be deeply moved from watching Rayon's fight and righteous spirit. She must be interested in the sword field in order to catch up to Rayon. The reason that she was interested in the sword field must have been to either to catch up to Rayon or to stand by his side. Checking on every trainee, Rimmer could feel that they had all grown up in terms of power and mentality. He felt proud of them and ashamed at the same time, ashamed that he couldn't arrive in time to save them. Well then, as he was about to follow the trainees, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen. Damn it. It was the price for straining his broken energy center and even opening the sword field. It felt like his life itself had grown shorter. My lifespan must be decreased. He avoided telling the trainees about it, but lifespan needed to be offered in order to open a sword field without being a Sieghart. Since he wasn't neither young nor healthy, his lifespan must be decreased drastically. I have no regrets, though. He had already lived long enough. Ever since his energy center was broken, he couldn't feel any fulfillment in his life. Since he felt like he had found a new life ever since he started teaching those children, he didn't regret offering his lifespan in the slightest. Rimmer stood up after waiting for the pain in his heart and energy center subsided. He could see the villagers bowing at Rayon. Still, I need to live to see the day he becomes the head. He giggled on his own, disappearing from his spot like the wind. Sieghart's Southwest branch office was in charge of Cebu Village and Cebu Mountains protection. Sieghart's Southwest branch office manager, Brukas, clicked his tongue while heading towards Cebu Village. Did he mention Eden? A trainee named Crane came up to him and told him Eden had appeared in Cebu Village. Apparently Rayon Sieghart noticed the red-eye demon's observation, but that sounded like bullshit to him. In order to notice a red-eye demon's gaze, one needed to be at least an intermediate expert. It didn't make any sense that Rayon, who was only 15 years old, would notice. Branch manager, do we really need to go when it doesn't even make any sense? We've already investigated it, you know. The branch's vice manager, Servian, came next to him and complained. He seemed to be complaining since he was the one who investigated Cebu Village and Cebu Mountain. It's not because of Rayon, it's because Burin, Runan, and Martha are over there. If something happens to those three, our entire branch office might be executed. Oh, that sounds awful. Manage your expression, you have to. Brukus's eyes widened upon seeing the blood on the road towards the village. Upon following the stream of blood flowing like a river, a huge green body came into view. Luger. A round and brutal face, a body and limbs as thick as several logs piled up together. It was an ogre's corpse, the tyrant of the mountain. It's an ogre. WHY is an ogre here. Moreover, there are two of them. The branch's swordsman swallowed, standing in front of the ogre's corpses. Brukas frowned after examining the ogre's corpses. What killed them was a single strike hitting their weak point, a master's attack. I don't know about Eden, but something happened for sure. People's blood and clothes could also be found on top of the ogre's corpses and blood. Stay on red alert. The light in Brukas's eyes changed. He immediately started running towards the village, and the branch's swordsman also followed him with serious expressions. Finding the village's entrance, which looked like it was crushed by a passing giant, they increased the speed even further. When they were about to cross the center of the village, the trainees appeared in front of them. Yo! Brukas couldn't finish his sentence upon seeing the trainee standing at the front. What is this? Rayon Sieghart. The frail-looking boy's left arm was limp like a rag, and holes as big as a fist could be seen on his waist and his thigh. However, the boy wasn't even groaning despite his severe injuries, and his eyes were as clear as a night lake. A powerful pressure could be felt, despite his wounded state. It was a feeling of facing an old swordsman with lots of expertise through countless accomplishments. I'm the 5th training ground's top trainee, Rayon Sieghart. Rayon politely greeted him. Ah, guys, what exactly happened here? Did Eden really appear? Brukas stuttered, flustered by Rayon's pure energy. Indeed. After saying that, he threw 2 helmets under his feet. They were the Green War Demon's helmet, with an orc fighter's drawing on it, and the Blood-Raving Demon's helmet, with an ogre's head drawn on it. Be Blood-Raving Demon and Green War Demon, did Eden really appear? We were the ones who killed the Green War Demon, but it was the instructor who killed the blood-raving demon. Instructor? It was Instructor Rimmer. Wow. Since the blood-raving demon was a warrior at a master's level, he was surprised to hear that Rimmer had killed him with his broken energy center. He is really amazed. Wait. Brukas dropped his jaw. He finally understood something more surprising than Rimmer killing the blood-raving demon. You guys killed the Green War Demon. Yes. Rayon plainly nodded. How could you have killed the Green War Demon? Rimmer killing the blood-raving demon was surprising, but it didn't make any sense that the trainees could V killed the Green War Demon and the Green Demons. We just killed him. Tell me in more detail. The guy behind me will tell you in more detail, since I need to heal my wounds. All right, that's right. Brukas nodded. Rayon's wound was serious for sure. A normal person would have been crying and going crazy. Servian, you shall cure Rayon. Yes. Servian was the healer as well as the branch's vice manager. He was standing in a daze, then followed Rayon upon hearing his order. So what exactly happened here? Tell me every single detail. I'm not sure if you will believe me. Burin described everything that had happened, without any exaggeration nor reduction. That doesn't make any. Brukas exclaimed in a hoarse voice. His throat felt clogged because of the ridiculousness of the story. But it's true. Every trainee, including Burin, Runnon, and Martha, nodded. Oh, it was absurd. He cut off his arm with a surprise attack from the back, then cut off his head in the end. That was already surprising enough. However, he couldn't do anything other than scream in astonishment from hearing what happened next. He withstood the blood-raving demon's attacks for almost 10 minutes. Burin said Rayon allowed everyone to escape, then held back the blood-raving demon until Rimmer appeared. Rayon was a mere 15-year-old trainee, one that wasn't even qualified as a swordsman, and apparently he crossed swords with the blood-raving demon, who was a master. His head was going numb from the absurdity. Phew. Brukas sighed and examined the trainees. Judging from their unwavering eyes, they were only stating the truth. He turned around to look at the house that Rayon had entered. He swallowed. Even the current head of house, Lord Glenn, wouldn't have been able to fight against the blood-raving demon at the age of 15. Monster. That was the only word he could think of. Genius wasn't enough for Rayon Sieghart. He was a real monster. IILL believing then. Servian, who introduced himself as the branch's vice manager, stood up after bandaging him up with medicine. Thank you. Oh, it was nothing. He went outside after shaking his hand. Rayon leaned his back against the wall, enduring the pain. It feels like a dream. He still couldn't believe that he had killed the Green War Demon and survived against the blood-raving demon with his problematic body. I was lucky. He managed to get the upper hand against the Green War Demon thanks to the trainees attracting his attention, and he managed to hold on against the blood-raving demon thanks to the growth he got from that. It wouldn't have been weird for him to die in either of the situations if he had been missing anything. But I managed to grow once again. Rayon clenched his fist. His stats, experience, and prowess had all increased through the difficult battle against the blood-raving demon. He was a completely different person from before arriving at Cebu village. He was definitely at the novice-level sword expert now. It seems hardship is necessary in order to get stronger. It was something he had felt in his previous life, that the opportunity only came through the wave called crisis. Moreover, Rayon grinned, shaking the ice flower bracelet containing wrath. I managed to grow up even more thanks to you. Wrath surged from the ice flower, along with a blue flame. The King of Essence has never made such a sloppy bet. You didn't kill that rough guy wearing an ogre's helmet. That's different. Rayon shook his head. The bet between us was about the blood-raving demon's death. That means it doesn't matter who killed him. Cug damn it. Wrath boiled in intense anger. He started lamenting that he didn't check the bet properly because the situation was so critical. Rayon frowned instead of making fun of Wrath like always. His feelings were touching him a lot more deeply than usual. Is it because I received his wrath? It seemed he could feel his emotion a lot better because he had received his wrath. It's more dangerous than I thought. It was just 10 points of wrath, yet it already had a significant effect. It looked like he needed to be more careful in making contracts with him in the future. Let's check it again. Rayon increased the tone of his voice to pretend nothing special had happened and opened the previous messages. UV won the bet against Wrath. All stats have increased by 3. You have achieved the 4th victory against Wrath. Extra stats have increased with the effect of 4 consecutive victories. Strength has increased by 1. Agility has increased by 2. Energy has increased by 1. He even got extra points like when he won the 3rd bet. They were generous rewards, befitting the giving Wrath. Clench. Rayon clenched his fist. He could feel his exhausted muscles reviving with his stats increasing at once. I shouldn't have made that damned bet. Wrath shouted that it was a scam and covered the entire room with coldness. There's still more, you know. A trait of Wrath has been created as the second reward of the bet. The trait has been decided. The trait Iron Will has been created. Iron Will. Why of all things? Wrath's voice was filled with irritation. It seemed he was displeased with the trait called Iron Will. Which means this must be a good trait. It had to be a great trait if Wrath was hating that he had it. Rayon opened the status window, filled with anticipation. Status window. Name Rayon Sieghart. Title Indomitable. State Curse of Frost, 5 strands. Trait Wrath Ring of Fire, 4 stars. Water Resistance, 4 stars. Perception of the Snow Flower, 3 stars. 10,000 Flames Cultivation, 3 stars. Coldness of the Frost, 3 stars. Fire Resistance, 3 stars. Bleeding Curse, 1 star. Backstab, 1 star. Iron Will, 1 star. Strength 62. Agility 63. Stamina 56. Energy 47. Perception 66. Wrath 10. Confirming the increase in stats from the reward, Rayon checked his new trait, Iron Will. Iron Will. Reduce pain by momentarily increasing willpower upon receiving severe physical or mental damage. He admired it upon reading the message. Now that he had the trait, he could resist like before even after receiving wrath from Wrath. I got lucky. It's not luck, it's thanks to the greatness of the King of Essences system. Wrath ground his teeth while glaring at the message. I made it so well that it's troublesome. Wrath made the system prioritize creating the most necessary trait for the moment. That aspect also applied to Rayon, and Iron Will was created as a result because Rayon needed it the most at the moment. Tusk. It was irritating. I thought I could finally conquer him now. He had finally obtained a blade that worked against Rayon, thanks to him accepting Wrath, but the trait had returned them to where they'd started. Wrath calmed his boiling emotion. He didn't want to give away free stats by getting angry like an idiot anymore. I have plenty of time. His recovery speed was getting faster, albeit slightly, and he had managed to give some Wrath to Rayon. He was growing pretty quickly for a human, but Wrath was going to win in the end. Just you wait, your body and soul are mine. I'll lock you up in a glacier for eternity. Wrath glared at Rayon with a cold gaze. Tusk. Rayon looked at Wrath and clicked his tongue. Judging from your expression, you are thinking about something useless again. You are the one with useless thoughts. A mere human would never be able to understand the great and mighty King of Essence's thoughts. It's pretty obvious. You must be resolved to wait and endure until you can eat up my body and lock my soul up in a glacier. Urg. Wrath's jaw dropped. You bastard, when did you learn to read minds? There's no way I wouldn't notice with everything I've heard and seen so far. Your thoughts and actions are in the palm of my hand. Rayon opened his right hand and swayed it. A mere human dares. Wrath exploded in anger, despite having resolved to not get caught up in Rayon's provocation. Wham! Wrath's coldness, which became even more intense, crushed against Rayon. Rayon bit his lip from inside. This isn't a joke. Even considering his wounded state, the pain had become way worse than before. It felt like sharp icicles were stinging his entire body. It was a dire amount of pain despite having 4 stars in water resistance. Accepting wrath was extremely dangerous. Huff. He resonated his 4 rings of fire and ground his teeth to endure the pain over and over again. UV experienced an intolerable amount of pain. The iron will has activated. Along with the message, the pain pressing upon his mind and body subsided significantly. KRRRRR, the King of Essence is going to put an end to this ill-fated relationship with you. Though Wrath kept generating wrath and coldness with everything he had, they weren't really difficult to endure just like before he'd taken on his wrath. UV resisted Wrath's possession in a severely injured state. Perception has increased by 1. His mind grew a bit clearer with the message. Damn it, just what is going on here? Wrath kept swearing while falling out of his body. He looked more like a delinquent than the monarch of Wrath. I already told you. Rayon snickered and shook his right hand. You can't win against me, you are too obvious. However, he didn't feel comfortable on the inside. He is recovering his power even faster. Wrath's energy was getting stronger and stronger. If Rayon couldn't get stronger faster than him, Wrath would end up eating him up. KRRRRs. Rayon and Wrath were preparing to devour each other despite being at a close distance to each other. The next day, Rayon woke up after noon, then went outside. When he looked at the village, the reconstruction had advanced a little. It seemed the swordsmen from the branch and the trainees had been working on it throughout the night and the morning. You woke up. Branch manager Brukas, who was around the wooden fence, came up to Rayon. His gaze was different from the day before. He was looking at him like a mysterious animal. It seemed he heard the story about him killing the Green War Demon and fighting the blood-raving demon from the other trainees. How is your body? It's a lot better now. Rayon nodded slowly. He wasn't sure what kind of medicine Rimmer had used, but the broken bone was reattached, and the flesh was regrowing on his torn waist and thigh. It seemed he could return to his normal state soon enough, as long as he focused on his recovery once he returned. You did really great. You killed the Green War Demon at the age of 15 and survived a fight against the blood-raving demon. It's nothing short of being called an achievement. Brukas swallowed, giving him a thumbs up. No, it's more than an achievement. No one would believe that a trainee yet to become a swordsman managed to kill the Green War Demon from Eden and fought against the blood-raving demon for more than 10 minutes. Even if he returned to the house and spread the news, the majority wouldn't believe it. He examined Rayon carefully. He was severely wounded, wrapped in bandages, yet he didn't show any weakness on the outside nor complain about it. He could only be amazed and wonder what he had to go through to have that much patience and might at that age. We are going to take care of the rest here, so you shall return to the house with the trainees. We did first aid, but many of you are severely wounded, including you. You should return and get treated properly. I see, thank you for your consideration. We are Ziegharts, after all. Brukas smiled lightly and waved his hand. Well then. Rayon bowed slightly and went to the other trainees. Brukas stared at Rayon's back blankly. He held his ground against the blood-raving demon. Even though he was an intermediate expert, he wasn't confident he could survive for 5 minutes against the blood-raving demon. The story about Rayon fighting against him for 10 minutes after letting the trainees escape was both surprising and impressive at the same time. He looks huge. Even though he was a young boy less than half his age, his back looked huge to him. Anyway, Brukas smiled, looking up at the sun shining upon the world from the middle of the sky. There's going to be an uproar in the house. Rayon. Run-On ran up to Rayon like a puppy that saw food. After checking his entire body, her eyes drooped. Does it hurt? It doesn't anymore. Rayon shook his head and smiled. It wasn't a lie since the pain had really subsided significantly. Really? You don't need to worry anymore. The corners of Run-On's mouth were slightly lifted. It seemed she had gotten slightly better at expressing her emotions. We are going to return to the house, so tell everyone to prepare to depart." "All right." She visibly nodded, then ran towards where the other trainees were. "Are we going to return right away?" Buren, who was watching them, approached him silently. "Yes, the branch manager told us to return since he is going to take care of the rest." "Ha, where the hell did our instructor go?" Buren frowned and kicked the ground. "Is your body really all right?" "The wounds still remain, but they are recovering. Make sure to recover completely, since I need to defeat you in your perfect state." "Even though you saw that." "Because I saw that." His blue eyes were unwavering, as if a boulder was weighing down on them. "I'm not going to give up or withdraw. If I can't walk, then I'll crawl, if that means I can chase after you." His voice contained an unbreakable will. It seemed Buren had also grown up throughout the mission. "I silenced those that know you can use the ice aura. Since you saved their lives, they aren't going to reveal your secret." "Oh." Rayon's lips parted. "He even did that for me." He thought he had no choice but to reveal he had two auras, but it seemed Buren had stopped the trainees from talking about it for him. Rayon was dumbfounded, since it was completely unexpected. "You shouldn't be surprised. I just did what I could since you saved my life." Buren scratched the side of his nose and turned around. "I'll prepare for departure. You should rest a bit more." After saying that, he went to where the other trainees were. He really changed a lot. He had changed so much that it was difficult to believe he was full of jealousy when he first met him. Rayon thought the fifth training grounds miracle might have been Buren instead of himself. Rayon packed up his belongings and went towards the village center. "We need to repair that properly, so just pile up the wood for now." The slightly injured village chief was commanding the villagers. "It's dangerous if you pile it up vertically, so put it next to O, benefactor." Upon noticing Rayon, he quickly ran up to him. "Are you all right? You are severely injured because of me." "It wasn't because of you, village chief. But you fought against that monster in order to save this worthless man. I really don't know how I can thank you." The village chief knelt and lowered his head. Watching the village chief expressing his gratitude, he reminisced on when he first met the blood-raving demon. That time, the moment the blood-raving demon attacked them, he instinctively hugged the village chief and stepped back. His body had moved on its own, despite knowing that he would get injured. "I wonder why I did that. It wasn't actually necessary to do that." Since he had already gotten the Goblin King's magic stone and heard the story, there was no reason to save him. Yet he had saved him, getting injured in the process. "I'm changing." It could be because of Sylvia or Rimmer or the children or the circumstances. Regardless of the reason, he was going through a change. And he didn't dislike it. It felt like the clothes called emotions were being put on an empty wooden doll. "Please stand up." Rayon smiled lightly and made the shivering village chief stand. His old eyes were filled with deep emotions and gratitude. "Just like I said before, I'll take this gemstone, since they might come after it again if left alone." "Please go ahead." The village chief firmly nodded his head. "Don't talk about it carelessly, and if somebody visits you looking for the gem, tell them Sieghart took it along with a few other objects." "I see." The village chief nodded. He looked like he just received a god's revelation. "Why are you saying that? Can't you tell him everything?" "It's better that he doesn't know." He needed to erase the information about Eden looking for the gem by taking other objects on top of the gem. "I can sell this information for a high price." Rayon grinned. He wasn't going to miss an opportunity to sell Eden's information to Glenn. The trainees left Cebu village, accepting the villagers' heartfelt cheers. Buren led the trainees from the front instead of the injured Rayon, and Run-On followed right behind Rayon like a duckling. Martha was walking on her own like always, but she was deep in thought with cloudy eyes. Rayon carefully examined his surroundings, standing at the center. "My perception has increased thanks to the stats. Thanks to having killed the Green War Demon and the Blood-Raving Demon, as well as the stats he extorted from Wrath, his perception had gotten significantly better. The range had increased, and it became easier to find people that were hiding their presence. He felt like he could find a red-eyed demon's location in no time if one was hiding nearby. Upon increasing the range of his perception to prepare for Eden's attack, just in case, he found one person's presence. Rimmer. He could feel Rimmer's refreshing wind. He was still watching over the trainees instead of returning. I guess that's normal. Since Eden or another organization might attack them, it was as plain as day that he would decide to stay. Rimmer's presence suddenly vanished, like an extinguishing candlelight. It seemed he noticed he was detected. He is really peculiar. Rayon snickered and followed the trainees after erasing his aura perception. A moment later, Rimmer came down from the tree on the path the trainee went down. He shook his head with an expression of disbelief. That monstrous guy. He knew Rayon had grown tremendously during the last few days, but he didn't expect him to see through his concealment. I wonder how he is going to react if I tell him about this. Rimmer grinned, thinking about Glenn's dignified expression. Why are you in such rough shape? Glenn raised his chin, watching Rimmer kneel down awkwardly in front of him. The balance between your body and energy has been broken even further. What have you done this time? It wasn't my fault. Whatever. Glenn frowned and narrowed his eyes. His aura split apart like knitting wools and burrowed into Rimmer's body. Whir! The pain in his mana circuit and energy center, caused by opening the sword field, started to subside. Oh, Rimmer gasped. Did he get even stronger? He managed to fix his body's balance from just controlling his aura. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Glenn was already at a demigod's level. No, he was already at that level. Glenn had never shown his true strength in about 10 years. It was more accurate to say that it was a portion of his true ability, rather than that he'd gotten stronger. Whir! After soothing his muscles, bones, and internal organs, Glenn's aura disappeared like smoke. His body had gotten a lot better. Thank you. Rimmer stopped fidgeting with his fingers and bowed to him properly. Don't mention it. I don't want to see you trembling like that when you are already weak as you are. Hoo-hoo, I'll be counting on you in the future. Stop your pleasantries and get to the point. Ah, you are right. He raised his head and smiled. I brought news about your grandson that my lord has been looking forward to. Glenn looked down on Rimmer indifferently, not responding. Do you want me to tell you about it already? Rimmer giggled and raised his body. Actually, something interesting happened during the mission. Interesting. Yes, Eden was in Cebu village. What do you mean by that? Glenn's pupils dilated. It seemed the news managed to surprise him, despite him being at a demigod's level. Considering the branch office didn't manage to notice them despite having examined Cebu village and Cebu mountain beforehand, they must have arrived after their investigation. Get to the point quickly. All right, I'll tell you what happened from the start. I found a red-eyed demon upon arriving there before anyone else. After wondering what to do, I decided to leave the matter to the children. Then, Rimmer nodded and told him about what happened in Cebu. When I reached that place, Rayon was holding his ground against the blood-raving demon despite his ruined body. Blood-raving demon, do you think that makes any sense? That's correct, it doesn't make any sense. A 15-year-old trainee killed the green war demon and survived the blood-raving demon's fist. Anyone would be criticized for telling such a story, however. He raised his long finger. It's the truth, I witnessed it, the trainees witnessed it, and the villagers witnessed it as well. I'm sure the head of house will also realize it upon seeing Rayon. He is already at the novice-level sword expert. You said he survived. How is his body, then? Despite being a transcender, Glenn's eyes were filled with question and worry. I told you such amazing news, yet you are just worrying about his body. I guess he's not your family for nothing. Silence, just answer my question. His left arm was broken, and his muscles were torn. I heard he took the first blow while trying to save the village chief. Glenn's mouth twisted slightly upon hearing it. It's been a while since I saw that expression. I guess you are proud of your grandson and worried at the same time. How is he right now? I gave him the Elvrin sap. He will return sturdier than ever. That's. Glenn narrowed his eyes. Elvrin was the name of the second world tree, and its sap was a priceless treasure. Since he was heavily injured, he wasn't going to recover perfectly if I didn't take proper measures quickly. And what can I say? It didn't feel like a waste at all. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders. Where are the trainees right now? They should arrive at the house in 1 or 2 days. We are going to hold the house conference as soon as they return. Summon the division leaders in advance. Understood. Glenn ordered while closing his eyes, and Roan, who was standing still in surprise, stepped up. Rayon, we can extort a lot. Rimmer grinned, seeing Glenn's expression. Rimmer? Oh, yes. Glenn's voice suddenly spoke up when he thought it was over. Why did you go there instead of sending another instructor? I just wanted to watch the children's growth. I see. Glenn scratched his chin and continued. Good job and well done. Oh, how long has it been since the last time you complimented me? It's been almost 20 years. You would have been complimented more often if you didn't act like a fool. Haha, that's true. Rimmer burst out in laughter. He couldn't even remember when he last laughed genuinely in front of the head of house, and he saw the head of house's visible smile. It felt like the house had started moving once again, thanks to Rayon. Rayon and the trainees managed to arrive in front of Sieghart's front gate after 15 days. Rumble! Along with a ground-shaking noise, the massive silver gate was swung open. The gatekeeper swordsmen were standing still behind it, guarding the gate and the castle walls. It was the same sight as when they had left on the mission. However, one thing had changed. The eyes of the gatekeeper swordsmen used to be as adamant as stone status, but they were now filled with surprise and curiosity. Welcome back. The guard captain's voice had also changed. He wasn't treating them as novice trainees, but real swordsmen that had returned from a mission. Thank you. Rayon bowed at the gatekeepers and narrowed his eyes. Rimmer spread the story. It was obvious, since the people from the branch were still in Cebu village, it must have been Rimmer who told everyone about it. I'm sure you want to rest, but there's a place you have to visit beforehand. Everyone shall go to the Lord's manor. The Lord is waiting for you. Pardon. Lord's manor. The head of house is waiting. Upon hearing that the head of house had summoned them, the trainees' eyes widened. Go there immediately. The guard captain pointed towards the Lord's manor and ordered the gate closed. Let's go. Since Rayon had already expected it, he nodded and led the trainees towards the Lord's manor. Everyone stood still and watched them as they passed the main street. Rayon could even hear their whispers, thanks to his improved perception. That's him right, Rayon Sieghart. Did he really defeat the Green War Demon, despite being that small? That's nothing. I heard he withstood the blood-raving demon's attacks. I can't really feel his pressure, though. Is he really an expert? I think he is more like an advanced-level user. Maybe it's another false rumor from Rimmer. Rimmer is lazy, but he didn't sink so low as to spread a false rumor. They were cheerfully making a fuss about whether Rimmer's story was true or not. Rayon sighed lightly and entered the Lord's manor. Congratulations on your return after a successful mission. Glenn's butler, Roan, bowed his head. The other servants also lowered their heads after him. Certainly. Their reaction hadn't changed from before, probably because they were the real deal. Please come this way. Everyone is waiting. Does everyone mean? On top of the head of house, there are also the division leaders. The division leaders. Oh no. Rayon turned around hearing a light groan. The trainees were licking their dry lips with nervous expressions. You don't need to be nervous. We just need to tell them what happened. That's all. That's correct. You just need to convey what you saw and experienced during the mission. Roan nodded with a bright smile. He is indeed different. He had seen countless talents while assisting Glenn, but it was his first time seeing a boy like Rayon. He wasn't ignorant of the importance of the situation because of his young age. He was fully aware of it, yet he was completely calm and composed. His mindset was truly outstanding. Please come this way. Roan bowed slightly and guided them through the wide hallway. Let's go. Rayon followed right behind Roan, heading to the audience chamber. The audience chamber's door was already open, exuding frightening pressure from the inside. Huh. He breathed out, then entered. The throne was the only chair on the platform, unlike during the judgment ceremony, and swordsmen he had never seen before were standing in a single line underneath. They are Sieghart's squad and division leaders. Their pressures were sending a chill down his spine. The energy and spirit they possessed was different from average people. And he could feel it even more clearly now that he was at the expert level. Glenn Sieghart. His tremendous energy was too much for him to properly perceive. It seemed as if his energy, emanating from the audience chamber, was reaching the entirety of Sieghart's domain. How fearsome! In that place where powerful people were gathered, he was the only one standing on a different dimension. Greeting, my lords. Rayon knelt at the center of the audience chamber and bowed his head. Greeting, my lords. The trainees followed him, bowing in the same posture. Rise. They all raised their heads, feeling Glenn's heavy voice in their heart. Rayon Sieghart. Yes. I heard you were at the center of the Cebu village incident. Tell me about it in detail. Understood. Rayon stood up while organizing his thoughts. Once we reached Cebu village, I could feel somebody observing us. I first thought it was one of the instructors, but that wasn't the case. In order to obtain more accurate information, he opened his mouth after meeting the eyes of everyone, the squad and division leaders standing at the very back, Rimmer who was yawning, and Glenn. While I was prepared to meet my end, having exhausted my strength from stopping the blood-raving demon, I managed to survive, thanks to Instructor Rimmer, who came to help. The whole audience chamber fell silent, as heavy as a lump of steel. My lord. Buren's father and Glenn's second son, Karun Sieghart, raised his chin. Do you think that makes any sense at all? They are just 15 or 16-year-old children. The green war demon would have been enough to annihilate them, yet he stood his ground against the blood-raving demon. It can be nothing other than nonsense. But Big Brother, the branch, has also reported to us that multiple traces of Eden have been found. I told you I witnessed it. Is it that hard to believe? Rimmer snorted while picking his ears. That's the problem to start with. How am I supposed to believe a cripple like you managed to defeat the blood-raving demon? Give me the proof. Clank. The sudden sound of metal directed everyone's gaze towards Rayon. Two lumps of metal were lying in front of him. They were the Green War Demon and the Blood-Raving Demon's helmets. Green War Demon and Blood-Raving Demon's helmets. Was it actually true? The division leader's eyes widened upon seeing the helmets. Eden's helmets aren't the problem. What I'm asking you is how you managed to kill them. A surprise attack. You aren't even an assassin, so how was it even supposed to be possible? Rayon couldn't say that he used to be an assassin. My lord. Instead of looking at Karun or the other division leaders, Rayon looked up at Glenn, who was in front of him. Can I draw my sword? Glenn nodded very lightly. Thank you. Rayon bowed his head and drew his sword from his waist. Crimson flame flared up from the silver damaged blade. Roared. The flame surrounding the blade lit up the entire audience chamber like the intense flame burning inside the furnace. You're a blade and such a flame on top of it. I'm sure I heard it was a very tiny flame, though. Is he a sword expert at that age? And nonsense. His level seems enough to fight equally against the Green War Demon. The division leader's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Rayon's aura blade. I told you already, that guy's a monster. Rimmer giggled, watching the astonished division leaders. Glenn Sieghart's expression didn't seem to have changed at all. However, those who knew him well could notice the corner of his lips twitching. Web. Rayon lowered his sword, burning in a crimson flame, and raised his chin. Was that enough of an explanation? There was no response to his words, or a blade. Karun gulped, watching the flame surrounding Rayon's sword. Was it actually true that he was at a novice-level expert? Rayon's level was strangely difficult to guess. He thought he was an advanced level or a user, yet he was using the aura blade, which was the symbol of an expert. To be able to use an aura blade at the age of 15, he was certainly one of the best geniuses of the continent, or a monster. But even an expert wouldn't be able to fight against the blood-raving demon. Expert was certainly a level that could be called powerful. However, it wasn't that great at the continent scale. Even if you are an expert, the blood-raving demon is a master. You definitely could not hold your ground against him at your level. Same goes for defeating the green war demon. Spit out the truth. Father, Buran, who was kneeling behind Rayon, stepped forward. I witnessed it. Rayon killed the green war demon and stood against the blood-raving demon in order to buy time for our and the villagers' escape, despite having injured an arm. He's right. Runan stepped forth, following Buran and nodding. Her gaze was directed to her father, Rockin Sullian, on her right side. I never permitted you to open your mouths. Karun glared at Buran, with an expression of looking at a trained animal rather than his son. I don't even know what you want if you can't even believe your son. You are so stubborn that nothing can get through to you. I wonder how you even eat and poop, the way you are. Shut your mouth, Rimmer. Karun glared at the shrugging Rimmer as if he wanted to kill him. What you did is the most problematic part. There's no way you could killed the blood-raving demon with that broken body, unless you're scamming us. Then shall we fight? I also want to see how amazing the Central Martial Palace Master is after such a long time. Fine, I'll cut that thin neck right away. Stop. An overwhelmingly heavy voice interrupted Rimmer and Karun's bickering. The tremendous presence was making everyone's spines tense. Top trainee Rayon Sieghart and every trainee of the 5th training ground shall listen. Glenn raised his chin from the hands supporting it and continued, looking down at everyone. You did excellent. Father, my lord. Glenn's unexpected compliment made everyone's jaws drop, the division leaders, the heads of vassal families, and even the trainees. Everyone inside the audience chamber looked at Glenn with bewildered expressions. It was a natural reaction. Glenn Sieghart was a cold-blooded person, one that was stingier than anyone with his compliments. Good job was the best he would say, no matter how difficult the mission one had accomplished, and he hadn't said excellent to anyone in decades. I got the first report from Rimmer, then another from the branch officer that investigated the Cebu area, and they all are in agreement with the third report I'm getting from you. Glenn raised his right hand, the one used to support his chin. Firstly, you noticed the existence of enemies and didn't take any reckless actions. He folded his index finger. Secondly, you tried to grasp the enemies instead of trying to fight them immediately after returning. He folded his middle finger this time. Thirdly, you weakened the enemy with a surprise attack after waiting for the best moment and ended the Green War Demon's life with a hidden strike. Each time Glenn folded a finger, the division leader's eyes became wider. And finally, you stood in front of an unwinnable enemy in order to let your allies and civilians escape. His eyes shone red as he folded his 4 fingers. Your decisions were appropriate, like those of a seasoned warrior. There were no casualties among the trainees or the villagers thanks to your accurate decisions. And Glenn looked at the trainees behind Rayon. You also acted like true swordsmen of Sieghart. The reason that Sieghart can be the way it is right now is thanks to the people supporting from below. My lord. Roan and Rimmer nodded firmly. We aren't a kingdom, but we are reigning over the north as more than a kingdom. That's why we need to protect the people living in this land. No one would be willing to follow us otherwise. Good job, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Buran, Runan, Martha, and the trainees shouted while sticking their heads on the ground. Boo! My lord. The trainees trembled upon receiving a compliment from the god. Buran was even shedding tears. I'm going to grant a bronze tablet to you all. Thank you. The trainees hit their heads on the ground so hard they could have bled. And Rayon Sieghart, who created and dealt with the entire situation, shall be granted a silver tablet. Thank you. Rayon also knelt and bowed, following the other trainees. TSH. Tusk. Some division leaders weren't pleased with Rayon receiving a silver tablet, but no one could step up since it was Glenn's direct decree. Roan. Yes. Roan took the wide board placed on the table at his right side, going up onto the platform. Glenn lifted the cloth covering the board, revealing the 4-2 copper and 1 silver tablet underneath. Buren Sieghart stepped forward. Ah yes, understood. Buren bit his tongue while responding, but he acted as if nothing happened and walked up to the platform. Fighting for those we need to protect was the right thing to do, however. Buren's mouth froze upon hearing him say however. Rushing in without trying to identify the enemy's strength is no different than a beast. You shall broaden your horizons and take a wider view of the situation. Glenn looked over Buren at all the other trainees and continued. This is directed to all of you. Yes. After giving the bronze tablet to Run-On, Martha, and all other trainees, he finally looked at Rayon. Rayon Sieghart stepped forward. Yes. Rayon bowed deeply, then stood up to walk up onto the platform. I can feel their gazes. Irritated gazes were piercing through his heart from behind. They were from Karun and the other collateral division leaders. However, Karun's son Buren and the other collateral trainees weren't looking at him with jealousy. They were looking at him with pride instead. That was good enough for Rayon. Rayon Sieghart. Glenn's gaze was still cold and dry. It felt like a frozen field in the middle of winter. However, something felt different from before. A small light existed in his gaze, like a single flower blooming from the snow field. He wasn't sure if that was good or bad. You've saved many people's lives. I acknowledge that endeavor and grant you this silver tablet. Keep training your body and mind in the future. Can I have a moment? Rayon stood still without taking the silver tablet Glenn was holding. What is it? I have something to say. Something to say. Yes, it's about Eden's objective. One of Glenn's eyebrows raised slightly. I know the reason they came to Cebu village and what they are after right now. How dare you spout such a lie here? A furious voice could be heard from behind. It was Karun's voice. Eden's demons won't speak the truth, even if you torture them by tearing off their limbs. There's no way you could have obtained that information. Certainly. Indeed, torture doesn't work against them. The other division leaders nodded in agreement. Are you certain? Yes, I am, however. Rayon turned and met Karun's burning eyes. I don't want to reveal it in front of the people that are doubting it. What? That arrogance. How dare you? You haven't even received the title of swordsman. The division leaders following Karun gave off powerful pressures, but Rayon wasn't daunted in the slightest. He had a greater achievement than them in his previous life, despite being weaker than them. Did I say something wrong? It was an occasion created by Rimmer and Glenn, an occasion where he could increase the reward for the mission. He wasn't going to allow anyone to get in the way. Silence, where do you think this is? Karun Sieghart. Karun shut his mouth upon hearing a heavy voice from the platform. I already told you to shut your mouth. A chill ran down Rayon's spine. The pressure wasn't directed at him, but it felt like his entire body was freezing up. Father. Get out, including everyone else who spoke up just now. Glenn wasn't even looking at Karun. Even though his son was an important member of the house, he was still cold-hearted towards him, without any mercy. The 5 division leaders and vice leaders bit their lips. After glaring at Rayon like they wanted to kill him, they left the audience chamber. Say it now, what have you seen there? No amount of torture could get the information out of Eden's lackey's stubbornness. All the gazes of division leaders and Glenn were focused on Rayon's mouth, who said he knew Eden's objective. The blood-raving demon revealed their objective when he was certain he could kill me and all the other trainees. Objective. Eden was looking for the monster's magic stone. Rayon took out the Goblin King's magic stone from his chest. the red-hot light brightened up the dim audience chamber. It's not just any magic stone, but from those commonly referred to as named monsters. This one is the Goblin King's magic stone, the one that died in Cebu Mountain a few hundred years ago. Rayon explained and extended the hand, holding the magic stone. Whirr! The Goblin King's magic stone floated up on its own and went into Glenn's hand. Glenn narrowed his eyes and examined the magic stone. The division leaders and squad leaders watched Glenn and Rayon without even swallowing their saliva. Certainly. Glenn raised his head after checking the magic stone. This isn't an ordinary object, Glenn said while looking at Rayon, but he couldn't understand the meaning behind his gaze, whether he was proud of him or was laughing at him. It's an achievement that nobody else has managed to do. The corners of Glenn's mouth were raised slightly as he took the silver tablet from Roan to give it to Rayon. Thank you. Rayon slowly extended his hand to take the silver tablet. Was I mistaken? He thought he could trust him to reward him according to his deed, despite his dislike for himself and Sylvia. He had expected him to give an extra silver tablet or even a gold tablet, yet that wasn't the case. Glenn wasn't giving him anything else. I should be just straight up told him to give me something in return. It was regrettable, but he couldn't ask him for a reward at that point. He slightly bit his lip and stepped down from the platform. Everyone shall return. A great conference will be held tomorrow morning, so everyone shall participate. Yes. The division leaders and squad leaders responded loud and clear and bowed. Tusk, how foolish of you to not obtain anything after giving out such information. Rayon clicked his tongue silently, and wrath sneered at him. I trusted him too much. Rayon shook his head. He had started to trust Glenn slightly after getting the 10,000 flowers cultivation, but that was apparently a mistake. He was living in Sieghart's jungle. He needed to take what he needed by himself. Sir Rayon. As he was leaving the Lord's manor with irritated steps, Roan's voice was heard from the right hallway. Roan. Since Roan had been in the audience chamber a moment ago, he couldn't understand how he was there. Moreover, I didn't feel anything. His increased perception didn't manage to grasp his presence. It looked like he was a warrior after all, and an assassin like himself in his previous life. I have something to tell you. He approached him with a gentle smile. May I visit you in the annex building at midnight? Pardon, why would you visit? The head of house asked me to bring you here. Roan lifted his finger to point at the audience chamber's huge door and smiled. I think he wanted to give you the second gift. Rayon left the Lord's manor after telling Roan that he understood. What is he thinking? He wasn't sure whether Glenn intended to reward him, just like Roan said, or ask more questions about Eden. I still don't understand his personality. He could somewhat read people's thoughts thanks to his vast experience, but he couldn't read into Glenn's thoughts at all, as if he was looking into a misty space. Rayon. A familiar voice was heard as soon as he left the Lord's manor. Sylvia was biting her lip while running at him with redrimmed eyes. Oh my goodness. She didn't care about her clothes getting dirty as she knelt down and started checking Rayon's body. I heard you fought against Eden. Is your arm okay? What happened to your waist? I'm fine, I'm almost healed. Rayon smiled gently. He was almost completely healed thanks to Rimmer's medicine's effectiveness. Sylvia bit her lip, looking at the thick bandages wrapped around his arm, waist, and thigh. She looked like she would start crying at any moment. There was that. She had lost her husband and daughter to Eden. Rayon felt like he was too inconsiderate. Mom, I regretted it. Sylvia lowered her head. Her hand trembled as she grabbed his arm. Do you remember what I told you before you left on the mission, that I wanted you to act like a true Sieghart? Wow. I really regretted it when I heard you fought against the Green War Demon, then stopped the blood-raving demon in order to save everyone. The tear welling up in her eye ended up falling. I thought you made that decision because of what I said, Her pronunciation was awkward since she was crying, but Sylvia's feelings and message touched his heart. I wasn't only a mediocre swordsman, but I'm also a bad mother. I'm rather grateful to Mom. Rayon grabbed Sylvia's trembling hands. He could feel the same warmth from her hand as her heart. Jay grateful. Yes. He nodded and smiled slightly. Various thoughts came to my mind while fighting against the blood-raving demon. Should I run? How? Should I order Burin to fight then run away on my own? I might be able to survive if I run away while using the trainees as bait. Rayon met Sylvia's trembling eyes with an embarrassed expression. That's when I heard Mom's voice, the voice that told me, I want you to live like the Sieghart swordsman from the past. It was true. If it wasn't for Sylvia's voice resounding in his ears, he would run away without looking back or saving the village chief. Wow. If it wasn't for that, I would died while running away after abandoning everyone. Even if I managed to survive, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life, unable to wield a sword ever again. He confessed his frightened emotions from that time with a cold breath. I was only able to stop the blood-raving demon and fight until the end thanks to what you told me. Mom, there's nothing to apologize for or regret. Why am I fighting against the blood-raving demon? Why do I have to be the other people's shield? The reason he managed to endure that painful time was the fact that it was his own choice after following her words. Nev. Sylvia burst into the tears that she had been holding back so far. Her mind must have been heavy ever since she heard the news about Eden. It's okay. Rayon repeated what she had told him in his childhood and rubbed her back. Rayon stayed by Sylvia's side until she grew exhausted and fell asleep. Then he left her room. Helen was waiting for him outside the room. I witnessed the young master that used to be so small and young consoling my lady. Now I can die without any regrets. She pretended to cry, hiding her eyes with her fingers. Stop jesting and live for a very long time. I'll make you live in luxury with Mom. I'm grateful for the thought, young master. It's not just the thought. Rayon shook his head and closed the door to Sylvia's room. Then I'll be looking forward to it with pleasure. That's right. Rayon nodded and went inside his room. Inside the dark room with closed curtains, a thin human shape could be found. Judiel. Since Rayon was already aware of her presence, he called her name while sitting at his bed. Yes, young master. Judiel, who was standing next to the window, prostrated in front of Rayon. Her expression was as stiff as cold marble. How is the situation? I got the order to return from Central Martial Palace. They are going to dispose of me, by the looks of it. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Judiel's head. Is he venting his anger on her? Karun Sieghart was the one that sent Judiel to the annex building. It looked like he decided to get rid of her, since she hadn't managed to obtain the information about Rayon becoming a sword expert, and he had made Karun angry in the audience chamber just before. Yet, Judiel herself was still composed, despite her life being in danger. He thought she was average from the way she was terrified at the lake back then, but it seemed she was properly educated as a spy. Do you want to live? Rayon slowly opened his mouth. His voice sounded like it didn't really matter whether Judiel died or lived. However, he was thinking about how to save her on the inside, since a double agent like her was difficult to obtain. Judiel slowly raised her head. Her eyes were shivering like moonlight reflected in a lake, just as she was when he first saw her. She was still holding on to her life. I'll tell you the way you can survive. Pardon. Don't go to the Central Martial Palace. Send a letter instead. Tell him you became Rayon Sieghart's personal maid. Wow. He won't suspect it if you write that my mom was worried about my body and picked you. Rayon pointed at the wounds wrapped by bandages. Since the rumors said he was severely wounded, despite his actual status, it was going to work for sure. Moreover, Karun was going to think he could obtain information more easily in the future, since his spy became Rayon's personal maid. That's true, but why are you being so considerate towards me? It's not for you. It's because it would be a waste for me to lose a double agent like this. I'll give you some good information on top of it. Everyone thinks I'm severely wounded, but I've actually almost finished healing. I'm planning to train in the annex building while pretending to recover. Rayon gave Judiel the information about his injury without any hesitation. Instructor Rimmer and the head of house are the only people that know this fact right now. He's going to realize you are still useful if you tell him about this. Ian died. Judiel nodded. Then what are you waiting for? He pointed at the door. Go and write that information on a letter and send it. You need to manage your expression, or he will find out. Understood. Judiel lowered her head while covering her cheeks with her hands, then left the room. Everything she says and does is pathetic. What are you going to do with a useless spy like her? She is going to become the trap to stab Karun Sieghart in the back, and Rayan murmured on the inside while looking at the almost unrecognizable door in the darkness. Because she reminds me of my past self. Rayan was mindlessly lying on his bed, but he stood up as soon as the moon reached the top of the sky. It wasn't because the promised time had come, but because of the presence outside his window. I'm glad you've been waiting. Roan greeted him with a smile as he opened the window. Of course, I wouldn't be sleeping after what you told me. Rayan went over the window, putting a coat on his shoulders. So what did you mean earlier? He opened his mouth, looking at Roan's wrinkled eyes. How can I know the head of house's intentions? You will see once you get there. Rayan asked because he wanted to know Glenn's intention, but Roan wasn't easy to deal with. It was certain that he knew the answer, but he wasn't telling. He went to the Lord's manor while chatting with Roan. Curiously, the presence of the swordsmen standing guard in the area were gone. No one is here. Following Roan, he entered the Lord's manor without meeting anyone. Even the maids, servants, and swordsmen guarding inside the Lord's manor were nowhere to be found. It seemed Roan had ordered the place to be cleared out beforehand. Rayan's heart pounded, feeling anxious and nervous in such an unknown situation. You don't need to be so nervous, young master. What you did was a great accomplishment, one you can be proud of. He opened the door to the audience chamber while saying that. The light poured out from the inside as the enormous door opened. Rayan followed Roan and entered the audience chamber. Glenn Sieghart, who was sitting on the throne like a statue, opened his eyes. That was enough to fill the entire audience chamber with nervousness once again. Greeting, my lord. You don't need to. As Rayan was about to kneel and bow, his body froze as if he was petrified. This energy. That wasn't what he was trying to do. Glenn had single-handedly stopped his movement with his voice. Seriously. Rayan shuddered at his level of martial art and raised his head. Taboo. Glenn removed the hand supporting his chin, looking down on Rayan. Rayan Sieghart. Yes, my lord. He lowered his head with a trembling throat. What do you think about footwork? Let's see footwork. Footwork was the way of walking. Footwork was the technique that created the most efficient way of moving in all situations, attack, defense, or even evasion and escape. I think it's the most efficient martial art, one that decides a warrior's life or death. Glenn nodded slightly to a point where it was almost unnoticeable. Maybe he was pleased with the answer, or maybe he wasn't. Rayan couldn't tell. What footwork did you use upon fighting against the Green War Demon and the Blood-Raving Demon? I used the river footwork. Rayan had also used the shadowless steps on top of the river footwork, but he didn't mention it. River footwork is a great technique that can still be used after you get stronger, but its forms are too simple. He was right. River footwork was excellent footwork for sure, but it only had the basic forms. On the other hand, the shadowless steps was a footwork focused on evasion and stealth, even more unsuitable for use than river footwork in situations other than assassination. He had planned to ask for a new footwork with the extra tablet he should be received, but the plan had gone completely awry. Rayan. When he was licking his lip in frustration, Glenn called his name once again. I rewarded you with a silver tablet at noon for killing the Green War Demon and holding your ground against the Blood-Raving Demon. However, I didn't give you anything for finding out their objective. Rayan unconsciously gulped, since he could anticipate what he was going to say next. I'll teach you suitable footwork as a reward for discovering Eden's objective. Glenn stood from the throne, It felt like the highest mountain in the continent, the Erlast Mountain, had surged up in front of his eyes. He walked down the platform and extended his right foot to the front, then his left front to the back. His pressure was as proud as a noble and as tough as a general on the battlefield. Watch closely, since I'm only going to show you once. Rayan held his breath. What an opportunity! Receiving instruction from the strongest warrior in the continent was the best opportunity he could get, incomparable to a mere tablet. It was such a big deal that it could bring the entire House Sieghart in an uproar. Whir! Rayan resonated the ring of fire, clearing up his bewildered mind. You look like you are ready. I'm starting then. Glenn's feet separated the faint moonlight covering the floor. His relaxed movement made him look like he was on a stroll, but his flow was unpredictable. He flared up from the left like a red flame, then flowed down to the right like water. Rayan was unable to breathe, watching the mysterious flow his feet were creating. Glenn's footwork was extremely difficult to understand. It was fast yet slow, soft yet hard at the same time. I still need to watch until the end. Giving up because it was too difficult was out of the question, since learning just 1/10 of Glenn's teachings was already more than worth it. Rayan watched him without even blinking once until he stopped moving his feet. The entrancing moment felt like an instant, and Glenn stood in front of Rayan. Despite having just demonstrated a boundless footwork, his breathing remained relaxed, and he didn't seem unsettled in the slightest. Did you say it? The red eyes, as sharp as a beast's, were asking him whether he had seen it properly, how much he had understood. Please excuse me, I didn't manage to see it. Rayan bit his lip and lowered his head. The footwork was on a completely different level, one that couldn't be understood with only 4 rings of fire. It seemed Glenn was expecting that to happen, as he didn't show any reaction. He just looked down on him with emotionless eyes. Show me how much you understood. He pointed at the floor and stepped back. It looked like he wanted him to repeat the footwork. He will be disappointed. He saw many flows and felt the depth of the martial art. However, there was only a very small portion he was able to replicate in his current state. He felt like he could already feel the coldness of Glenn's gaze. Then, Rayan bit his lips slightly. He decided to repeat the one form that left the strongest impression, rather than awkwardly trying to replicate multiple movements. That's the first step. The unusual posture, with right foot at the front and left foot at the back, was the start of the first step. Rayan decided to replicate the first step that separated the moonlight and pierced through space. Rayan extended his left foot to the back and right foot to the front. His feet were shoulder-width apart. It was exactly the same posture as Glenn's, since Rayan had observed it using the ring of fire. The step incorporated everything. It was fast, slow, strong, smooth, and ever-changing at the same time. It was a step that could bring him anywhere. He raised his left foot. Putting together what he'd felt from Glenn's demonstration and the principle of the martial arts he'd learned so far, he extended it to the front. Stomp! The golden moonlight covering the floor was distorted into a triangle, and an intense vibration traveled throughout the audience chamber. The step was extremely weak compared to Glenn's, but the flow was almost identical. It was the first step that could move in any direction, and in any way he wanted. Glenn narrowed his eyes, and Roan's jaw dropped. Rayan exhaled and closed his eyes. He was feeling dizzy, despite having only taken a single step. He must have been too focused and nervous. Is it over after that single step? Glenn turned around, looking at Rayan's extended left foot. Yes. Rayan answered briefly and opened his eyes. Didn't you see more than that? It's because I can't even repeat 1/10 of it, let alone replicate it. How come you can't repeat it? My lord's footwork contained too many things, like a martial god's steps. It's impossible for my unskilled self to understand it completely. Does that mean the first step was the easiest? Glenn's voice grew as cold as the severe winter's wind. No, it wasn't. Rayan continued while looking at his extended left foot. From what I saw, the first step was the most important and the most impressive. I thought I should repeat the first step, since it was more impressive than any other footwork you showed me afterwards. Why do you think the first step is the most important one? Because the step can move in any direction, at any time, and in any way one desires. It was as shocking as watching the steps of an omnipotent existence, and the step is still stuck in my head. Since it was impossible to lie to Glenn about martial arts, Rayon answered honestly about what he saw and felt. Glenn slightly nodded and spread his legs. His expression remained the same, but it felt like the atmosphere had become softer. You have good instincts. He took the same posture as the beginning, extending his left foot to the back and right foot to the front. The footstep I showed you is called the Supreme Harmony Steps. Since you realized the first step, Heavenly Advance, is the most important, you are halfway there. Glenn took another step with an emotionless voice. Rayon's hair stood on end upon seeing the step that could bring him anywhere in the world. Whirr! His energy center vibrated, gathering his aura that controlled his body while dashing through his mana circuit. Stomp! Before he had even realized it, Rayon replicated the Supreme Harmony Step's Heavenly Advance, exactly as Glenn had shown him. It's better than before. Glenn nodded with an expressionless face, then turned around. He went up on the platform and nestled down into the throne. That's it for the reward. With that single step. I have shown you more than that, but you only managed to take one. He closed his eyes. He appeared to be saying that he had nothing more to tell. Understood, thank you. Rayon licked his lips and nodded. It wasn't a big harvest, but learning about the existence of such footsteps was an enlightenment in itself. You can have this. Glenn threw something from his hand, and Rayon caught the red gem falling in front of his chest. Oh. It was the Goblin King's magic stone that he had given to Glenn earlier. Objects should belong to their rightful owner. Since it's an item you acquired, you should take it. He dusted off his hands, showing he had no regret, then closed his eyes again. You can put it in here. Roan gave him a black fabric. It was the fabric with the ability to block the magic stone's energy. Thank you. Rayon wrapped the fabric around the Goblin King's magic stone and put it in his chest pocket. I didn't expect him to return this. He thought he would study it, or break it, or put it in a warehouse. He didn't expect him to return it. Glenn's every single action was different from his expectation. You shall return now. Yes, thank you. Rayon stepped back. As he was about to open the audience chambers room, he felt like he should do something before leaving since he had received a lot. Lord, what is it? Stay healthy. Since he had no idea what he should be telling him, he offered the most common greeting for an elder and bowed. Glenn frowned without saying anything, and Roan covered his mouth with trembling hands. I'll leave now. He licked his lips and left the audience chamber. It looked like he shouldn't have said that. Stay healthy, you really looked like a fool right there. He didn't know what to tell him, since he had never sincerely thanked an elder. Phew. As he walked down the corridor while sighing, a new message appeared in front of his eyes. Ring of Fire observed the perfected Supreme Harmony Steps. Acquisition of Supreme Harmony Steps has accelerated. The audience chamber was still filled with moonlight after Rayon left. Roan, who was looking at the moonlight covering the floor, raised his head. I didn't think my lord would hand over the Supreme Harmony Steps. He thought he would give a special reward because of how much he cherished Rayon, but he had never imagined he would give the Supreme Harmony Steps. Because the Supreme Harmony Steps was created by none other than himself. The Supreme Harmony Steps was the first footwork he had created after breaking through the demonic wall. It was a technique that was worth more than a golden tablet, one that he hadn't even taught his sons. Considering the fact that he gave such a technique to Rayon, his affection for Rayon was beyond his expectations. Did you say it? Glenn slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were reflecting a sugary light, unlike a moment ago when it was simply cold. He repeated the Heavenly Advance after watching it only twice. Pardon. Rayon, he took half of the Supreme Harmony Steps after only watching it 2 times. Isn't he amazing? It wasn't just his eyes. His voice was also higher than usual, and the corners of his mouth were clearly raised. Oh. Roan's jaw dropped. He'd been living as Glenn's shadow for decades, yet it was his first time seeing him being so happy since his first son's birth. He didn't kill the Green War Demon and hold his ground against the blood-raving demon by sheer luck. He has sharp eyes, and the way he controls his body and aura is rather extraordinary. That's true. The fact that Rayon managed to grasp the core of the Supreme Harmony steps in such a short time was really astonishing. But it's something else that impressed me the most. The smile on Glenn's mouth became even more clear. His judgment right, it was really amazing how a 15-year-old managed to understand what was important and what could be thrown away. I also wanted to try teaching him if I get an opportunity. I'm not just talking about what happened today. Then, the fact that he stood against the blood-raving demon on his own in order to save everyone. Glenn continued while looking at the carpet where Rayon's footsteps still remained. Rayon has good instincts. He must be realized he could never win against the blood-raving demon the moment he saw him. That seems likely. Yet he stopped him until the very end. He didn't withdraw, buying time for the villagers and trainees to escape with his body broken from saving the village chief. The blood-raving demon would turn the villagers and the trainees into a pool of blood if Rayon hadn't held his ground. There weren't many people who could sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. The number of 15-year-old children capable of such a thing in the entire continent could be counted on a person's fingers. A smile appeared on Glenn's face as he rejoiced at the fact that such a great boy was his grandson. I haven't seen you smile like that in a long time. Roan smiled. I'm not really happy. Glenn immediately lowered the corners of his lips. They were so low that he looked older than usual. Sir Radin managed to destroy the White Blood Religion's branch, and Sir Rayon eliminated the Green War Demon. We are getting a series of great news. Well, it's not that great and special. Glenn's corners of lips raised slightly once again upon hearing compliments about his grandsons. Hello. Roan murmured, "Is that so?" and nodded. His mouth was still smiling happily. By the way, my lord couldn't hold back his smile when young Master Rayon told you to stay healthy earlier. If you want to pretend to be cold-blooded, you should. I'm not pretending. It was rare for Glenn to shout, but the smile didn't disappear from Roan's face. What's this? Upon returning to the annex building, Rayon pointed at the message he saw earlier. Whoosh! Wrath, who was clinging to the bracelet like a parrot, surged up into the air. It's a learning assistance. Learning. It's one of the system's aspects the King of Essence created back in Devilldom in order to learn the techniques of powerful or peculiar existences, among the arrogant ones that picked a fight with the King of the Essence. In short, it's increasing my learning ability. Stop cutting me off. Anyway, was I right? Pretty much. How do I use it? Do you think I'm going to tell you if you take my wraths? I don't need it, it's pretty obvious. Rayon snickered and wagged his finger. It's making it easier to learn the Supreme Harmony steps. It's not even a secret. What arrogance! Wrath barked in irritation. I shall start immediately. Rayon silently opened the window and went back outside. Just do it tomorrow after sunrise. I'm too lazy to follow you outside. But there might be a time limit. There's no way such a thing. It looks like I'm right, judging from the way you're talking. How could you tell? Because your reaction was strange. Wrath started boiling in anger, but he was only acting irritated. That was why Rayon realized he was hiding something. I told you already, you are in the palm of my hand. Stop your arrogance. The King of Essence is a monarch of Devilldom, who surpasses a mere human's estimations. Wrath glared while spreading a frightening amount of coldness around him. Yes, I'm talking about that. Rayon pointed at Wrath's coldness as it was expanding into the air. I wouldn't have noticed anything strange if you acted like that from the beginning. You are really easy to deal with. Rayon pushed Wrath away, using the flame from the ring of fire on his right hand. Damn it, you are the worst creature that the King of Essence has ever met. I guess being the worst for a demon king is a compliment, right? I'll kill you no matter WH. Okay, do that later. Rayon went to the training ground while listening to Wrath's cursing scream. The blue moon was looking down on the world from the night sky. Inside the open area, Rayon unwrapped the bandage covering his arms and legs. Though he wasn't completely recovered, the flesh had almost finished growing back. It seemed he could start training once again. Then, he smoothly kicked the ground, gathering the aura from the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Rayon reached around the lake in no time. It was an extremely fast footwork, one that even his shadow couldn't follow, but his expression was grim. Tuzg. Rayon clicked his tongue and narrowed his legs. This isn't it. The first step that Glenn had shown him was vast enough to reach anywhere in the continent, and free enough to achieve any kind of movement. It couldn't even be compared to the heavenly advance of the Supreme Harmony steps that he had just used. He said it was a step that could achieve anything. Glenn described the Supreme Harmony steps as omnipotent and well-rounded. It was such an arrogant and haughty thing to say, but it was irrefutable after witnessing the steps. I shouldn't be thinking about speed or strength. Rayon's might was less than a speck compared to Glenn's. He needed to work on his foundation for the big picture rather than trying to copy him. Let's try again. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps along with the 10,000 Flames cultivation. The slow yet heavy steps looked like a fierce charging bison. This isn't right either. Rayon shook his head and corrected his posture. He repeated over and over and over again, and he used the Supreme Harmony steps until sunrise. Damn it. Rayon frowned upon seeing the rising sun. Acquiring the Supreme Harmony steps wasn't easy, despite possessing a talent that increased his learning speed. Honestly, he felt like he was still completely clueless. No, it's probably the way it should be. The Supreme Harmony steps was a footwork incorporating the enlightenment of Glenn, the continent's strongest man. It was natural for such martial arts to be difficult to acquire. Have you still not managed to learn that footwork, despite disturbing the King of Essence's sleep to practice? You are so pathetic that you are making me cry. Wrath came out from the bracelet and laughed at him after having been silent the whole night. The King of Essence understood it right away. I'm starting to feel sorry over the human's inferiority. Okay, you're cool. Rayon sighed briefly and sat down. Since his body still wasn't completely restored, he was feeling tired from practicing overnight. It's obvious you are having difficulties. You are like a worm, crawling on the ground and trying to look up into the sky. A worm should look at the worm's sky instead. A worm should look at the worm's sky, huh? Rayon murmured Wrath's slander and looked at the North Grave Mountain, located behind the annex building. Now that I think about it, Rimmer had told him something similar in the North Grave Mountain. When he was teaching him about the attributes, he had told him Rayon needed to decide the flow of his affinity by himself. I wonder if the same goes for this footwork. Rayon re-examined the Supreme Harmony steps. Glenn's Supreme Harmony steps looked transcendental. It didn't look like a footwork that existed in reality, but a mysterious step that could jump over space and time. I'm not at that level, and that's not what I'm trying to achieve. He shook his head. What he wanted to achieve was something more realistic. He had only two goals. He wanted to protect the people in the annex building, and he wanted to stab Darius Robert in the throat. That was everything he wanted. And for that, Rayon straightened his back and closed his eyes. He took a step while thinking about the people he needed to protect and the man he needed to kill, no matter what happened to his body. Stomp. It was a different vibration. The intense flow, starting from the mana circuit at the sole of his feet, pierced through his entire body like lightning splitting the sky. Freedom was incorporated in his body's movement. He started to draw his own picture. The picture's background was filled with the steps, incorporating the freedom that would allow him to protect his loved ones and snap the neck of his sworn enemy. Whirr! Rayon opened his eyes. His eyes were burning brightly like the rising sun. He looked down on the ground. His first step hadn't moved his body, but his mind had moved. The step was the mind, a martial art that could be only acquired by putting his mind into it. The rough sketch of the Supreme Harmony steps that he wanted to finish that day was completed at once. UV acquired the Supreme Harmony steps. Supreme Harmony steps, 1 star, was added to traits. Rayan clenched his fists. Upon acquiring the supreme harmony steps that he thought he would never manage to learn, the sense of accomplishment and exhilaration he felt was twice more than usual. The learning speed of the supreme harmony steps has returned to normal. The learning ability that helped him acquire the supreme harmony steps disappeared at the perfect timing as soon as he finished learning.